Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Ameen, amen. Namaste.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it is important that I speak to a matter that occurred during the contribution of the member for Moruga Tableland at yesterday's sitting of this House. The particular comment made by the member was very inappropriate and distasteful, and information in the public space has reinforced this, as it has also provided context for that statement. The original statement was made by a woman against another woman who is in fact a sitting member of this House. It is unbecoming, to say the least, that a female member of this House would repeat such a misogynistic comment against another sitting female member of this House. While members enjoy the right of freedom of speech, this right comes with a level of responsibility. And as parliamentarians, we must hold ourselves to an even higher standard. It is critical that we are fully aware that while members can make statements or reference statements made by other persons, when doing so, as a member, you take full ownership of that statement. That statement becomes your statement, and it will be held to the same standards of parliamentary practice, procedures, and rules as if it were your original statement. The usage of the expression that was made by the member for Moruga Tableland does not reflect the civility of this House. Consequently, such a statement has no place in this society and certainly not in this House. I therefore wish to caution all members that the dignity of this House must be upheld at all times, and we must conduct ourselves in a manner befitting the responsibility entrusted to us by the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. As Speaker, I will do all in my power to ensure that the integrity of this House is upheld by all members and at all times. I thank you.
Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Honorable members, the debate on the second reading of the following bill was in progress when this House adjourned on Monday, October 7th, 2024, will be resumed. a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2025. The members who have already contributed to this debate are as follows. Honorable Colum Imbert MP, Minister of Finance, Member for Digo Martin Northeast. Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa, SC MP, Leader of the Opposition, Member for Siparia. Honorable Stuart Young, SC MP, Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. Mr. David Lee, MP, Member for Pointe-a-Pierre. Honorable Mr. Keith Scotland, SC MP, Minister in the Ministry of National Security, Member for Port of Spain South. Mr. Dinesh Rambali, MP, Member for Chaguanas West. Senator, the Honorable Donna Cox, Minister of Social Development and Family Services. Ms. Vandana Mohib, MP, Member for Chaguanas East. Honorable Ayanna Webster Roy, MP, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Member for Tobago East. Senator, the Honorable Paula Gopi Skoon, Minister of Trade and Industry. Mr. Rashan Pare, MP, Member for Miaru. Honorable Brian Manning, MP, Minister in the Ministry of Finance, Member for San Fernando East. Mr. Davendranath Tanku, MP, Member for Urupuch West. Honorable Marvin Gonzalez, MP, Minister of Public Utilities, Member for Lupino Bonia West. Mr. Barry Padarath, MP, Member for Princess Town. Honorable Shamfa Kojo Lewis, MP, Minister of Sport and Community Development, Member for Tobago West. Mr. Arnold Ram, MP, Member for Caroni Central. Honorable Lisa Morris Julian, MP, Minister in the Ministry of Education, Member for Derby Umera. Dr. Richard Citran, MP, Member for Caroni East. Mr. Kennedy Richards, MP, Member for Point Fortin. Ms. Michelle Benjamin, MP, Member for Maruba, Tableland. Member for San Fernando West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to join in contributing to the national budget. This, Madam Speaker, represents my 15th budget contribution, having stood in this House now for, with the collection of time in the Senate, collectively 15 years and counting. Madam Speaker, I've said that really so that I can reflect upon what I believe a budget ought to involve. Secondly, to engage in a discussion through you, Madam Speaker, with the citizens of this country as to what we have done with public money. Thirdly, what one can expect in this financial year with public money. And, Madam Speaker, to also speak to the constituents of San Fernando West, whom I am very grateful to for having put me into the seat to represent their interests. I start off by reflecting upon the contribution of the Minister of Finance, and as I'm opening the batting, as one would say this morning, permit me to put into context what we are doing this morning. This appropriation bill is, pursuant to the Constitution, an estimate of what money the public sector in ministries, statutory authorities, the THA, etc., may expect during the financial year. It's premised upon an estimate of revenue. Revenue is earned largely on the basis of taxation. Of course, the Consolidated Fund also receives fines and fees, but the revenue that we earn is essentially upon taxation. And we, Madam Speaker, are doing that with the most significant contributor to our revenue being our oil and gas production. When we look to the budget before us, and we look to the appropriation bill is asking us to issue $49 billion across several entities. The entity that I represent and must give account for is the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. That's head number 42. We are earmarked under the appropriation bill to receive an allocation of $2,626,297,700. When you compare that to last year's allocation, taking both the Appropriation Bill Act number 14 of 2023 and the Supplementary Appropriation Act number 8 of 2024, when you add up last year's figures, we received 2.534 billion in the first allocation and some $95 million extra in the second allocation. What that means, Madam Speaker, is that we are nearly on par in our expenditure, because the difference that we're looking at is the difference between 2.626 billion versus 2.650 billion. So we are slightly down in our allocation. We expect this year, by the utilization of oil and gas figures, to run our accounts on the basis of oil and gas revenue coming in at $77.80 US per barrel of oil, and we're looking at gas at $3.59 as opposed to last year's estimate of $5. Madam Speaker, I'm saying this because apart from oil and gas, one of the first comments offered by the Leader of the Opposition was that we are engaged in fancy footwork, that we overestimate the price of gas and oil. The Minister of Energy has put it, but let me say that the revenue we expect is based upon a basket price. It is averaged off. And Madam Speaker, when the Leader of the Opposition says, in comparative analysis between this government's tenure and the 5 years and 3 months that she managed, that we have not put money into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, etc., I want to remind you that the law says that if you earn above your gas prices, that you would put 60% of that money into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, but that if you are below that price, you don't put it into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. And it is a matter of record that in the 9 years that we have managed this economy, we have had severe oil and gas shocks. Firstly, in 2016, 2017, when we saw a near 95% drop in oil and gas revenue. Let me repeat that, 95% drop in oil and gas revenue. Where you would normally expect some $22 billion in revenue, we got $800 million in revenue. And then during COVID, we saw the price of oil go, if you look at West Texas Intermediate, to minus $2. What does that mean? You have to pay people $2 US per barrel to take your oil for free. Because if you block up the production and you don't get rid of it, you log jam and you have to shut down production. All of that is yesterday, one could see. And therefore, this budget must focus upon today and tomorrow. And let me say, Madam Speaker, that in the money that we are spending as a country, I'd like to put on record that of the $60 billion, which is the real sum coming out of the allocations, $9.3 billion, or 14.6%, is for personal expenditure. That's salaries alone. When you look to transfers and subsidies, how we pay for electricity, how we pay for gas supply, how we pay for water, we are looking at $28 billion, or 44.1% of our budget, of our revenue, going to transfers and subsidies. If you looked at debt servicing, how much we pay back in debt, you're looking at $11 billion, that's 17.2%. Those three numbers alone are equivalent to 75% of the budget monies. When you look to what we intend to do, I want to point you to the figures of interest and expenses and interest. We're looking at $6.7 billion in interest. And we have to pay into the sinking fund for the payment of debt $4.2 billion. Our public sector investment program is only 4% of the budget. Let me repeat that. $2.6 billion of the $60 billion package, only $2.6 billion goes to public sector investment program. And Madam Speaker, when you look to the IDF, you're looking at $3 billion if you add the totals together. So I'd like the population to know that when we're looking at the budget figures, the vast majority of money is spent upon keeping, quote unquote, the system as it is, ensuring that people are employed, ensuring that salaries are paid, etc., and that the development program is where we are looking to stimulate an economy. I've seen floating around issues appearing to be analysis of budget contributions, and I note the leader of the opposition's contribution that the UNC intends to abolish property tax, that they intend to ensure that there's no electricity rates increases, because they've alleged that there is one which is untrue, that there is no further taxation in this economy, that they intend to give more than a 5% offer for public sector wages, etc. But Madam Speaker, we have not heard a single issue of revenue, that is how you're going to pay for it, coming from the opposition. And adding that idea to the numbers I just gave you, I'd like to remind you again that interest on loans alone is $6.7 billion. Repayment of old debt, that is sinking fund, is $4 billion. That's $10 billion. So what I would like the population to know is that if one were to accept the argument and proposals coming from the leader of the opposition, the only way that the plan that the opposition has, or so-called plan, can happen is to borrow money. And if you're going to borrow more money and you have not a single item of revenue coming back at you, it means you're going to have very little money to do the public sector investment program or the IDF. So in other words then, Madam Speaker, it is a plan that just cannot work. A second broad aspect that I'd like to get to before I get to the ministry, by way of contribution analysis, is to point out in simple terms that this budget actually brings to life some very critical revenue-generating aspects. We have for years complained that Trinidad and Tobago is an energy plantation economy model. That is, we rely only on oil and gas. We have asked, what about diversification? But yet in this budget, the opposition pretends that the Minister of Finance did not address critical matters that he did. And let me put it on record in summary form. Number one, the Minister of Finance has proposed that transfer pricing legislation becomes a reality. The Minister of Finance has reported that with the successful passage of the Revenue Authority Act and with its upholding of constitutionality by the Privy Council, a law which I am pleased to say I drafted, Madam Speaker, with that in success, the Revenue Authority will go into operation fully. The Minister of Finance has said that property taxes will be collected and given to the corporations. The Ministry of Finance, through its minister, has said that the international airport in Tobago will be completed. 5-star hotels are to be brought to life. A marina is to be brought into Tobago. And Madam Speaker, when you look to what the Minister of Finance has done on the agricultural sector to perfect it as 100% tax-free, let me now explain those 5 items. That is where foreign exchange comes from. Everywhere else in the Caribbean, the island chain, the large-scale revenue contributor is tourism. Madam Speaker, even though there was a drive out of Sandals and it opened in Grenada and then St. Vincent, the government is keenly aware that the airlift that it brings into Tobago, and the hotel stock that it brings into Tobago, and the fact that the hurricane season causes havoc in the rest of the Caribbean, and the creation of a safe harbor in Tobago, that means foreign exchange and revenue earning and job creation for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, reducing our reliance on oil and gas. But Madam Speaker, when you look to the transfer pricing, you look to the government's legislative agenda, the base erosion profit sharing laws, the Global Forum laws, the Financial Action Task Force laws, and you look to our Revenue Authority, we are saying to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that fair application of taxation law to ensure that all people pay their taxes can allow us, eventually when our taxation system works well, to reduce taxation, because the net is broader. But Madam Speaker, the conservative estimate is to the tune of about $10 billion extra in fair share revenue. That is people coming onto the system who ought to be paying taxes. Now, Madam Speaker, when you add the transfer pricing money, another $10 billion if you're conservative, that is close to $20 billion, which is nearly equal to our oil and gas revenue if you look at it in the way it's constructed now. So the government has, with the Revenue Authority, with transfer pricing legislation, those two mechanisms alone don't trouble the tax-paying citizens of this country, particularly those in working poverty, because anybody that earns under $7,500 is tax-free in this country, and because it allows us to support transfers and subsidies to the tune that I have just given you. So, Madam Speaker, in our budget, we have identified foreign exchange earnings, revenue source, and how we intend to put this together. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to deal with those broad concept issues because not a single member opposite has been able to tell us how they will support or afford any of the plans that they wish to put into action. Now, Madam Speaker, let me turn to the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government immediately. So, Madam Speaker, we are expected to receive, according to this appropriation bill, $2.6 billion under Head 42. 2.6269,297,700. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to put on the table right now that the yellow books of our appropriation package will demonstrate what expenditure looks like. And I want to put a big X on the spot right now. And I would like to say that the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government is rather unique because it is, apart from the Tobago House of Assembly, it involves a management of resources that is politically managed by persons who are not necessarily in government. In other words, the 14 municipal corporations are spread between 7 for the opposition currently and 7 for the government currently. And in those 14 corporations, we have all, together with the head office, had the first year of the Public Procurement Act. Let me repeat that. We have just completed the first full year of the Public Procurement Act, Madam Speaker. And I would like to remind that expenditure in the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government is dependent, number one, upon programs to be published 6 weeks after the national budget, and then procurement happens. And, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind you that in reflecting on this year's performance, that we had an election just after the budget. And in November, that election came. We had 7 new councils in the UNC Health Corporation, 7 new councils in the PNM Health Corporations, and all of them engaged in project reprioritization, which means they had to reformulate and resubmit their items. In this financial year, we also had the under $1 million regulations to be ironed out. We also had the depopulation of the public procurement depository, because you cannot participate in public procurement unless you're under the regulations on a one-time basis for the under 1 million without being in the depository. And this year you will see that the performance has been materially impacted, number one, by the change in projects when new councils came in. In other words, then they had to resubmit new projects, go into the system, be approved. So older councils, the expired or moving out councils, had a change of projects. Number two, in the public procurement law which has been passed and which we were warned there would be consequences and things to fix, in that you will notice that you must have confirmation of funds, you must have a person coming from the procurement depository, and therefore, Madam Speaker, what you will see this year is that the performance across corporations has dropped from the year before, exactly as expected. It has dropped because of change of projects, because of an election that happened and those change of projects, because of the public procurement regulations being ironed out. And I want to remind you, Madam Speaker, that in getting those laws settled so we could spend, we had no assistance from the opposition, none at all. We had threat, we had bramble, and we had complaint. In the meanwhile, all of the corporations involved have managed to line up and engage in their performance, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about what that performance involved, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in total, the public sector investment program, we started and we ended with a revised allocation of $258 million. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, this year we're looking at $249 million. In other words, then roughly $8 million difference between last year and this year. But Madam Speaker, that the allocation that we got last year allowed us to have in the works 1,255 projects, of which 445 were completed. That leaves 810 that are ongoing. So, Madam Speaker, you're going to see in this financial year a rush of 810 projects carried over from last year, which are all in works or shovel ready, and therefore you're going to see a very fast expenditure, because we are now over the hurdles of the public procurement difficulties, which in my view have materially hampered, but understandably so, the performance indices of this rather unique ministry, Rural Development and Local Government. Remember, the THA is not an equal comparator, because the THA runs itself. We have in Rural Development and Local Government 7 one way and 7 another way. Those that complain publicly about something but come privately to tell you, well, you know, we really support property tax, but we can't tell we lead that. So, Madam Speaker, in the 810 projects to come over into this financial year, you can expect to see an extremely quick performance factor. That 445 project completion resulted in, as I promised last year and this year to give account, it resulted in direct employment of 4,924 people. And it impacted, in terms of the works performed for the benefit of people, it impacted 207,347 persons. And Madam Speaker, that means that the employment figure of nearly 5,000 generated from the expenditure that the corporations and head office engaged in are to be added to the direct employment that this ministry engages in. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government and the corporations, with its charges in the entities of the Rural Development Company and the CPEP Company, we employ close to 30,000 people, Madam Speaker. And that 30,000 is, of course, some 10,000 odd CPEP workers, approximately 10,000 workers being supplemented by 2,200 in the forestry division. You're looking, Madam Speaker, at the daily rated workers, which range between 9,000 to 13,000, depending upon what the cadres look like. But Madam Speaker, when you see what that involves, you will notice that the vast amount of our expenditure is really in wages and salaries. Now, Madam Speaker, what does that mean? Because I'm marking the spot for the record, for austerity, for posterity, for all time in the Hansard here. But let's now, through you, Madam Speaker, speak to people. In the performance of work, it is very important for us to note, Madam Speaker, that you can expect to see reform. We have spoken about the reform legislation. The law was passed. We made a trip to the Privy Council. The Privy Council decision effectively said that you cannot implement the law, the Municipal Corporations Amendment law, and have it apply to existing councillors or persons. It only applies to prospective. So let's start with what the Privy Council said. The Privy Council said that the local government reform package can only be applied to prospective councils. We have had a council implemented into a quadrennial term via the elections that happened in November last year. And Madam Speaker, unless the law is amended, which is being looked at right now, the implementation of certain provisions in that law can't happen without an amendment to the law. Secondly, Madam Speaker, in looking at the implementation of the reform legislation, I would like you to bear in mind that the legislation proposes the creation of 14 semi-autonomous entities, and therefore we will have to replicate what head office looks like times 14. In other words then, there's to be an expansion of jobs, an expansion of positions, because the head office will no longer be performing exclusively certain aspects of management. That organizational structure has been built out, it has been costed, and that has to be submitted to Cabinet for its estimations as to how it can roll out for the full proclamation. Because once you put full-time councillors in, you're going to have to staff them with terms and conditions and bodies, etc., in the various committees that they manage to make the prospect work. Madam Speaker, in the meanwhile, the ministry has been engaged in significant works by way of reform, because the process reform is what makes this come to reality. And I'll come to process reform in just a second. But permit me, in giving further account of what we did with last year's money, to put on the record the following. In our parks and grounds maintenance, we maintained over 3.9 million square meters of parks and maintenance. Roads and verge repair, we did approximately 120.7 million meters. Drains and bridges repair, we did 915,182 meters of drains and bridges. The cleaning of drains, cutting of verges, and bagging of garbage, we did over 66.3 million meters. Scavenging, we did over 2.83 million open trays. That cost us nearly $371 million in scavenging. Open tray compacting, commercial, we did 145,421 open trays. That cost us nearly $60 million. So you're looking at over $410 million in scavenging alone. That is picking up your garbage. Rodent control, we baited nearly 600,000 points. Water distribution, we engaged in 9.3 million gallons of water distribution. In our National Reforestation Program, we were able to directly benefit 2,480 households, moving up from 59 sites to 80 sites. That, Madam Speaker, gives you a bit of an understanding of where the money from last year went to, the work that was performed. You know work is going on when you hear less complaint. Because the truth is, that most people don't realize that the services of the state go to work. When Carnival happened and CPEP cleaned Port of Spain and Ash Wednesday, there wasn't a bottle on the road, it was noticeable. But the point is that the hardworking people, the over 13,000 daily rated persons in aggregate, the 10,000 CPEP workers, they deserve the gratitude of the citizens of this country for working in the fashion that they have. So, Madam Speaker, let's look inside of the further expenditure as I come to how we're going to get the reform operationalized in further process. I would like to underline under local government reform, because we did certain virements from corporations across back to head office. We have employed and deployed 138 young professionals. So to get the work of local government done, we had to deploy 10 persons per corporation, so nearly 140, that's 10 per corporation, so that they could receive instructions on reform from head office and implement it. In last year's budget, we provided a fairly fat figure for local government reform across the 14 corporations, knowing that we would have to apply some of the resources from the corporation's end and not just head office's end. What we were able to do is to rationalize some of that work, bring it more to the head office, and so we wired monies during the course of the year to bring it to that. I'd like to remind that in the course of the Standing Finance Committee last year and in my budget contribution last year, I plainly said that the ministry would be run not only by appropriations and allocations, appropriations from the allocations, but, Madam Speaker, by the fact that we would via and transfer and supplement if necessary. And that's exactly what we did during the course of last year. But, Madam Speaker, in dealing with the implementation of reform, in creating 140 new jobs, in creating an entire digitization department at the ministry, because, Madam Speaker, the only way that we'll get work done quickly is to make sure that we reduce the number of steps to get it done. But, Madam Speaker, we can't rely upon pigeon carrier and smoke signal to carry communications. We have deployed, with the blessing of the Ministry of Digital Transformation, an entire digitization product. That means, Madam Speaker, that this year, as you see the SharePoint platform come alive, where everybody's looking at the same document regardless of where you are, where the submission once it is made is instantly spotted, where you know whose desk it is sitting on, and therefore whether it is red light, yellow light, or green light. It's only in those circumstances that people will be able to say that their work is going on, they've made a request, and know where it is. You see, Madam Speaker, I can tell you, in the course of digitization, we have discovered a significant amount of fraud. And in discovering a significant amount of fraud in one corporation in particular, which is not controlled by a government entity, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, once you are able to track personnel with expenditure and approval, bearing in mind everything is now done under the public procurement law, then you are able to tighten up waste, mismanagement, and leakage through corruption or inefficiencies. That, Madam Speaker, the aspects of corruption, etc., I can't say too much more. There are laws against tipping off. But what I can tell you is that police intervention will be and is already involved in some of these matters. Because, Madam Speaker, we just have to manage it right. Now, I'm very careful, Madam Speaker, to also say that every allegation is not necessarily true. And you have to have a very fair and even hand to understand what someone says may be an aha revelation versus something that is not. That is why, Madam Speaker, we brought forward whistle protection laws. We are, and I note the very impassioned contribution from the member for Princestown yesterday, which joined my colleague from Davide O'Meara in particular, and my colleague from Tobago East. Madam Speaker, yesterday we had a national discussion on bullying. Why? Because yet again we have seen the most tragic outcome of an event. Nobody, no parent, no society, no school should have to deal with something like that, but it's a reality. Madam Speaker, what can we as parliamentarians do? We can only pass law. I drafted, together with Minister Young back in 2015, whistleblowing protection laws. We tried for years to pass the law. We couldn't get it passed. Eventually, through the courage of one member of the opposition, Kumuto Manzanilla, we were able to pass the whistleblowing protection law. Is it the most robust of those laws? No. Because when you elect to go by simple majority, you have to leave out the special majority considerations, which could give you a deeper cut. Madam Speaker, I recall drafting revenge pornography laws laid in this Parliament, Sexual Offences Bill number 3 of 2021. In 2022, it went to Special Select Committee. Who to protect? To protect people who have their photographs leaked, or young children that make a mistake online, etc., to protect children. So, Madam Speaker, when the member for Princestown brings a genuine issue to this Parliament, I want to remind you what we can do. It's why Minister Hinds brought, and member for Laventille West, brought and piloted and worked while he was at the Office of the Attorney General on the polygraph legislation to make sure that those in law enforcement were being checked as well. But we couldn't get that supported either. Madam Speaker, in terms of crime and prevention as well, I want to remind you that we drafted something called anonymous witness evidence to allow people to give evidence without being known, because you cannot tackle crime without a witness in a court. And Madam Speaker, when I drafted the amendments to the Evidence Act and brought in the witness anonymity provisions, it is the opposition that said no to that. So, Madam Speaker, I want to put into context, this is not a tit for tat. We are in the Parliament. Section 53 says in the Constitution we make laws for the peace, order, and good governance. We draft law. We bring law. We cannot pass law. And I need the population to understand, to prevent tragedies. If you see something, you have to say something. And Madam Speaker, to parents who are outside there, I want to remind that part of what the Ministry of Digital Transformation is doing, and you see in this budget, is ensuring that there are protections and safeguards, Madam Speaker, because the online effect of bullying is a deep tragedy. Madam Speaker, I heard the member for Princestown say that he could speak to bullying and that allegedly he was bullied in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, I am a member who is accustomed to featuring in memes, bacchanal, old talk, and strife from the UNC since 2010. It's been 15 years of that. And whilst I will say to my colleague that it takes a certain thickness of skin to manage these issues, the point is the member for Princestown would do well to simply support the law. If he supports the law, Madam Speaker, we could have a better conversation. So in our Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, we have put forward a robust digitization effort. We've launched our local app. In launching our local app, we are able to receive a geopin, a picture, an identification. And by one example, Madam Speaker, we saw over 500 reports from persons who are in impoverished positions asking for latrine eradication. Let me drive it down to the ministry's work. By an online platform, we were able to see that there is still a prevalence of latrine eradication needs. And Madam Speaker, it means that we were able to double up the money for latrine eradication and apply it into this year's so that we can bring people into decency, Madam Speaker. So that is an example of how digital transformation works. But Madam Speaker, in our budget, you'll notice that there are 4 new items into our budget position. And Madam Speaker, I want to just note them because you'll see them in the appropriation. We have the Municipal Security Surveillance Eyes Everywhere Plan. That's under developmental program. We have the Municipal Flood Mitigation Plan. We have the digital transformation of the 14 municipal corporations. We have the Youth Community Model Farm Program. We have the refurbishment works of the current annex building. And Madam Speaker, when you look to those 5 programs, I would like you to bear this in mind. The Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, in my tenure as minister, I can tell you that nearly 500 persons have joined the municipal police. We have 164 in training right now. The number is roughly at 1,000 in total. We have 250 persons just behind that. The Municipal Police Academy also trained the predial larceny officers and trained the litter prevention wardens. So in the municipal police organization under this ministry, under the expenditure that we've engaged in, we've done a massive throughput of training. But Madam Speaker, in our municipal surveillance Eyes Everywhere program, this year we will be rolling out mobile police stand-up units with drop-down barriers. Where will we be doing that? Every community that we can, including over 124 HTC communities. Why? Madam Speaker, if you have a basin like Olera Heights, which is in my constituency, some 3,000 people living there, don't they deserve a gated community? The Harp in Port of Spain, where we saw gang violence run through, don't they deserve a gated community? Well, these mobile units come for anywhere between $33,000 to $100,000 with CCTV evidence, with cameras, with digital poles, with the security booth, Madam Speaker. And that is why there's a new item in this budget. Madam Speaker, when we look to the youth community model farm and we see what that is involving, Madam Speaker, let me tell you what that's about. We are able to implement into our performance the way to make money. I've often said to people, and they chuckle at times, that money does grow on trees. It's called agriculture. And we have designed in local government, and the line items are in here, the manner in which we can grow vertical hydroponics, Madam Speaker, the manner in which we can roll out as well, in conjunction with the Ministry of Youth Development, and let me stop and compliment the Minister of Youth Development, Madam Speaker, for training thousands of young people. But Madam Speaker, not just book training, business training, actual job matters. And Madam Speaker, as you looked at the budget that has 100% tax-free status for agriculture, we, in combination with our colleagues at the Ministry of Youth Development, under a very vibrant minister, will be engaged in our Shade House program. Madam Speaker, when you add our vertical hydroponics model allows us, Madam Speaker, for 6 towers, 6 units, at an installation cost of $22,200, using only 72 square feet, Madam Speaker. Let me repeat, 72 square feet. Growing chive, celery, whatever you want to do, Madam Speaker, we can generate close to $6,000 in revenue per month. Who does that matter to? Every single mother, every working person who wants additional income, Madam Speaker. But when you take it to the larger models, and we look to the 150,000 unit layout, which is 43 units, the yield is approximately $30,000 per month. Now, where do I get this figure from? Where do I get these numbers from? We ran a test pilot. We ran it at the ministry. We are engaged in beach camp right now, generating revenue so that the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, expanding into depressed communities or communities in need of stimulation, we are able in our communities to roll out our vertical hydroponic program, our shade house program, and generate money for people. Madam Speaker, effectively, because we are integrating the Ministry of Agriculture, the University of the West Indies, and manufacturers, we are able to say that the produce will not cause a glut. You can take all the produce into a manufacturer. But Madam Speaker, we didn't stop there. We went into the further development of something referred to as our mulch production system. Madam Speaker, bearing in mind that CPEP cuts trees, daily rated workers cut trees, Fire services cut trees and grass. Rural development is assisted as well by forestry. We have tons of grass produced and tons of cut branches. And we have therefore opened our own mulch producing aspects. And you will see that in our DP program, Madam Speaker, where we take the refuse and we convert it into mulch product. It can sell at $40 a barrel if you refine it, a bag. You can sell at $80 for further refining. And therefore, the ministry becomes a revenue earner. But Madam Speaker, what does it mean? It means that the spin-off is that transportation services are now created because you have to move the tree to the loading site and to then have.
Honourable Member, you have 2 more minutes of ordinary time, and you are also entitled to 10 additional minutes to wind up. Please proceed.
Don't have nearly enough time, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we have also designed a system for topsoil production, where we can take every bag of grass cut and convert it into topsoil, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have done something that is actually quite necessary, back to crime and its management. We have designed in our digital product, and it's gone out for tender, the mechanism to track every single police car and every officer. We now have into production, as the tenders will close and somebody will be procured, whomever that is, the ability to tell you a police car for the municipal police is 2 minutes away, 7 minutes away, 6 minutes away. So, Madam Speaker, let's connect it now. At the mobile police unit, at the virtually gated community, you now have cameras and eyes everywhere. You have the ability to call into the central system, know that there's a police vehicle 7 minutes away, 6 minutes away, or somebody who's off duty. Because you actually, Madam Speaker, do your return of personnel on your phone, on an app. You turn up to work, you're scanning, you're at work. You leave work, you're out. You go offline. Madam Speaker, when you look at that, you will see something called the Unified Data Insights, the Executive Reporting Framework, and the Operational Reporting Framework. How else could I have come this morning to tell you in plain honesty that the number of persons who were hired is 5,000? And to say to you that that number is less than the year before, because the year before was under the old law prior to public procurement. And what this is, because we track the data. And Madam Speaker, in looking at that, you're now seeing where the process reform begins to make a difference. I recall vividly when I had the opportunity to push the process reform in the judiciary and in the legal system. I remember the members opposite saying nobody would go to court virtually. Nobody would file courts online. It can't, documents online, it can't be done. Today, Madam Speaker, everybody goes to court on their phone, on a computer laptop. Persons are able to see where their ticket offense lies by a device in hand. Madam Speaker, that came through the reforms in the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, which I led. And those programs are being transplanted into the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. So the reform package is now appearing and showing, Madam Speaker, to generate income, to generate structure. Now, Madam Speaker, let me touch quickly on the issue of property tax. We've heard the manifesto pledge, which is 100% reversal of ideology, words, and actuality from the opposition. The opposition says, I saw in one of my constituency boxes this morning, a UNC yellow envelope saying, we will axe the tax. This is after the member for Siparia presided over budget contributions led by the Minister of Finance, then Larry Hawaii, saying, we will implement the property tax. For 5 years and 3 months, they did not repeal the property tax. They came to the Parliament and said they are going to implement it, and they proclaimed it. And Madam Speaker, I would like you to know, as at August 21st, we had 163,079 persons on the system to pay property tax. The annual rental value was over $9.7 billion. But the revenue to be earned by property tax at that point was $175 million. Madam Speaker, total payment count for corporations was approximately 20,000 persons per corporation. Madam Speaker, that means that every corporation, as at August, could theoretically receive close to $20 million in revenue. Madam Speaker, $20 million in revenue is equal to the PSIP, the Public Sector Investment Program, allocation for the entire corporation for the year. So the property tax per corporation is equal to the PSIP. So the members opposite promised to axe the tax, get rid of it, but replace it with what? Where is the revenue coming from? How is it going to be done? Madam Speaker, what's the full-time exactly?
Your full-time honourable member is 110239.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, this concept of axe the tax, Madam Speaker, I would like to tell the members of the population through you, most respectfully, just ignore them. Desperate people will hold on to anything as a flotation device, even if they have to drown you while they are doing it, Madam Speaker. There is nothing wrong with paying fair share of taxation. We support property tax because in this budget, you have had the Minister of Finance saying that the money is going to be given to the corporations. Madam Speaker, that goes into the development program of the corporations. And for everybody that wants something fixed in the corporation, a road fix, a pothole fix, a curb, a lot of land managed, Madam Speaker, it is useful. But Madam Speaker, you know what it does? It helps us on flood alleviation. Because while you are checking every lot of land in this corporation, you will know who owns it, who thief it, who's squatting on it, or if it's state land. And therefore, you get to apply something which is critically important for all of us. You get to enforce how those areas are maintained. And we all know as citizens, a private individual owning land, the grass 14 feet tall, they're begging the corporation to cut the land. The corporation can't enter on private land unless you could treat with it under the property taxes or the valuation of land regime as applied in the municipal corporations, meaning you enforce the maintenance provisions and you can go in and do it under law. Madam Speaker, isn't flooding an issue for this corporation, each corporation and for the country? How are we going to treat with it if we just leave everything unmanaged? That is what the UNC says we should do. Leave everything unmanaged, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, permit me to jump to San Fernando West. Madam Speaker, I have been the Member of Parliament for San Fernando West for 9 going on 10 years. The last back-to-back MP was Errol Mahabir. I will be offering myself to the people of San Fernando West again, should the party choose me. We have a process to go through. I intend to fight my seat. And what will I be fighting it on, Madam Speaker? I noticed that many of my colleagues are now in the VSEP category on the opposition bench because the leader of the opposition stood up in her speech and said, I represent 99% of the people that oppose the budget, but 26% of her bench was empty. So I can't take anything they say seriously. But let's talk to San Fernando West. Madam Speaker, we have spent and committed and have in works $1.6 billion in developmental programs in San Fernando. And Madam Speaker, I am very pleased as the agitator of these projects to have the support of the Honourable Prime Minister. And in the Honourable Prime Minister agreeing, sometimes calling me in reflection to another PNM member that made a lot of noise to get a lot of projects done, he would call me by that person's name. But Madam Speaker, I fight for the people of San Fernando West, and I'd like to tell you what we've done. Madam Speaker, we have finally done what everybody else said they would do, which is to handle the reclamation of the waterfront. 3.8 hectares of land now exists. You could see it. Conducted in 2 months, Madam Speaker. It took us 6 years to get the EMA to say yes. We had to do it because if you're going to invite an international hotel to build there, you had to vouch for the soil stability. So we had to do it right. But in creating 3.8 hectares through Dravo SA at a cost of $78 million, Madam Speaker, the waterfront takes shape. We've done the replacement of a fishing facility. If you see the sign says that the fishing facility in San Fernando is 1903, 1904, 1903, 1904, 100 years old. There's a brand new structure, Madam Speaker, that has been built there at the cost of over $38 million. Our coastal protection, which is ongoing, because we had to build the foreshore widening, create the avenues to do it. Our coastal protection is literally ongoing with the reclamation at the cost of $67 million. Lady Hales Avenue is 85% widened. And if you drive there and you look at the billboards and signage, you'll see a very different atmosphere. You can see the 3.8 hectares. You can see the road widening. As that road widening comes into effect, Madam Speaker, that's where our full completion comes in. We're at 85% complete. The project is over $136 million. Madam Speaker, it made no sense to move squatters before the work started. And therefore, the removal of the squatting population is now in effect. And they have been going voluntarily. In some instances, we had to take court action. But what I can tell you, as we remove and relocate persons, that is what's going on. Skinner Park, we heard the member for Caroni Central say nobody can pay on Skinner Park. Madam Speaker, Skinner Park is FIFA under 19 certified. So if FIFA under 19 could play in Skinner Park, if everybody could want to use Skinner Park, the only person that seems to not know that is Caroni Central. But Madam Speaker, speaking in blind ignorance is not something that is uncommon to the Honourable Member. Blind ignorance, Madam Speaker. And you know what's unfortunate? Why would you want to send that message to school children? Why? Why would you want to deprecate something as beautiful as Skinner Park? You know how hard we had to fight to redevelop Skinner Park? And take $140 million of taxpaying dollars to do that for hundreds of thousands of people in San Fernando. Caroni Central, stay in Caroni Central. Take visa from the UNC, but stay out of San Fernando business. You have no place being there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Plaza San Carlos is ongoing. The Trinidad Railway Station is being redeveloped right now as we speak, Madam Speaker. Our Bayshore housing, this budget proposes 800 HVIP units. Madam Speaker, come down to Marabella. Come and see. In the 1 minute I have left. You said 04, it's 02. You were wrong. Madam Speaker, I have a lot more to say. I thank you. The time has unfortunately run out. Thank you very much.
Member for St. Augustine.
Signal moment.
A wonderful and pleasant good morning to you, Madam Speaker, and of course to all of Trinidad and Tobago who are listening. Madam Speaker, decades ago, people who used to make hats were very fashionable. People who used to make hats worked with a lot of what we now know as dangerous chemicals, such as mercury and lead and so on. Correct. And these chemicals would seep into their body and cause damage to their system. And they would often display symptoms such as tremors, memory loss, a certain kind of incoherence. And so the term mad as a hatter came about. And I was just so reminded when the member for San Fernando West was on his feet. Mad. He seems to be displaying the behavior that led to the term mad as a hatter. Madam Speaker, the member said that the UNC says to leave everything unmanaged. What madness. He also spoke about the San Fernando waterfront project, and he gave some descriptions, and he said about something being done in 2 months. It has been 9 years, and the project is still not off the ground. In 2015, in the PNM manifesto, That is what they call, they had a whole stack game changers. Up to now, the game ain't changed. And that was the first game changer, and it has not been implemented. And I feel sorry for San Fernando West, because he should be ashamed as the elected MP for that constituency, where the PNM government that he is a part of has failed the people of San Fernando West. He should be ashamed, and he probably is. He probably is, but he wouldn't say so. Madam Speaker, the member for Sando West also spoke about the property tax being proclaimed in 2010. Madam Speaker, the Property Tax Act was passed by the government led by Patrick Manning. And in fact, it was one of the reasons the PNM was voted out and Kamala Persad-Bissessar became Prime Minister. In the Act, in fact, in Section 2 of the Act, the proclamation date was January 1st, 2010. And it was subsequent to that, all that time was in government. It was the PNM was in government, and they proclaimed the Property Tax Act. And it was when they were voted out, and a Kamala Persad-Bissessar government came, we repealed the Property Act. Sorry. Please. It was when the member for Siparia became Prime Minister that the UNC government got rid of that onerous PNM Property Tax Act, and we will do it again after the next general election. Madam Speaker, the member for San Fernando West, I know he served as Attorney General before, and he would have jumped to the issue of the Sex Offenders Registry. And I just want to correct the record, because in the Hatter's rant, he spoke about the UNC objecting to the Sex Offenders Registry. I want to put it on record. It was the UNC who raised the issue of a Sex Offenders Registry. And we called for the PNM to bring the law to Parliament. In fact, we spoke about it for 7 years, and the PNM did nothing. And the member for Sando West was also the Attorney General at that time. And then they finally brought it. And we asked them to make the registry public, and they refused. And you know what? A whole 1 year later, they had to make the Sex Offenders Registry public. Had they listened to the UNC, they would not have had all that drama. So I just want to set the record straight. Yes. Madam Speaker, there's no secret about my passion for local government, having served as a councillor for 10 years and being appointed to chair the Tunapuna Piako Corporation at the time I probably still hold the record as the youngest person ever to be elected as a chairman of a corporation. And I served at a time when the party that I was a part of was in government, and it was performance, performance, performance. I know of the potential of local government, and when I hear, excuses being made, I feel really sad, because I feel for our local government representatives who are the first arm of government out there to the people. The member for Sando West has really proven to be a very absentee, very uninvolved, very disconnected person who has been given the responsibilities for local government and regional corporations. He has the gift of gab, I will give him that, but not much else. People need performance, not all talk. And when the member was appointed, when he was, some said demoted, but from Attorney General, but when he was appointed as the minister with the responsibilities for local government, I cautioned the member very early that pocket squares don't fix potholes and PR don't pave roads. So the member have been long on promises but very short on delivery. There's a string of broken promises from this minister, and it really is made worse, Madam Speaker, with that bravado that he comes with in Parliament and outside, when he speaks as though everything is wonderful. I know blue skies ahead, and we know the reality on the ground. So a little caution the fact is that the government is having trouble with revenue. They are having issues with performance. They are underperforming. And a little humility when you go to the regional corporations, might earn you a little goodwill out there. But don't come to tell people that the skies are blue and they're seeing dark clouds ahead. Madam Speaker, part of the problem for this government, the member for San Fernando West spoke about the issue of revenue generation and transfer pricing. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance promised legislation for transfer pricing in every one of his last 9 budgets. Everyone, including this one. And while this country is having serious issues with money because of transfer pricing issues, we are now facing issues with the energy companies because of this government's failure to bring transfer pricing legislation. And this is an area of significant loss of income for this country. And Madam Speaker, if the Minister of Finance had done what he was supposed to do, this government wouldn't have to be relying on property tax to force citizens to pay through their nose for what should be afforded to them by the state. Madam Speaker, one of the great promises as well from this government from 2015 has been local government reform. I don't know how much to talk about it again, because I am all getting fed up of the promises, the mama guy, the whole talk. The Minister of Local Government spoke about a process going to be involved in putting in full-time municipal executives. He talked about the mayors and the body corporations getting executive councils that will look like cabinet, and they will be similar to THA secretaries. They will be called secretaries, and you'll give them the full-time opportunity. And today he comes to say, well, you can't really follow the THA model. So 9 years later, you're pulling back. And I'm saying, had you thought this thing out? You spoke about giving the CEOs that power like a permanent secretary to give them the ability to hire for themselves. And you know what is happening now? I will speak later on how the ministry is forcing regional corporations to hire persons that they sent. They hire people, send them to the corporation, and the corporations have to pay them. And you spoke about allowing corporations to hire people.
Member, this is not a personal conversation between you and the member for San Fernando West. This is really a conversation this way. Okay, so if you're referencing the minister, please do in accordance with the standing orders, please.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, it was the government who proposed that the regional corporations will have this authority, and they have failed. They spoke about executive councils. You know what they also spoke about? Well, Madam Speaker, they spoke about extending the term of office from 3 years to 4 years. We know that it was the only section of the act that they proclaimed, and the purpose behind it, of course, was to postpone the local government election. But thanks to a very vigilant opposition, we were able to go to court and have elections on time. They promised increase for councillors' salaries. Well, of course, all councillors, both PNM and UNC, were very happy. But to date, Madam Speaker, nothing has happened. There was a Newsday article speaking during the debate in Parliament to adopt the report on the JSC. On that bill, the Minister of Finance proposed for local government representatives to be paid more fairly under the new law. And I want to quote the minister. He said, and for the first time, they will get what they receive. Madam Speaker, 2 years later, nothing has changed. I want to remind the population that the act passed by the government on local government reform gives the power to the Minister of Finance to determine how much councillors will be paid and what their other allowances will be. I want to tell the population that councillors currently have a stipend of $4,360 per month. And this heartless government has made promises, and this is a section of the act that they could proclaim, They could pass, and the power is really in their hands now. Not to rely and throw the blame on the Salary Review Commission, but for the Minister of Finance to use his power in the act. And he said he would have done it. He said, and he has failed. Madam Speaker, local government councillors currently get a traveling allowance of $1,860 for the entire month. This government has sent up the price of fuel once, twice, 3 times, and we are riot yet. But the traveling allowance, just given the cost of fuel now, should also be increased for local government representatives. Madam Speaker, most traveling officers in the public service, as well as elected MPs, are given tax exemptions for vehicles. A vehicle is perhaps one of the greatest tools of a local government councillor, because you have to be visiting problems, issues, complaints, people. You must be active and available and accessible, and your vehicle is the thing to take you there. And I feel that councillors should have that tax exemption and access to vehicle loans for all councillors across the board. And all of these things, Madam Speaker, fall within the remit of the Minister of Finance, because the government gave him that power, and it is for them to deliver. So I am calling on the government to proclaim the section of the Act that has already been passed by Parliament, and do fair and good by our local government councillors who are out there giving service. Madam Speaker, I want to move now to another aspect of councillors' performance in terms of their secretarial staff. For the first time in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, councillors were given secretarial staff, an office, and a $1,000 incidental towards their office under the government led by the member for Siparia, Kamla Prasad Bisesa. Madam Speaker, it was created based on a cabinet note during that 2010 to 2015 term in office. And we came to Parliament earlier this year when the government increased the minimum wage to bring to the attention of government that the secretaries for councillors currently work for a stipend of $2,800 a month. Well, it's $3,000, and by the time they take out NIS and health surcharge and so on, they go home with $2,800. We indicated that if you work 8 hours a day, you work 40 hours a week, or 160 hours a month on average. That comes up to $3,600, which is the minimum wage currently. And the member for San Fernando West stood here in response to a motion from the opposition and promised that he will do what is necessary, the legal necessity, to ensure that the councillors' secretaries are not getting less than minimum wage. You know, to date, that has not changed. What? To date, councillor secretaries are being paid below minimum wage. And what it requires is a cabinet note or a legal mechanism to discard the current cabinet note that gave life to these positions, and they could be put under the regional corporations and paid similar to what a clerk in the regional corporation is paid. So it is something very simple, and I am so disappointed in the member for San Fernando West that we have come here months later and councillors, secretaries being employed are getting less than minimum wage in this country. And in the meanwhile, they have come, so right now, CPAP workers are getting more money and URP workers more money than councillors, secretaries. So it is a simple thing that should be fixed. Mr. Minister, and I look forward to that. We also have the situation with the councillors' offices. Madam Speaker, the cabinet note I mentioned before gave birth to state-paid offices for local government councillors. Madam Speaker, that happened in 2010. Since that, you have had a tremendous increase in the price, cost of living, and so on. You have had property tax being introduced. The allocations to these offices is, I think, $2,500 per month, but it really could barely pay to get an office space. You could get a little room and a little connoque, as they say. And depending on the type of area, if it is a more built-up area, it is much more difficult to get a space for that price. Councillors have been evicted under this PNM government because they have not been even giving the releases to pay for the rent. And they are also not getting the incidentals. You know what they get, Madam Speaker? $1,000. And when their rent allowance is $2,500, and they get a space for $3,000, they take $500 from the incidentals and put towards the rent. You know what the incidentals have to cover? A phone for the office, ink for the printer, stationery. They have to pay their light bill if it's not included in the rent. They have to pay for little things like cleaning supplies, water, coffee, tea, and so on for their office, with $1,000 a month. So I'm saying, Mr. Minister, these are simple things that could be fixed, and I am pleading with you, if you really care for local government practitioners, the minister would increase the remuneration for councillors, the traveling allowance for councillors, the secretaries' salaries would not be below minimum wage, and you will fix the allowance given the incidentals for each of them. Madam Speaker, our local government councillors are the first line of duty outside there. And under this government, their duties have become more onerous. Because of the neglect of this government, when you have bad roads, they call on their councillor. When you have flooding, because of government neglect, they call on their councillor. When you have no water, if I have enough time, I will deal with member for San Lopino Bonner West, who spoke before. But when councillors have burgesses who are not getting water in the pipe, they make requests for truck-borne water. Truck-borne water to regional corporations is really meant for areas that do not have pipe-borne supply, that do not have pipe-borne infrastructure. And where there is a pipe-borne supply, and customers are supposed to get truck-borne supply from WASA, when WASA constantly fails them, they call on the corporations. And the measly water trucking allowance that they have, the minister could tell you, it is used up very early. And then they have to go begging, cap in hand again. So you also have, Madam Speaker, the responsibilities for maintenance of schools. Under the previous Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, there was a memo, a directive given that all regional corporations will assist in schools when it comes to doing minor repairs, maintaining the compound, and so on. Mind you, they didn't get any additional money for that. So they are now using out of their allocation for other things to see about schools. When every day you have a sewer system erupting in a school, it is the regional corporation's one sewer cesspool truck that has to deal with it, and sometimes the truck is not even working. And that means that burgesses are now deprived of this service because the Ministry of Local Government, of Education, is failing in terms of the upkeep and maintenance of schools. When you have crime and security security issues, facilities that fall under the remit of the regional corporations are vulnerable to vandalism. We have had a child being shot and killed on a recreation ground in Central. My colleague for Shoguanas East, one of her constituents. And when we see that those type of things happening where it's supposed to be a safe space, we have to ensure that our municipal police are properly equipped to go out there. The member for San Fernando West and his government has been promising 100 new municipal police officers for every regional corporation, totaling 1,400 officers. Since 2015, this was promised to materialize at the end of 2016. Today, he has come here to tell us that he has 500 new officers. You have not reached your promise, something you promised to complete by 2016, another blatant failure. And Madam Speaker, I want to, during the standing finance, I could probably better request, but I want to ask the minister if he could provide for us a breakdown of the number of municipal officers hired and which regional corporations they have been assigned to. I understand municipal police officers are being assigned to a place in Cedros that falls under the Ministry of Youth Development. Municipal police officers, you have not recruited the amount you promised. The regional corporations are short staff where municipal police are concerned, and they're sending them elsewhere. I think you need to account better for that where that is concerned. Madam Speaker, we have several roads falling under the Ministry of Works and Transport. In this country, the highways are not the only roads that fall under the Highways Division. Many of my colleagues on this side represent areas that are considered rural. When you have the Naparima-Mayaro Road, you have the Manzanilla Road, you have several major roads that fall under the Ministry of Works that are in such condition. When you go there, Madam Speaker, and you're driving, you could swear you are in the movie The Chronicles of Narnia. When you see things falling and landslips and so on, it is just an out of this world. And that is the Chronicles of the PNM, where road maintenance is concerned. When, Madam Speaker, the minister fails in his duty, the regional corporations now have to take their meager resources and go to fix these roads. And you know what they have to do? Neglect the local roads that they are actually responsible for. And then they get the blame, you know. The corporations get the blame. And the minister as well has been partially responsible for blaming corporations. Madam Speaker, when it comes to local tourism, members opposite talk about tourism. Local tourism sites fall under the regional corporations. They're barely getting money to patch potholes on the main roads, much less to maintain the roads leading to these tourist sites. Some of the tourist sites, Madam Speaker, that have been, you have areas in Mayaro, you have, I remember the road to the Devil's Woodyard, Mud Volcano, which falls in the Princestown region, that was impassable for years. And what happens is that people who want to go Mayaro in Kernaham village and buy a watermelon on the side of the road, support our local farmers. If you want to go for roast fish in Mayaro, if you want to go to the Marakta Lake in Maruga, if you want to go to these places, you want to go to Lopino, you have to traverse the roads that are terrible, one. But what happens is that when we, as citizens, visit these local tourist sites, we give support to local vendors, craftsmen, people who sell snow cone, alu pies, I mentioned roast fish, but even craft and art and so on, and hats. You give support to micro-entrepreneurs. And members talk about small and micro-entrepreneurs. But if you are not providing the road network for people to go there, then your vendors and your small and micro-entrepreneurs will not be getting any sale. So you have been damaging local economic development. You have been damaging the same SMEs that the Minister of Trade came here and spoke about. They speak about these things and boast, Madam Speaker, on paper. It is on paper. It is in shiny magazines. But when you go into the communities, in Cedros, in Point 14, remember for Point 14 stepped out? You go in, even in Toko, Matlot, when you go to those areas, the fishing village of Toko, the member for Toko, Sandy Grande, I hope he says something good for those people on the East Coast, because those are areas that are being tremendously impacted negatively by the government. And you know what saddens me? Members opposite who represent those areas, they don't even speak for their neglected constituents. They don't. Because if they are to give true representation of the people in their area, it would be an indictment on this government. But Madam Speaker, there are people all over who vote for the UNC, so we will speak on their behalf. Madam Speaker, the member last year spoke about a local app member for San Fernando West. He said that the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, and they launched this app on June 12th, 2024. And the purpose of the app was to report issues, right? So you're reporting complaints. Madam Speaker, our local government councillors have cell phones, they have offices, there's the regional corporations, there's the Ministry of Local Government. You see complaints? There is no shortage of complaints. You see ways of getting complaints to the ears of those who could act? There is no shortage of that. What there is a shortage of is solutions. So while I hear the boast of the app and the app and the app, last year I called him the app man, you know. But I wouldn't do that this year.
Not the Aquaman.
The app was just another tool to highlight and to bring complaints. It's the same complaints you're getting, but it does not address the shortfalls in local government. It doesn't. So I want to hear about an app that will deliver. And I feel that app is named UNC. Madam Speaker, another failure has been, and in this pattern of mismanagement, has been the Secondary Roads Rehabilitation and Improvement Company. $100 million was first allocated to the Ministry of Local Government for a company that was not yet formed. The next year in the budget, that company got an additional $100 million, and the company subsequently was shifted to the Ministry of Works and Transport. So again, demotion from a partner, well, demotion for the member for San Fernando West, but you have $200 million being given to deal with secondary roads. You have thousands of secondary roads all over this country in terrible condition, and you can't deliver? So it was removed from the Ministry of Local Government and given to the Ministry of Works. I know what we have over there now? We have audits, and we have claims of price fixing, corruption after corruption, and roads not being paved. So, Madam Speaker, this is another area of poor delivery and wastage of government money. That $200 million that went to that secondary roads company could have gone to the regional corporations for them to fix their business and fix their roads. You talk about empowering regional corporations, you are giving them less money. Regional corporations never get $200 million for secondary roads. Why didn't you assign that money to the regional corporations for them to perform and deliver? That is what should have been done. Madam Speaker, I am calling for a full investigation into that secondary roads company and the $200 million that seem to have gone into thin air. Madam Speaker, in the last budget, the Minister of Rural Development, in fact, he made front page in The Guardian. The headline was 200% increase in funding for local government. Well, everybody got excited. But you see these yellow books here, Madam Speaker? You see these yellow, well, I can't display them, right? But these yellow books, these have the facts. These books tell us where the government is trying to pull wool over our eyes. Let me tell you how they came up with 200% increase. They have a line item, was recently introduced in these books, called property tax, under rates and taxes. And in that, in every regional corporation, they put a certain amount of money because they said this was going to be revenue they will collect for the regional corporations. Arima borrow 8 million, Shoguanas borrow 14 million, Kuva Tabakit 14 million, Dego Martin 14 million, Mayaro 8 million, Pinal Debe 12 million, Point Fortin 8 million, Port of Spain 8 million, Princestown 8 million, San Fernando City 12 million, Sawa Lavantil 12 million, San Fernando 8 million, Siparia Borough 8 million, Tunapuna Piaco 14 million, a total of $150 million allocated in 2024 to regional corporations, a promise. In this year's budget, Madam Speaker, we saw the revised estimates. Well, you know they didn't collect on property tax. So they went and revised the estimates, and they seem to have cut everything across the board and give them 10% of what the original estimate was. They put that as the revised estimate. So it boiled down to $15.2 million. Has the government collected $15.2 million in property tax? I don't think they have. So why are you doing the regional corporations that? Why are you mama-guying them? This year, though, the mama-guy continues, but it gets worse. Because last year you boiled them, and this year now they have continued. Arima borrowed 7 million, Shoguanas borrowed 11 million, Kuva Tabaki 12 million, Dego Martin 11 million, Mayaro 7 million, Penal Debe 7 million, Port of Spain Corporation 7 million, Princess Town 7 million, San Fernando 9 million, Sawa Lavantil 9 million, Sandy Grande 7 million, Separia borrowed 7 million, Tunapuna Piaco 11 million, totaling $125 million under property tax. Again, a promise that is just poof up in the air. So they have allocated on paper a total of $275 million to regional corporations that turn out to just be pie in the sky. So that is how they're inflating. But you know what they also do, Madam Speaker? They give the regional corporations money under other heads now, where they actually are supposed to get releases. So regional corporations are statutory bodies. The Ministry of Finance will release the money to the Ministry of Local Government, who in turn will release the money to the statutory bodies that fall under them, including regional corporations, CPEP, RDC, and some other special purpose companies. When time comes, the regional corporation will do estimates for their projects and send a request for funds. They ask you to confirm that are getting this money. The regional corporations will receive a confirmation of funds from the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Local Government. And on that authority, the CEO, which is the Chief Accounting Officer of the regional corporation, can now engage in a contract with suppliers, with people who pave in roads and so on. This government has had requests from funds coming from the regional corporations for their development projects. They give them confirmation of funds. They went ahead and signed contracts with contractors, and work started. And then you know what they come and said? Procurement. Oops, you know what? We're not going to give you this money again. We want you to tell us when your project is complete, and we will pay the contractor. I want to warn that two things are happening here. The ministry is now insisting that they are not releasing money that they previously confirmed to the corporation will be released. The regional corporation, as a legal entity, signed a contract with a company to do work, whether it is paving or any other work in their community, and they have a legal obligation to pay that contractor once work is finished. The ministry now should release that money to the regional corporation if the contractor is not completed and he's not ready to be paid. They will have the money committed on the book so that whenever the contract is paid, they could pay, when the contract is complete, they will pay the contractor. As it is now, the regional corporations have engaged contractors to do millions of dollars in work, and the Ministry of Local Government has refused to release the money to the regional corporations. I am calling on the minister today to release the monies for development projects to the regional corporation. And I don't think you should tell us about last year and next year, because what they are telling them now is that these projects that you haven't paid for, don't worry, you will pay for them next year, out of next year's allocation, which we are debating now. And what that means is that they will not be able to do any new projects in the new financial year. They are depriving the regional corporations. They are taking away their autonomy. You promised autonomy for them. And here you are now refusing to give them the money that we passed. We debate and pass this in Parliament, Madam Speaker. This House approved that these corporations get this money. And to use the procurement legislation as an excuse to not give them this money, I find it very unfair. Very unfair. But you know what that does? It allows the ministry to expend less money. So they just don't give them their money, and they come and report it as a savings. So they're saving money. And in the meanwhile, flood till we waste in bamboo.
Oh, Lord.
Literally.
So we waste.
All over this country, you have instances of places that the regional corporations could provide relief in terms of drainage projects, bridges, in terms of repairs of roads, recreation grounds, and so on. You know what else they do, Madam Speaker? Very recently, this is a memo from the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance to the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Rural Development, dated September 2nd, 2024. And the subject is Transfer of Funds, Recurrent and Development Program 2024, Head 42, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. And this is where the Ministry of Local Government requested an approval was given by the Minister of Finance for the transfer of funds in the sum of $43,622,300 from within the Ministry of Rural Development from various regional corporations. And it goes $36.6 million to CPEP and $7 million to RDC, the National Reforestation Program. And you know where the money coming from, Madam Speaker? Every corporation, it has Port of Spain, Arima, Shagona, Sawa, Lavantil, Sandy Grande, Cuva, Tabakit, Mayaro, Separia, Pinal, DB. If I didn't call one, it's because it's not here. Here where they're taking the money from. Money to develop recreation facilities. Money for computerization program. Money for local government reform. Money for municipal police station and municipal police vehicles. They are taking money for drainage and irrigation.
Drainage?
They are taking money for disaster management. They are taking money to fix markets and abattoirs. Madam Speaker, several corporations, they are taking money that they use for local government reform and municipal police vehicles. And then they want to know why the regional corporations cannot deliver. Because the same money you're giving with your right hand, you're taking away with your left hand.
Good point.
$43 million taken away from the regional corporations by a memo dated the 2nd of September, just before the end of the financial year. My question now, I don't talk about the abuse to the corporations where you're taking back the money. What are you doing with $36.6 million to CPEP? In the second week of the last month of the financial year? What are they going to spend that money on before the 30th of September 2024? What have they spent this money on? I would like the government to answer that. I would like them to tell us what the reforestation and watershed program, $7 million, how they're going to spend that in 2 weeks. Because it would take some time for them to release and so on, when the regional corporation has not been able to get the money for an entire year. And you have, Madam Speaker, amidst all this allocation, new money, millions going to CPEP, you have allegations of corruption at the CPEP company. You have several newspaper articles. Time may not allow me to go in to all of them, but questions are being raised about decisions regarding these allocations, about political work being done, about the use of CPEP in marginal constituencies, CPEP and the reforestation program in marginal constituencies, and the use of it for campaign financing. So, Madam Speaker, the PNM always talk about campaign finance. Up to now, they can't bring campaign finance laws. But if they do that, they will have to account for self-help grants that they give in marginal constituencies, particularly when there is a by-election like in Lengua Indian War. They will have to account for food cards, millions in food cards that go to these marginal areas. They will have to account for additional CPEP contractors that that they give out CPEP contracts to P&M friends and family, they will have to account, Madam Speaker, for the use of taxpayers' dollars for campaign use. And they don't want to do that.
Good point. Excellent. That is the issue.
Madam Speaker, this minister has also contributed to a dengue crisis we saw in this country earlier.
He and the mosquito.
Madam Speaker, regional corporations play a serious role in terms of keeping our environment clean. This government fired litter wardens in 2015.
What?
They cut the allocations for scavenging so that you have less days of garbage collection and you have illegal dumping sites being created. You have derelict vehicles. You have vacant lots breeding mosquitoes. You have, when you have poor solid waste management, you have more mosquitoes breeding. When you have the regional corporations as well, who have been assisting over the years with spraying, with what they call the ULV spraying and so on, they have also been underfunded. And then the minister says, well, look, clean up your place. And they ask citizens to take responsibility. Clean it up and put the rubbish where? You put it out on the road, it's been weeks. My office is on Page Main Road in St. Augustine. That entire area there, weeks passing and the open tray truck doesn't pass and collect garbage, and that is a built-up area. And throughout the country, you have this situation. And then you know what they do? They threaten to fine citizens $3,500 if they don't clean up their premises. Yeah. I want them to go and visit all the premises that have old PTSC bus, the insect vector unit that have derelict vehicles.
Honourable Member, you have 2 more minutes of original speaking time available to you, and you're entitled to 10 more minutes to wind up your contribution if you wish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You may
so
proceed.
I will be taking my 10 minutes. I'll be taking all my time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another issue that I mentioned in terms of funding. Very quickly, the member for Point 14 yesterday spoke about a constituent of his from Cedros, which falls in the Superior region, that was begging him to get a road fixed, I think it was, from the Point 14 borough, something they want, a drainage issue attended, right? I want to point out to the minister, to the member, that Point 14 borough has a land area of 25 square kilometers. Yes, Point 14, landmass is 25 square kilometers, and Superior's is 495 square kilometers. In terms of their population size, the population size in Point 14 is 20,000 persons. And in Superior, it's 87,000 persons. So they have about roughly 3 times more in terms of the population. But in terms of funding, you know what happens? Both regions get roughly about the same amount of money, right? Roughly. It varies from year to year. So you have a certain allocation, and when you really check it, and you have to check how much money goes to per Burgess per day, the per capita per day, Superior Corporation is $2 per day, and Point 14 borough is $9.94 per day. I'm just using that to show you the disparity in funding. And I hope that by sharing this information with you, you could advocate for your government to be more fair in the allocation of resources to regional corporations. I want to very briefly move now to a matter that is of concern to everybody, crime and security.
Oh, yes.
This government has been very firm that crime and security is also the business of local government. We have spoken about stand your ground legislation. We have spoken about firearm users license for law-abiding citizens who qualify and who apply. We have spoken about municipal police patrols, comfort patrols for areas such as schools and so on, and recreation grounds. But another issue that falls under regional corporations is gated communities. Where you have public roads and you want to make them private, or you want to restrict access to the public, you must have the regional corporation intervene. Madam Speaker, I think it is prudent for each regional corporation to have a policy on gated communities. It should not be arbitrary, and it should be guided by the aligned ministry, which is the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. The very astute former Attorney General should be guiding that legal process. You cannot have a situation in Bamboo Settlement, which falls in St. Augustine constituency, but falls in Tunapuna-Piako region, where persons will erect a booth, a security booth, and it is demolished because there's an illegal structure. And then you go in San Fernando, and you have a structure that has not received the approval of the San Fernando City Corporation, and the minister is there cutting the ribbon. Then that is blatantly unfair. Madam Speaker, I call on the Minister of Local Government to bring a uniform policy for gating communities, since there is an increase in the request from various communities to make their communities safer. I want to point him, Penal Debe Corporation has successfully done this by following the law, and maybe he could follow an example from a UNC-led corporation to make communities safer. Madam Speaker, I mentioned earlier the situation where regional corporations are called on in schools. Because in my constituency, I have a school called Care Presbyterian. Madam Speaker, that school was almost complete when the People's Partnership was in government. It has come out of the program. It was growing up in bushes and so on. They clean it up. And I saw $5 million allocated in the previous budget, not the last one, previous one, $5 million. I get happy. You know what they do with this $5 million? They went and fixed the auditorium. And the school children are still in the old building. The sewer is erupting every day. The regional corporation have to go and suck out the sewer water. They have no access to the classrooms there. And I find that is, Madam Speaker, a sad reflection of what is happening elsewhere. And I want to highlight, because I mentioned that there are members on the other side who cannot speak out truthfully for their constituents. And I want to refer to an article, October 5th in the Guardian. Parents of Lafayette pupils issue ultimatum to ministry. In a correspondence from the Member of Parliament for Arima, MP Beckles wrote, despite the sad turn in ceremony.
Remember, and that's what we started with. When you're quoting something, it is your words, so you're subjected to these rules. So you'll have to amend it for it. Don't let me have to say that to any member again.
In the correspondence, and I quote, despite the sad turn-in ceremony on July 2015, which promised swift action, progress has been negligible. The lack of advancement has significantly heightened frustrations within the school community. On Friday, January 26, 2024, the PTA submitted a detailed list of concerns which I have enclosed with this correspondence. The documents highlight the critical need for fit-to-purpose school building. The prolonged delay impedes our students' educational development. The delay has led to, and hear this, Madam Speaker, the delay has led to repeated complaints and visits to my office, increasingly becoming a source of embarrassment and posing a risk to the reputation of both the Ministry of Education and the government. It is perceived as a failure to deliver on our promises in a timely and effective for educational infrastructure. That, Madam Speaker, sums up what is happening in all the schools throughout this country where the government has failed. And, Madam Speaker, accompanying that article is a photograph of the school where you have water gathering, bush growing, mosquitoes breeding. Madam Speaker, under the UNC government, we had delivery in education, and what we are having now is just a neglect throughout, not only in the secondary and primary schools, and I particularly want to point to safety where schools are concerned. The government has a responsibility to ensure that our students are safe, and we have to get back where we had previously under the member for Superior's government. You had comfort patrols around the schools. You must have that returning to have guns.
Remember, so somebody has an offending device, can they go out, get it under control, and they're entitled to return?
So I'm calling on the government to provide security measures to secure schools and school children and the areas surrounding schools. It is not only from the outside, but even from within, that you have young children who have been unfortunately falling prey to gangs. You have schools where teachers know of drugs being passed over the fence from the street. And if you have patrols there, that will not happen. You have cases where students have to lock themselves in a classroom because a shootout is taking place. On 2 occasions, children shivering under a desk. And I'm saying secure the areas surrounding the schools on a full-time basis. Madam Speaker, in terms of secondary education, there are a lot of issues with secondary education. The enrollment in the secondary institutions has dropped, and this is in the SSIP, the Social Sector Investment Program report of this year. But I also identified the issues, and it has to do with the cut in funding from GATE. You have figures that while you have a reduced enrollment, what you also have is dropouts along the way because people cannot maintain to stay in these programs. And even when you had scholarships being given by the People's Partnership government, they gave 500 national scholarships and about 150 open scholarships and 350 additional scholarships. The PNM has now brought that down to 50 scholarships. So they also spoke about bursaries that they give. I know, Madam Speaker, of a particular, I will use one child as an example. She's a constituent, where her parent, she got a scholarship. We were all so happy for this child. She's very talented and so on. Got a scholarship, gone to Jamaica. And you know what happened? She has to come back to Trinidad because beginning of every semester, they are not getting the money on time. Her parents have to pay for rent for her over there and pay for her, and she cannot go to class until they make the releases. And they decided it's not making sense. So you know what she does? She come back home. She has to give up the scholarship. So I want to know how many of these students end up not getting the full benefit of the scholarship, although on paper they're saying, and they're down to 50 scholarships. So I wonder, it has to be less. Madam Speaker, the future of our children is not safe for this People's Partnership government. And the solution, we have given them 9 years, we are going into the 10th year. And the solution lies with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I call on the members of the people who live in St. Augustine constituency as well as the entire Trinidad and Tobago. The solution is in your hands. Your vote in 2025 must be for the United National Congress. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well done. Well done.
MP for Arima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me, of course, start by acknowledging the work of my ministry. Let me just acknowledge and thank my permanent secretary, my deputy permanent secretaries. Let me acknowledge and thank the staff of the PPRD, my own personal staff, both at the Minister's Secretariat as well as the constituency office. Let me thank the Ministry of Finance, in particular the Budget Division, for their cooperation. I want to specially acknowledge the work of the Minister of Finance, who has been the Minister of Finance for the People's National Movement over the last 10 years and has continued to deliver for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I am proud to have this opportunity to speak as the Minister of Planning and Development. And let me just say at the outset, I wish to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for having given me the opportunity to serve both in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and the Ministry of Planning and Development. I don't intend to spend too much time responding to the member for St. Augustine, but there are just a couple of things that I want to speak about. And let me start by making reference to her statement that members of parliament on this side cannot speak out truthfully about their areas. And I think the honourable member for St. Augustine needs to make up her mind, and those on that side need to be clear on what it is they really want to see. Because they want to give the impression that many of us have some issues in our constituencies, but we are afraid to speak about it. And the honourable member for St. Augustine used the letter referred to a short while ago, written by me to my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Education, about a situation in the Lafayette School. Now, isn't it ironic that I wrote to my colleague complaining about a school in my area, but yet still she says, I'm afraid to talk about it. Make up your mind. Make up your mind. As a member of parliament and a proud member of parliament for the constituency of Arima, who I have had the honor to serve, I do not mix matters where it concerns my constituency. And if I have to write to one of my colleagues, one of the things I do is to be truthful. And you read a truthful letter. So what you're coming to say today about we don't speak truthfully. The irony of it, 1 minute you're saying that my colleagues on the other side, that the government, the PNM government, giving everything to the members on this side. That is what they want the population to believe, right? That they don't get nothing, and we just get everything. That's what you all don't tend to believe. So when my honorable colleague from Point Fortin spoke about his performance with passion, the member from Moruga getting up to say it looked like he got everything. But he work, he represent. And then, further to that now, the honorable member from Moruga now says, well, they're paving road up and down in Moruga and feel they're going to win. Yes, we're going to win the next time. And where is Moruga Tableland? The roads that the honorable member is referring to that the government is paving is in Moruga Tableland. Make up all your mind. You are the member of parliament. And when it is you're upset, you're burning tire. So I heard the member of parliament for Princestown talking about how much places in the constituency of Lopino Bonnet don't have water. And I mean, he knows that it's not true. We are not saying every single area in Lopino Bonnet has water. So make up your mind. And let me just make it abundantly clear. Not one single member of parliament here is afraid to make the appropriate representation for the improvement of the lives of their various constituents. So you make up your mind what you want to tell the public. You want to tell the public that we don't speak the truth about what is really going on. I don't think there's any constituent in Arima who is not aware that there are roads in my constituency that need to be repaired. Because they love to talk about rural constituencies. You all are the only one who have rural constituencies. Nobody else have rural constituencies. Not every single road in Arima is paved. Not every single road in Lopino Bonnet, St. Anne's East, Labre, Point Fortin, St. Joseph. Not every road is paved, even in those in the city. Not every, in Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's West, not every road is paved. The fact of the matter, if you have been to Blanchisseuse, if you have been to Paria, if you have been to Lafayette, if you have been to Aripo, I mean, yes, they have been complaining because they also want an equal share of the pie. But we also understand, as a responsible government, that you make every effort to ensure that not just in government constituencies, but also in opposition constituencies, that things are done. And when you come to the finance committee and your questions are asked, when is this going to be done? When is that going to be done? Very few of them get up and give credit to any minister for work that has been done in their respective constituencies. Because all they are thinking about is, yes, you want to win, and therefore if you want to win, part of the government. The Prime Minister ain't do nothing. The Minister of Energy ain't do nothing. The Minister of Health. Every hospital is a white elephant. But I mean, it's not the same hospital they're going in. Didn't Jack Warner say, a former minister of their government, that he got state-of-the-art? Gopi Singh. It's the same white elephant what they're talking about? Nobody's saying it's perfect. There's a lot to be done. And then property tax. I really want the honorable member, because I'm prepared to sit down. I want you to tell me when the UNC repealed the property tax. When? I'm sitting down, one of all you get up and say it. On your repeal, no property tax. Yes, I gave away, nobody ain't get up. Because on your repeal, no property tax. And let me just make it abundantly clear, because that is what you want to sell and market to win the 2025 election. That if you vote for us, you have to pay no property tax. How many persons here have friends or family or themselves have properties in Miami, in Canada, in New York, paying property tax? At the end of the day, it is fair to say, I am of the firm belief that it's not that Trinidadians and Tobagonians don't want to pay property tax. They want to pay a reasonable property tax, and they want to ensure that when the taxes are paid, that you see infrastructure, you see water, you see electricity, you see all the things. You want a better standard of living. But you want people to believe that we are forcing. Could you believe that we are forcing people to pay? The legislation is there. And we know very well, whether it is Trinidad or whether it is Tobago, that we want a better Trinidad and Tobago. We want better roads, we want better drainage, we want bridges, we want water, we want electricity, we want education, we want schools. How is it going to happen? I mean, and my colleague wants to call the Member of Parliament for San Fernando West and to say that he's a mad hatter. I mean, sometimes, sometimes in an attempt to prove a point and to be so desperate, people will make all kinds of, go to the lowest. And to say the future of our children is not safe with the People's Partnership Government. I hope the honourable member that remember what it is she said. But let me just quickly say that my same colleague, the Honourable Minister of Education, I didn't only write her about Lafayette, I also wrote her about Arima Central, and I wrote her about Holy Cross College. And both of those schools were built and completed, and in some instances improved, by the People's National Movement. And therefore, if I can write her and get success there, wherever it is that there are challenges, I'm going to continue to write and make sure that I get the assistance and represent the people of Arima. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, I saw two ministers trying to connect to Wi-Fi, standing by the Arima dial, trying to connect to Wi-Fi, because in the PNM, that is what a smart city is. Now, if I have to take this literally, I saw two ministers. I do not know whether it's on the newspapers or whether the honourable member came there and was peeping. But let me just say this. I am proud of the Arima Connect project. I want to acknowledge the work of the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities, the Honorable Minister of Digital Transformation. I want to thank my colleague, the Minister of Health, the IDB, the Mayor, and the councillors of the Arima Borough Corporation for ensuring that that Arima Connect project and the Arima Smart City is the first of its kind in Trinidad and Tobago and the region. Madam Speaker, the Arima Connect project is not a fly-by-night one. In fact, we implemented phase 1 of the project in 2023 and 2024. In the initial phase of the Connect Arima, the focus was on the Queen Mary Avenue and the Arima General Hospital, as well as the 4 wings of the Arima Health Center and the County Medical Office. The solution includes 3 backup generators as part of the disaster preparedness, resilience, and redundancy considerations that support the network design. The section of the network will be kept separate from the rest of the Connected Arima project for privacy and security reasons. The vision is to create a model of healthcare described as one patient, one record that will integrate radiology, laboratory records, pharmacy, and wards into a unified singularity for Arima healthcare. Madam Speaker, let me just say that as it relates to the issue of the Arima Town Hall, there has been some outstanding payments. The work is almost 98% completed. Cabinet has approved the outstanding payments, and therefore we look forward to the official opening of the Arima Town Hall very soon. I want to thank my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Health. The Blanchisseur's Health Center is 95% completed. It will include an incident response center, a conference center, a non-communicable disease prevention services, and again, that is due to be opened shortly. I want to thank my colleague, the Minister of Works, for the multiplicity of roadworks that has been done in Arima, but as I said, there is still quite a lot to be done. I know that my constituents in Aripo and in Paria are getting a bit impatient. I must say that the landslips that have been done in those areas have been very costly, but I'm looking forward to my colleague continuing his promise to do the works in those areas. If you go to Blanchisseur's now, it is much easier. There was a meeting held with the Ministry of Works, and they fulfilled their promise to improve the road works. I also want to thank my colleague, the Minister of Social Development, and to say that several constituents have been going all the way to Tunapuna in order to access public assistance and other related matters of social development. That office is due to be opened soon, and I want to also acknowledge the work of the Minister of Social Development. I also want to say that Cabinet has approved the construction of the Arima Administrative Center, and there are some outstanding issues as it relates to land, and that matter is being addressed. Let me especially thank my colleague, the Minister of Public Utilities, and just to say that the Minister of Public Utilities and WASA has delivered the Lalaha intake, the First People's Booster, Charles Street, Darwin Gardens, Myra Lane, the Arima Well 15, producing 340,000 gallons per day, enhancing supplies to Machuita, Calvary, Tanis, Mount Pleasant, Central Arima, the new booster station at Aripo, pipeline at Brasso Seco, Calvary booster, upgrade of Tanis Lane pipeline, and we are due to commence the Sanchez Street project, the Farfan Street, the upgrade of the Subero Street booster, to commence works at the Guanapo booster station, which would have started in August, that is funded under the IDB, and approximately 30,000 persons will benefit, and increase water levels to 24/7. Other areas, Green, Lockhart, Divertai, and Sanchez Street, where persons have been complaining, those areas will also be impacted positively. And as it relates to the First Peoples, Santa Rosa First Peoples, again, I want to acknowledge the work of the Honorable Minister of Public Utilities, where there is now, for the first time, electricity, pipe-borne water, and we recently installed solar lights. Right. I also want to acknowledge the work of my colleague, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, and the Land Settlements Authority for the Home and Village Improvement Project and the work that has been done in Demerara Road. As it relates to community development, I want to acknowledge the work of my colleague, the Honorable Minister of Sports and Community Development, the opening of the Arima Community Center, and also to acknowledge the installation of lights by the Minister of Public Utilities in Santa Rosa Heights, Macherita, as well as the Blanchisseuse Sports Ground. A very vexing project is the issue of the Guanapo landfill. I want to indicate that there's a JEF project that is being executed by BCRC Caribbean in collaboration with United Nations Industrial Development Organization to develop a sustainable management mechanism for persistent organic pollutants in the Caribbean, with a specific focus on the Guanapo landfill in Trinidad and Tobago. Preliminary studies conducted by the University of the West Indies revealed that there are some environmental risks, and the cost of that project is $420,000 US. I now want to go on to deal with some issues specifically relating to the Ministry of Planning. Madam Speaker, I would like to first of all say that our National Development Strategy Vision 2030 is the bedrock of our development agenda. It is a blueprint designed to transform Trinidad and Tobago into a nation that is resilient, inclusive, and prosperous. The Vision 2030 plan is not merely a theoretical exercise. It is a practical, actionable, and measurable framework that drives our national policies, informs our decisions, and ensures that our country remains on the path of sustainable development. Vision 2030 was designed to align the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, thereby ensuring that our growth and progress meet the highest global standards, and is built around 5 key themes: people-centered development, promoting good governance and service excellence, improving productivity and innovation, placing the environment at the center of social and economic development, and building global and competitive business. Madam Speaker, if I can just share some information as it relates to the environment. The Ministry of Planning and Development is steadfast in ensuring the sustainable management and protection of Trinidad and Tobago's environment. As it relates to the issue raised by at least 2 members, which is the issue relating to renewable energy, this government is committed to reducing our carbon footprint by implementing the nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. In fiscal 2024, we updated our national climate change policy with the support of the Green Climate Fund and completed the NDC implementation and financial investment plans, focusing on reducing greenhouse gases in power, industrial, and transport sectors. Madam Speaker, as the world faces the dual challenge of climate change and rising energy demand, transitioning to renewable energy is, of course, more important than ever. The International agency Energy projects that global energy demand could increase by 30% by 2030, driven, of course, by urbanization, industrialization, especially in developing countries. Renewable energy will be key in meeting this demand. The Ministry of Planning and Development, as a lead for climate change policy and planning, has led and is leading various initiatives in this regard. These include the European Union's Climate Change Alliance plus Piarco Airport Solar Park, as well as installation of 12 solar photovoltaic systems at various institutions throughout Trinidad and Tobago, including some that previously had no power, thereby demonstrating the value of renewable energy. So whilst I know more than one speaker from the opposition indicated that the government has not been doing anything as it relates to renewable energy, let me share some areas where we have implemented solar systems. The Aquaculture Demonstration Center in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, Nature Seekers Turtle Nesting Site in Matura, Speyside High School in Tobago, the Main Ridge in Tobago, and that was a facility where there was no electricity. The Reptile Conservation Center of Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean Institute of Astronomy, the Brazos Echo Paria Tourism Action Committee, the Brazos Echo Village Council, the primary school, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Cross Society, Strong Ones Youth Academy Guayagayari, and the McDonald Old Age Home in San Fernando. This will complement the ongoing development of a utility-scale solar power plant, which is being led by the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. The Ministry of Planning and Development recognizes that addressing climate change requires the buy-in and involvement of all the ministries and agencies, the private sector, the academia and civil society, and accordingly has embarked on various projects to harmonize the policy and projects towards a common objective, which is updating the national policy, implementing the NDCs, developing the carbon trading policy, and participating in the Blue Carbon Umbrella Coordination Program. Renewable energy is not only essential for mitigating climate change, but also for securing a sustainable energy future, Madam Speaker, and it is taking center stage globally for several key reasons. Madam Speaker, I want to share a special project, which is the Nelson Island project. That project is a project where you have both desalination as well as solar system, and that island there is one island, therefore, that we can comfortably say that the government has taken a decision to ensure the implementation of renewable energy. Madam Speaker, the government has set a target to achieve by 2030 30% of our energy needs via renewable energy power generation. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries is installing solar photovoltaic systems in 25 schools and community centers designated as emergency shelters. The installations are expected to be completed by December 2024. Another key renewable initiative being undertaken in fiscal 2024 is the establishment of an interagency committee to design, issue, and evaluate a request for proposals document for utility-scale solar projects on non-utilized state lands. Additionally, in 2025, a renewable energy system will be installed at the Port of Brighton, promoting Labitco's as a green port and supporting its Eco Port certification efforts. This system is expected to provide 36% of the port's conventional land. Madam Speaker, I now want to address some other areas that fall under the Ministry of Planning and Development. The Central Statistical Office. The importance of accurate data cannot be overstated, and the Ministry of Planning and Development has been working diligently to support the CSO in building a reliable national statistical system. A revised organizational structure for the Census Planning and Management Division has been submitted for approval, and interim staff have been hired to support essential census planning activities. This census will incorporate digital technology with partnerships like ones with TT Post, granting access to geolocated addresses for efficient data collection. The Inter-American Development Bank has also supported digitization efforts and facilitated knowledge sharing with Uruguay's Statistical Office. Madam Speaker, the CSO continues its role in its national survey, such as the Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey, which was conducted in 2022, which provided valuable data on socioeconomic conditions on women and children. Additionally, the Joint Household Budget Survey and Survey of Living Conditions collected key income and expenditure data informing inflation rates, poverty, and inequality metrics. Fieldwork for this survey was completed in 2024, and data processing is underway with final results expected to be had by December 2025. As it relates to the Town and Country Planning Division, the Ministry continues to modernize and streamline spatial planning through the Town and Country Planning Division, ensuring transparency in the development while protecting conservation and agricultural lands. In fiscal 2023-2024, the TCPD worked closely with the National Planning Authority to prepare for full implementation of the planning and facilitation of the Planning and Facilitation of the Planning and Development Act. I'm pleased to report that in August of 2024, Cabinet approved a 7-member Trinidad and Tobago Council for Regional and Urban Planners, a vital step in licensing planners under the PAFD Act. This is, of course, expected to be proclaimed in fiscal 2020 and 2025. The Ministry also manages the automated construction permitting system, developed TT, which standardizes the processing of development applications for transparency and efficiency. Continuous training has been provided, and digitization of records has been undertaken in 2 phases. Phase 1 saw 20 years of paper records digitized at the North and South regional offices. Phase 2 focusing on the East and Tobago office, and that is expected to be completed in 2025. Madam Speaker, as it relates to the Town and Country Planning Division, there is also the implementation of the ArcGIS enterprise system, which will enhance spatial data analysis by equipping staff for the TCPD and other users with the necessary tools to efficiently research and analyze spatial data digitally. This will improve the efficiency of the planning process, helping reduce project delays and project legacy data. Madam Speaker, I am aware that when I assumed office in the Ministry of Planning and Development, one of the complaints was the length of time for applications to Town and Country, so that you can now apply online, you can check online as to the status of the applications. I want to record my thanks and appreciation to the staff and Director of the Town and Country Planning Division for the work that they have done, and the feedback that I've received from the public is this system has improved considerably. The University of the West Indies and the TCPD has aimed at mitigating impacts of future earthquakes and utilizing data generated to inform land use and other policies and plans, and to enhance institutional response capabilities, and to promote hazard mitigation and resilience. With seismic measurement completed in 5 urban areas and vulnerability maps produced, this program supports a risk-informed approach. Madam Speaker, that program is the seismic microzonation studies in Trinidad and Tobago. I'd now like to share some information as it relates to the Caribbean Industrial Research, CARICOM. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Planning and Development is committed to fostering innovation and supporting development and providing access to financing, technical support, and other relevant services to support business and other individuals. Madam Speaker, I recall the Member of Parliament for Shogunos West who expressed concern about the Trinidad and Tobago and where we are in the innovation index. My view is that quite a lot is taking place, or was it Mayaro? Might have been, my apologies, yes, Mayaro. Has been taking place, and what is important is for the appropriate mechanisms to be put in place so that the research and the various projects that have been taking place, that could assist us in terms of what is going on in the country as it relates to innovation. Now, one such innovation, for example, is the Shaping of the Future of Innovation program, which is a collaborative effort involving the European Union, the IDB, and CARICOM as the executing agency. This project has a total budget of $9.7 million US, funded by 8.53 million US from the European Union's 11 Development Fund, 580,000 US from the IDB Lab, and 638,000 from CARICOM. They have been able to impact, that program, 50 small businesses to advance the development of innovation in Trinidad and Tobago. And we are not stopping there. In 2020 to 2024 to 25, we will distribute over 25 more grants, and we would make a further call for small businesses to apply. Other notable projects include CARICOM's efforts to manufacture rubber crumb from waste tires, which will improve road durability through rubber asphalt, and the Innovation Nation training program, which offers students, and that would be between the ages of 10 to 18, and their training would be in coding, entrepreneurship, and climate change, helping them to expand their knowledge and make informed career choices. In the agro-processing sector, CARICOM provided technical support to numerous micro, small, and medium enterprises in fiscal 2020 to 2024, 23 to 24, including the implementation of the global food safety systems designed to assist local enterprises in accessing export markets. 17 local enterprises received audits and recommendations, while 8 benefited from the direct interventions in areas such as process optimization, system integration, and marketing strategies. These efforts aim to enhance local businesses' capabilities, particularly in accessing export markets. Madam Speaker, another area that I wish to address is the area of chemical waste. Managing chemicals and hazardous waste is a priority for this government, recognizing that we have experienced significant economic growth and development with the expansion of our industrial, manufacturing, and agricultural sectors, along with the increased generation of chemicals and other hazardous wastes. We are working on several initiatives, inclusive of the collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards to join the steering committee for the revision of the national standards for pesticides labeling. Other initiatives include work in the areas of environmentally sound management and disposal of used mobile phones, ozone depletion management, low carbon technologies for energy efficiency, the establishment ambient air and water quality standards, and the establishment of a regional blue hub and the U.S. National Oceanography Data Center. These efforts are critical to addressing climate change, biodiversity conservation, and waste management, all aimed at promoting a sustainable and resilient environment for the future of Trinidad and Tobago. As it relates to development finance, the Caribbean Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank have been pivotal in supporting Trinidad and Tobago's development agenda. Their assistance covers critical areas such as financial sector regulation, climate change, public sector management, education, energy, social protection, water and sanitation, citizen security, and housing and urban development. In fiscal 2024, we signed a $90 million agreement with the Inter-American Development Bank for the establishment of a conditional credit line for the investment projects for the National Digital Transformation Program, with $42 million allocated for the first phase. This program aims to increase productivity through safe and inclusive digital technology adoption, boost workforce digital skills, and strengthen government cybersecurity capabilities. I also recall that the Honorable Member from Mayaro expressed his concern on the area of the government's ability to deal with the issue of cybersecurity. So as I indicated, that is part of the $42 million project to deal with the issue of cybersecurity. The Ministry of Planning and Development is the national focal point for the technical cooperation interfacing with governments and regional international agencies in the International Development Center exchanges, and for assessing and facilitating technical exchanges and advancing the National Development Agenda In fiscal 2025, we will continue to leverage these partnerships for the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago. So just to remind again that the Honorable Member for Mayaro raised several concerns as it relates to digitalization and digital transformation, and I hope that the information that I have given as it relates to that loan will of course explain exactly where we are. Madam Speaker, I just want to say that work has recently, one important project that I forgot to speak about as it relates to water would have been the upgrading of the Gonapo water treatment plant, which on completion will result in a 2.5 million gallons of water per day to increase the current production of 3 million a day, thus improving the supply. This will bring significant improvements to persons in Eleanor Gardens, Mount Pleasant Bypass, and including the constituency of Dabadi O'Meara. Madam Speaker, I just want to use this opportunity again to say to the, as it relates in the area of electricity, that, and I want to go back to what the Honorable Member for St. Augustine said a while ago. There is not in any constituency, I don't know that there is any member of Parliament that can stand here and say that there is electricity or water supply in every single area. Once you go through your constituency, sometimes areas that you believe have an adequate water supply do not have an adequate water supply. Sometimes you believe that persons have water and they don't have water at all. And I recall that there was an objection when the Minister of Public Utilities spoke about rainwater harvesting. Now, rainwater harvesting is one of the projects that is funded under the Green Fund. And I want to acknowledge the work of Jennifer Messiah of the UN Habitat for the partnership with the First Peoples of Arima to establish rainwater harvesting. Right? Now, you know, it's kind of strange that some people believe that the only time you have a country is developed is when you don't see barrels and you don't see tanks and you don't see any of those things until sometimes we have a situation where you have an earthquake or you have a hurricane, and some people realize that it is not that you don't want to put in place a proper water supply, proper infrastructure for all areas. But when you think of rural communities again, and when we say rural communities, of course, as I mentioned, a lot of my colleagues on the other side believe that there are no rural communities on this side. But if I could use Blanchishay as an example, or Lalaha as another example, because when the Honorable Minister went to Lalaha and installed pipelines to facilitate water for the first time, a number of the residents did not want to use the pipeline water, simply because they preferred using water from the river, which for them, it's not only for them that it's clean, but they also understand the impact of rainwater on agricultural products. So that the rainwater harvesting really means that when you go to communities where you have river water and you have that supply of river water, that you can utilize that, and the community gets involved so they understand how they can use the natural access to water that is in their community.
Honourable Member,
Yes.
you have 2 more minutes of original speaking time. You're entitled to 10 additional minutes to wind up your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to have, I wouldn't be much longer, but I would thank you for the additional minutes, which I would use. Yes, so that there are many communities, as I indicated, where you have rivers, and it's not just in Trinidad and Tobago. You have, sometime in Tobago, you have, let's say, the Argyle waterfall, and you have a river there. Sometimes it's a challenge, depending on where you are, to be able to run lines to some communities. And therefore, that project of rainwater harvesting and the utilization of rivers in such communities, all it means is that you're using a different mechanism. You may not be using a dam, but you are using a river. And I just want to encourage my colleague to continue in, especially for those rural communities where it's the cost and the time that it takes to actually do the project. I mean, it's not that that is not going to be part of it, because the vision is that because of climate change, you don't know how long you would have access to river water. So at least in the meantime, you are ensuring that you're implementing both processes. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to share as well, in a similar vein, the new intake in the Aripo village, that is expected to be completed by year end, and that is through the Community Water Improvement Program. Again, I know that this has been quite a concern for the people of that area, and I want to again record my thanks and appreciation to WASA and the Minister of Public Utilities. As I close, I want to say to the people of Arima that you can place your trust in a government that prioritizes their needs and concerns, and I am honored to be their representative and remain dedicated to addressing their issues effectively. I heard the Honourable Member for St. Augustine, of course, boast that there are people all over in constituencies that vote for the United National Congress, and that is their right. That is their right. But it's always interesting that the Honourable Member for St. Augustine seems to have this special love affair with the constituency of Arima. I remember when there was the Andrea Barath death, the Honourable Member for St. Augustine found herself at the corner of the Eastern Main Road and the entry to the Heights of Aripo. Interesting thing about it is the Honourable Member for St. Augustine never went into the village. She stayed right on the outside and spoke so much about her love for the people of Aripo. But let me just say very clearly to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, this budget, as read by the Honorable Minister of Finance is a budget for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Okay? And this budget impacts not only on urban areas, whether it's in Port of Spain or whether it's in San Fernando, but it impacts on people, whether it be from Toco, whether it be to Guayagari, going all the way to Cedros, back up to Port of Spain, Diego Martin, Chaguaramas. It is a budget for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the outstanding individuals within the Ministry of Planning and Development, their unwavering commitment and remarkable contributions, especially during the budgetary period, and the development of the budget and the PSIP deserves recognition. To the entire staff of the Ministry of Planning and Development, and as I indicated before, my personal staff in the Minister's Secretariat, as well as my personal staff that works with me, my manager and my team at the constituency office in Arima, I extend my heartfelt thanks and appreciation for the exceptional work. In conclusion, I want to reiterate that what an incredible privilege it has been for me to serve the constituency of Arima. I am truly fortunate to have been granted this opportunity, and I remain steadfast in my commitment to putting the people at the center of all that I do. Together, we can achieve greatness for our beloved community Arima and by extension, Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Arima.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for acknowledging the fact that I am here to contribute to this budget speech. Madam Speaker, this is my last situation in which I will be present in the budget, and as such, I will not engage in the tit for tat. I will seek God's guidance. I will look beyond Arima to the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, who created heaven and earth, and I suspect the PNM and the UNC. Madam Speaker, today I wear a title I have been clothed in by my colleagues for the past few months: dissident. According to a cursory Google search, a dissident is a person who opposes official policy, especially that of an authoritarian state. If that is the case, I have nothing against being called a name which denotes fighting against tyranny, oppression, autocracy, and dictatorship. Madam Speaker, I speak in this honorable House, having been placed in the naughty corner by those empowered so to do. I am in what we used to call back in the good old days in Aparima College, I am in detention doing penance. And my penance is to write 10,000 times every day. So if you see me writing, it is because I am doing penance, Madam Speaker. My penance is to write 10,000 times the following: the golden rule of Trinidad and Tobago politics are: rule number 1, the boss is always right. Madam Speaker, and rule number 2, if the boss is wrong, then refer to rule 1. I am now, Madam Speaker, seated in Zion, in the kingdom of Zion. Sitting beside a doctor, a qualified doctor on my left. On my right sits a de facto senior counsel, having earned his stripes, among other things, as a judge in the industrial court. On his right sits an accomplished businessman, deserving, some say, of the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And on his right sits the only island scholarship winner seated in this honorable House. I am indeed seated among honorable men and women. So when we speak, it is not for party, not for principalities, not for powers, nor frail human beings, omnipotent though they may think they are, but for God, family, and country. That is the position which we propose to take on matters coming before us in this honorable house. May I remind, and now to the matter at hand. May I remind the finance minister who is here today, may I remind him to just cool it. Follow his friend, the MP for San Fernando West, who reminds us nauseatingly of Surat, the need for proportionality and necessity. Now, US President Biden, who runs a $25 trillion US economy, 1,000 times the size of ours, took 30 minutes just to address the people of the United States, a joint session of the US Congress and Senate, and the members of the Supreme Court in his last State of the Union address. 30 minutes. My finance minister, by contrast, took 5 hours and 15 minutes to harangue us about the state of our economy, which is 1,000th the size of Biden's. Madam Speaker, imagine if our finance minister were President of the United States, managing a $25 trillion US economy, he would have tortured them in their parliament non-stop for 7 straight days, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, some frightening concerns about this budget. Frightening concerns. The burdensome debt for future generations. We are told in the review of the economy that the total adjusted government debt for the current fiscal year is $140.6 billion, or 75% of our GDP. Madam Speaker, the government's total debt of $140.6 billion exceeds both our Heritage and Stabilization Fund savings of $41.5 billion and our reserves of $37.4 billion. It exceeds those two by $61 billion. Government total debt also exceeds all government, a combination of all government's revenues for fiscal 24 of $60.36 billion by over $90 billion. So if we take all of last year's revenues, and all our foreign reserves, and if we add into that all our savings in the HSF, our government will still be over $11 billion in the red. Madam Speaker, we are broke. Madam Speaker, we are living on fumes. Madam Speaker, in the dialect we'll say we bust. Madam Speaker, we living beyond our means. We are living paycheck to paycheck. Minister Imbert should follow the advice of that Calypsonian, I think it was Lord Christo, who sang more than half a century ago, I quote, St. Peter preach, never rest your heart to where your hand can't reach. We are leaving future generations in a situation that is impossible to repay. We are leaving them a poisoned chalice. And this we have reached under 9 years of the Minister of Finance's budgets, 9 budgets. Madam Speaker, more frighteningly, Minister Imbert boasts that we are borrowing to refinance debt. We are informed that of the 11 bonds on the domestic capital market, totaling $8 billion, 2 comprising $2.2 billion were for refinancing central government domestic debt. The remaining 9 were for budgetary support. So we are borrowing domestically, primarily not for investment purposes, but to finance recurrent expenditure. In other words, you are digging a hole to cover a next hole. Now, make that make sense for me, please. We simply cannot repay our debts when due. Borrowing to repay past debts is not a sustainable or sensible economic policy. Madam Speaker, despite our ministers' and finance's garrulity and the fact that we will be here for any number of days talking in vain, we'll be talking in vain like the prophet Noah about an impending flood. Not one word, not one sentence, not one paragraph will change based on what we say here today. Madam Speaker, I have spent 9 fruitless years in the opposition wilderness. We on this side have provided thousands of excellent ideas. We have gone through the budget line by line 9 times, and nothing has changed. So Parliament, we have inherited a system from the colonial masters that is in dire need of change. We have, as a collective body, to sit and reason together and come up with something that makes sense. We arguing on this side, you ignoring us on that side, and eventually the country suffers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, despite the government's precarious financial position, precious little has been said about measures to increase revenues. I heard a moment ago from my friend and excellent colleague about, and others about the revenue changes that are being made and how we will get revenue from legislation like the BEPS legislation to get finances that we have missed in transfer pricing structures. But the revenue generating strategies and policies are few. Why do we not enlist UE and other reputable bodies in the search for new revenue options? And I read somewhere it was economist Valmiki Arjun. He published in the Express one such idea. It calls for the establishment of a real estate investment trust, where the state transfers underutilized state assets like land and buildings to this trust, which in turn sells shares to the public. Shareholders, including the state, get dividends based on incomes derived from leasing the assets. And this initiative, Mr. Deputy Speaker, would also foster investment opportunities for citizens and promote capital market activity. We need more ideas like that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We also propose in this budget to spend in fiscal 2025 $54 billion, of which over 70% represents recurrent salaries, recurrent expenditures, i.e. salaries, interest payments, goods and services, and transfers and subsidies. So if we spend on recurrent expenditure 70% of our budget, it means these are non-investment expenditures. We have essentially a welfare state budget with all the negatives associated with non-investment type expenditures. Another idea about this budget is it has a déjà vu feel to it. We have heard it before, only with different numbers, different figures. It is not transformational. It is pedantic, lacking vision, direction, common sense, and purpose. Some say it is merely bogus arithmetic, elementary bookkeeping, backed up by overbearing verbosity. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I come to the heading of our banks and customer friendliness, how our departments, the ease of doing business locally. While Minister Imbert boasted about the steps being taken to improve the ease of doing business and fostering, quote, a more dynamic and user-friendly regulatory environment, end of quote. He talks about that. But hear how our loquacious finance minister stated it. I quote, Madam Speaker, TT BizLink has been a transformative force in Trinidad and Tobago's trade and business environment. This innovative platform has significantly streamlined and simplified the process of conducting business, making it easier for companies and individuals to navigate the regulatory requirements, end of quote. What is the reality for citizens? Well, it took me upwards of 3.5 hours to pay my property tax in Princestown, in a line with 90 persons, told to leave the line to go to the bank a quarter mile away to get exact cash. Then rejoin the line and wait. No ease of doing business with our local banks, Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Let's not talk about accessing foreign exchange, even from your own U.S. account. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know of someone who has $100,000 in a local bank. He asked for only $1,000 in cash. He was told to come back in 4 days and was only paid part of it. This is his own money. How come I never see a member of the 1% in lines accessing foreign exchange? How come? Do they have a special arrangement that we are not aware of as citizens? All citizens know. All citizens know. Unlike our relatives in Canada and the United States. How we have to catch our aunt, uncle, and then merely to open a simple bank account. You could talk about ease of doing business. But try to open as a citizen a simple bank account. Right? While these same banks in their home countries ask for only one form of ID. Right? Hear what they want from us in Trinidad. Same bank. Hear what they want. 2 forms of ID. 2 utility bills. 2 references. Email, contact number, relative contact number, next of kin, recent job letter, recent pay slip, land deed, permission from your wife, permission from your outside woman, 5 subjects, and born again or confirmation status. While these banks demand flesh, sweat, and blood from us, they demand only one form of ID in their home countries. Now I'm talking here not against you or you against me. I'm talking as a citizen.
Tobago.
Right? And Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago. So much for the ease of doing business for the average citizen in Trinidad and Tobago. President Biden, in his 2023 State of the Union address, indicated that his administration proposed reducing late payment fees and credit cards from $32 to $8 to help save American families $20 billion a year. It's President Biden. Reports show that the Canadian federal government has done the same. We also note that Barbados Central Bank Governor was instructed by Prime Minister Mia Mottley to address the issue of bank charges in 2022. In 2023, Governor Greenidge indicated that he was reviewing the fee structure that fell within the ambit of the central bank. He further added that he had obtained commitments from several banks in Barbados to reduce fees in certain areas.
Nice.
Yet in my Trinidad and Tobago, our government has given our bank free rein on exorbitant charges. We are all victims of our bank's predatory pricing strategies. It appears that our government is more concerned about collecting corporation taxes from all banks and dividends from some, even if it means that it ultimately comes from the picked pockets of citizens. The time has come for urgent review of the various charges by banks to an increasingly overburdened citizenry. Some may even class banks as white-collar bandits, always searching for not so clever but very creative ways of extracting money from unsuspecting customers. Now, about reimagining, in a budget, we talk about reimagining the Ministry of Sports and Culture for value for money budgetary results. My view is that all ministers of government work in systems and structures inherited from our colonial masters. These systems and structures were not developed to deliver goods and services, but to secure the interests of the metropole. It is important for all of us as we move to the next level of development that we revise, review, restructure, re-engineer those systems and procedures. For example, we have allocated $431 million to the Ministry of Sports and Community Development. And despite what Minister Imbert said last Monday, with no indication of what we can expect from this massive injection of funds. Last year, we gave that ministry $734 million. And the year before that, $541 million. But yet at the recent Paris Olympics, we came back with our two hands swinging. Not the fault of the minister, I say. The systems that she has to work in. And the systems that if we do not change it, we will come here year after year. My successors will come here year after year to discuss the failings of whichever government is in power. Little Grenada, population 126,000. Little Grenada. Allocated only EC 20 million in their last budget. And with that minuscule investment, their athletes returned with 2 bronze. St. Lucia, allocated less than 15 million EC. We in the 400 million, you know. They 15 million EC. Less than 1/10 our allocation. And that little country, unlike TT, was blessed with gold and silver. Dominica got a gold medal with a population of 72,000 persons, probably less than the population of Naparima, and they got a gold medal. It is not our athletes to blame. Lord knows they try their best, but a system that specializes in mamagai, old talk, and competence and verbosity. Madam Speaker, we need to re-engineer the Ministry of Sports and Community Development and instead task a small team to allocate funds to sporting organizations, to run our sporting assets, identify and nurture potential athletes and sportsmen, and enlist our top performers to unearth, mentor, and develop world-class sportsmen. Let the Ministry of Education identify and mentor sportspersons, such as they did in our colonial times, and is now done with the secondary school sports. Re-engineering the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. As you know, I shadow the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have for now. For now. We have allocated this year $263 million to the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. And the question, are we getting value for money? And when I make these criticisms, not to criticize anybody, not to criticize the ministry, but to give, as I leave, to give some ideas. You don't have to take all. Take one. Adopt if it makes sense. Use it. And if it does not, ignore it. That's cool with me. When I went to Japan weeks ago, I had to visit their embassy twice. Right? I had to visit them, get invitation letters, answer a host of questions, and pay $290 for 30-day visas for my wife and myself. But, Madam Speaker, with due respect to my beloved Prime Minister, who invited me to go to Barbados, maybe I should take his advice. My mother, Ursula Sampson Charles, migrated at 4 years of age to Trinidad and Tobago from Barbados in 1927. Any Barbadian or any Bahamian, for that matter, can just jump on a plane just so and visit Tokyo for 90 days, visa-free. I had to line up, beg, get on my knees for 30 days and pay money. Minister Imbert spoke about taking advantage of the China Belt and Road Initiative. Nice talk. Here, I'm quoting him. He can't say something. The minister cannot say something in one line. So to say that, as the first English-speaking Caribbean country to sign the China's Belt and Road Initiative since 2018, we will be exploring membership in the network of Silk Road Arts Festivals to foster global cultural collaboration and expand opportunities for local arts and cultural organizations, end of quote. Long, nice, long-winded words.
No one may take 5 hours.
Madam Speaker, the only problem is Barbadians also have visa-free access to China. We do not. Why are Bajans always ahead of us? If I were to take Prime Minister Rowley, my Prime Minister Rowley's advice and inadvertent wisdom, I, as a naturalized Barbadian, would have visa-free access to 11 more countries than I have at present with my TT passport. What it is that Mia Motley knows that we in Trinidad and Tobago do not. Madam Speaker, we give this government the gift of the President of the General Assembly for the 78th session of the United Nations, which just ended. It was a gift. One would have thought that the person selected to be PG would have been young enough in his late 50s or early 60s to mentor young upcoming Foreign Service officers in the ministry. That person could have been a catalyst for birthing a truly professional Foreign Service. Instead, it was given to someone like myself in the winter of his years. Could they not have sent much younger Minister Amery Browne? Why should, if he had gone, he would have been able to have the respect, having interacted with crown princesses and presidents and prime ministers and heads of government, and he would have now been able to come back to the ministry and impart that knowledge to the rest of the Foreign Service officers. For example, Abdullah Shahid of the Maldives was finance minister when he served as president of the General Assembly of the 76th UN General Assembly. He was 59 at the time. Think about the prestige Minister Browne would have had in his ministry today with that kind of thing. Years ago, a citizen of Trinidad, Desmond Parker, who was chief protocol officer to UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, one would have thought that upon his retirement, his world-class protocolical competence would have enhanced the diplomatic skills among our young and upcoming FSOs. We should have the best Foreign Service today in terms of protocol matters. Instead, he was recruited, I'm told, by an oil-rich Middle Eastern country to train their staff. We have the skills, God give it to us, but we ignore it and we allow other countries to tap into it. When we get the non-permanent seat on the Security Council in 2027, my hope is that whichever government is in power, I might be in the grave by that time, right, will be wise enough to select someone with years of service remaining to seed a new class of cross-cultural, multilingual, output-oriented FSOs, Foreign Service officers, not wedded to outdated club diplomacy. Sit down, drink tea, have a thing, give the pan to the pop, and whip and that. When the new Singaporeans and the Bajans are networking, getting visas and all that, and we club diplomacy. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I could go on and on. Do we have a rotational system for foreign service officers to broaden their cross-cultural experiences and language capabilities? India's foreign service officers, some of the best in the world, serve 2 tours of duty outside on rotation, followed by 1 in home capital. This ensures they do not lose touch with realities on the home ground while being exposed to diverse cultures. When you meet a foreign minister from one of those advanced countries, they have served in Brazil, they have served in Berlin, they have served in Japan, they have served in India, so they have a breadth of experience that is structured and developed over time. Could speak 10 languages, my friend reminds me. When I met Mr. Ban Ki-moon, he could speak Korean, he could speak English, he could speak German, he could speak Hindi, he could speak Portuguese. Canada, the New Zealand, and the UK and Australia, they have a system among themselves. You see how the first world works? A system among themselves where they have exchange programs in which foreign service officers from one country serve stints in the others. They gain broader diplomatic skills through the structured cross-posting. So we can put on the money we want. But if you have a third-rate foreign service, not the problem of the minister, not a problem of the officers themselves. The problem of how we operate, how we choose to operate. Can we not do the same cross-postings with CARICOM sister states? Would our foreign service officers not gain from being cross-posted in the Barbadian Foreign Service? Perhaps our Trinbagonian FSOs could learn the art of accessing visa-free access to more countries. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I look at the budget allocation, I see nothing for Haiti. We talk a nice talk about Haiti, but do nothing. Our Calypsonian Rudder sang, Haiti, I'm sorry, but we do nothing. Far away Kenya has troops in Haiti, helping the breakdown of law and order. Jamaica is sending troops. Belize also. Other CARICOM states much poorer than us are considering assisting. Not a word from Trinidad and Tobago. Not a single word of the millions of the finance minister spoke in his budget was about Haiti. Not a penny. No wonder we have lost eminence in CARICOM. Thousands of soldiers we have. Millions allocated for salaries because for pension or pension, for recurrent expenditure. Millions allocated for salaries to the defense force. Hundreds of air guard. I'm told we have 400 and change officers and we have 3 or 4 planes. The ratio is 100 officers per plane. We have Coast Guard, hundreds of Coast Guard officers with very few vessels operational, and we cannot send 100 officers to poor Haiti in distress. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we also need a world-class property management capability in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to properly manage the millions in properties we own abroad. When I was at the mission at the UN at Browne years ago, we were paying over $50,000 US a month for a rundown property in a recession when properties were going for half the price, comparable properties, half the price. We were paying 50, and you know what? People down here sign an agreement to increase the rent by 10% annually. Madness. Again, not the fault of any minister, not the fault of anybody. The system in which we operate. You can't take somebody with 5 O-levels, AO1, AO2, and they're making decisions on $1 million properties. When we bought the property for $12.8 million, and that was another thing. But I had to take them. They sent up a team. I had to take the team to the Barbados mission. And I had to tell the Barbados ambassador, show off on us. When he showed off all his mission, what he had, and I had a rundown. The office I have in Princeton is better in Princeton right now, better than what I had at the mission. And my friend from Arima will tell you that she has inherited one of the best offices among CARICOM, chanceries among CARICOM. What we used to do, Jamaica had a better chancery than us. When they had a function, we give the money. Because ours were not good, we pay the money, Jamaica got the credit. Eventually, we bought the property, which has escalated fivefold, I understand, and earn rental income close to $1 million US. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am convinced that we can earn enough if we plan our business well to cover a significant part of the cost of running our New York consulate and our UN mission. That should not cost us a cent if we use our brains and if we use a proper management capability into the decision making that takes place there. But coming here and just approving money and approving money, no system, no control. Ministry of Education. I believe, let me just say, the third ministry we should, based on this budget, reimagine and re-engineer the Ministry of Education. And I'm saying this as a 76-year-old who have nothing to gain. I'm just throwing out this idea. Ignore it if you wish. I will leave details on this ministry to my esteemed colleague, an island scholar in the naughty corner, down on the Penance end. But our schools are now battlegrounds and warring and bullying. And here let me extend condolences to the family of Jaden Lalchan on his untimely passing. Failure rates beyond acceptable. School feeding exists more to give work to, sorry my friends, PNMites, than to meet the nutritional needs of students. Many fail to get passing grades in math and other STEM subjects. Even our best and brightest, you know what? Our best and brightest know only to cram and pass exams. I call them model answer grads. They say we good, we bright. The teacher and them 5-sheeter thing, learn that, cram that, who could cram it the best, pass. And they go to Fatima, and then they end up Huey and they end up here.
Again, please, members. Member for Naprime is going fine. Please, proceed.
I have sons they know to pass an exam. Ask them these questions, they'll answer it. No vision of their place in the world. No collective understanding of the wisdom of Orisha, Hinduism, Christianity, or Islam. No musical competency by the mass of our graduates. Yeah, they have some who beat pan. Yes, they have a Naparima team with 15 Creole in Naparima, 12 on the football team. The students are not part of it. We have to face, we are mama guying ourselves. No fluency in another language, even Spanish. Most cannot swim to reduce drownings at our many beaches. We are an island nation. 90% of our graduates from our excellent system can't swim. Most cannot administer CPR to save rescue. CPR? Madam Speaker, I looked at a school in Japan. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I look at a school in Japan. They tell me not to show it, but it's here. It's here. Unlike our government, I designate some of my attention and budget for international trips on fact-finding missions. I don't get any per diems because I can't afford. I looked at the school in Japan. Listen to the curriculum of one of Japan's leading primary schools. And tell me honestly if our best and brightest can match. English, math, science inquiry, computing, 5-year-olds, history inquiry, geography inquiry, art, design technology. I don't know what that is. Maybe the member for my arrow could tell me what design technology my grandson doing in the school. Religious education inquiry. I learned about Hinduism in Canada. Not even though I went to Naparima College where 90% of the students were Hindus. All I know is light over darkness and Diwali. something. But you ask me about the philosophy of the Bhagavad Gita and whatnot, I can't tell you even today. Music and drama, phys ed. Now here, modern language, modern foreign language, 6-year-olds, Japanese from nursery, this is in Japan, English throughout, and French from year 4. We have music and drama. Sports include football, basketball, volleyball, tai chi, badminton, swimming. If you see my grandson swimming all over the place, learn life-saving, age 6 in a different system. And we in an island with the seas all around us. Gymnastics, cricket, table tennis, yoga, athletics, and CrossFit, rugby, and much more. So can the 7.5 billion allocated to education and training transform our current cram and exam system so that our best and brightest can match the critical thinking and investigation-based systems in place in Japanese, Indian, or South Korean school? One of the great things I had in life was working. My first job in the public service was with Dr. Cuthbert Joseph. And the first thing Dr. Joseph gave me to read was a book, Education in the British West Indies by Eric Williams, 1953. Even then, Eric Williams had a view for education in Trinidad. What is our philosophy? Are we educating our citizens to be multilingual? We are resident in a sea of Portuguese speaking, 200 million plus Portuguese people speaking. Spanish and Latin America, how many graduates of our school, let's be honest, could fluently speak Spanish? You go in Finland and every 10-year-old could speak English. I am asking the question, hablo español, un poquito por favor. Yeah, the Ministry of National Security, Crime Prevention. From the onset, I welcome Minister Scotland to the Ministry of National Security. So, take a bow. I notice enthusiasm and energy. I'm hopeful that he makes a difference. I'm a citizen. I don't want you all to fail. I want the country to succeed. Crime is not a partisan issue, but the systems, procedures, management, tactical and strategic policies must change, as well as this need for the establishment of SMART goals. Until these changes are implemented, is this finance minister aware that increased economic hardships lead to escalating crime? Mr. Deputy Speaker, could you tell me how much time I have, please?
Yeah, your initial speaking time ends in the next 4 minutes, right? But you will have an additional 10 that you can avail yourself. You so accept now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so proceed.
Thanks very much.
Sure.
And when you fail to reduce crime, you fail every sector of the economy, every person in our country, even succeeding generations. In fact, let me say, subsequent generations, because of this crime situation, is making it difficult for them to succeed. When crime is out of control, our citizens' lives lives in fear, our foreign investments decline, our education system collapses, our social systems become overburdened, our agriculture sector suffers at the hands of thieves and pre-deal lossiness, our best and brightest panic and migrate. One of my colleagues read the latest U.S. travel advisory, 2024, downgraded Trinidad to level 3, reconsider travel, etc. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, crime is spiraling out of control, and the finance man came here to tell us there will be an increase in the fleet of police vehicles by 2,000 over the next 3 years, even though maintenance of vehicles routinely stalls, with even PED police vehicles in the scrapyard. In 2 years' time, these 2,000 vehicles will be in the scrapyard. So it's like throwing money, spinning top in mud. Give them more vehicles, give them that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in September 2023, the Minister of National Security said he had recently bought 192 body cams, on top of 1,167 previously bought, as well as 2,500 new cameras. That's Newsday, September 18, 2023. With all of these, there appears no policy in place for mandatory use by the TTPS officers. So we buy in a body cams, and there's no mandatory system in place. Mr. Imbert also called for building capacity of our police force. May I remind you, sir, that's on page 103. May I remind you that the word is not police force, but police service. He talked about plans to focus on specialized training for TTPS officers with ongoing development efforts at the police academy. We have heard these statements 1,000,000 times before, to no avail. It is tedious repetition, year after year. Acquiring additional speed guns as well as technology to support fingerprinting. Was this not a repeat of what was said in 2021, 2022, 2023 budgets? The minister in his 2023 budget, for example, stated, quote, the automated fingerprint system and its expansion to a biometric system by the TTPS will be an immediate milestone, end of quote. We heard that last year. We hear it again. Enhanced border control and protection. Well, the TTGS one wonders. Let's leave them alone. Immigration. So, Deputy Speaker, we do not even have a well-thought-out refugee and migrant policies that are humane, consistent with UN conventions and best practices, and which recognize the limits of our absorptive capacity. Social programs aim at reducing crime violence. Well, I give up on that. Expansion of rehabilitation programs within the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service aimed at reducing recidivism. Mr. Deputy Speaker. But yet we have hundreds of inmates in remand yard with no time frame for their time to appear in court. Where the plans for ensuring criminal records are removed for selected petty crimes after serving time in prison so that they could get a job when they leave if they are rehabilitated. You can't have programs to rehabilitate them, and when they go for a job, you have a criminal record X. Can't get a job. Our prisons are universities providing diplomas and PhDs in crimes to inmates. Establishment of a national forensic DNA data bank. Won't go into that. There are families waiting weeks for autopsies. We given hundreds of scholarships every year, and we can't give 10 or 20 in forensic science and pathology and whatnot. There's 20. You always tie your scholarships to your manpower needs. But you're going history, you're giving them to study marketing, and they study all kind of foolishness. And the things we need are ignored. Purchase of 4 patrol and 8 high-speed interceptors to aid border security. How long will they last before they mash up? Purchase of unmanned aerial vehicles to assist with surveillance and search and rescue. We have heard this before. I could go on and on. We need a wholesale review of the Ministry of National Security. I'm not criticizing you. I think they have inherited a system that is in need of urgent repair. And if you need our support to effect this repair, and it makes sense, and it is in the national interest, can I speak for 5? We need a wholesale review of the Ministry of National Security, the TTPS and all arms of the national security apparatus. We need to set measurable targets for each national security function, create lean systems, structures, and procedures to achieve them. For example, the Minister of Finance said he's going to recruit new police officers. And I hear today we're boasting about officers in the municipal police. We do not need police. Our sanctioned strength of 7,000 police officers and 3,000 SRPs are twice the police officers, the 5,000 officers in Toronto, who serve a population of 3 million. They serve a bigger set, a larger population. They're less than us. And you know what? Their murder rate is a fraction of ours, and their detection rate is much, much higher. It is not, when I see we are putting in more police, I know we lose it. We don't have a clue. It's not data-driven. We have more police than Chicago, which has on a per capita basis, which has one of the highest murder rates in the United States. And we're beating them back. So we going to have more police than anybody else. Boots, boots, and more boots on the feet of recruits. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Member, for giving me. I heard the member for Mayaru offering support to the government on crime reduction initiatives. I'm listening to your contribution, and I'm also very much interested to know if you are willing to cooperate with the government and look at initiatives that we can work together towards reducing the incidence of crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago.
The answer is yes. Generational transfer. We are being, and I speak for the next generation. Nobody here. I speak on animal own here, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We are being governed by out-of-touch, antediluvian, 1960s era, educated, and pseudo-colonial misfits. And that includes all of us. I in that too. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in order to make Trinidad and Tobago great again, we must craft a system that allows for renewal of those tasks with leadership. Which is what? I withdraw it. I withdraw it. Trump. I withdraw it. To make Trinidad achieve its destiny which God destined for us. This budget will have no effect unless we have a seamless generational transfer based on well-conceived succession planning. Those who will feel the impact of the decisions we make in our various budgets must have a seat at the table. Right now, they barely have a foot in the door of the room. Yeah. And we have ignored their issues. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have ignored their issues. 5 minutes. Yeah. We have ignored their issues. Yeah. Look at some of their issues that we're ignoring. Unsustainable debt we're bequeathing to them. We have not dealt frontally with the scourge of NCDs, having regard to younger citizens now being victims of diabetes and obesity. We are in climate change. I heard a lot about climate change, but nothing measurable. How much in this budget, how much money you put tells me how important it is. How much money has been allocated for climate change, climate adaptation, and mitigation? Are the curricula and other approaches in our education sector designed to prepare future generations to compete in an unforgiving, competitive, globally environment market? Are we saddling future generations with future import bills with no plans to change the dietary habits of our citizens? Fast food, greasy dish, chicken that, processed the other. What is the plan? And where's the money behind the plan? Will we truly integrate our Spanish-speaking Venezuelan guests so that they help Trinidad and Tobago become a global bilingual country and not one with a highly disadvantaged Spanish-speaking citizenry, adding to future problems? Will we educate our youth to deal with gender-based issues? Part of the problem in the schools in Trinidad and Tobago is when that guy complained, Lalchan, and I extend condolences to the family. When he's complaining at school where 80% of the teachers are female. Where are the strong men? The Mr. Chandler, the Mr. Tony Joseph Father, the others, Mr. Tika Singh, big men. And you could have bullied a child and the report went to Mr. Tika Singh. You're dead. Will future generations be equipped to handle increasing number of AIDS citizens? I get frightened in Trinidad. When I look, there is no high-quality old-age homes for the average citizen in Trinidad and Tobago. None. In Tokyo, you can go anywhere in a wheelchair. In Trinidad and Tobago, you cannot. Not even in government buildings, hotels, and even parliament. If the elevator is not working, future age parliamentarians may not be able to come in this chamber.
Remember, you have 2 more minutes.
Well, Lord. Yeah. Something has to give. I call on our leaders to follow in the footsteps of President Biden. as I quote his statement from the UN General Assembly. I quote, "But as much as I love the job, I love my country more. I decided after 50 years of public service, it's time for a new generation of leadership to take my nation forward. My fellow leaders, let us never forget, some things are more important than staying in power. It's your people that matter the most. Never forget, we are here to serve the people, not the other way around." So, Deputy Speaker, my wish as I leave Parliament is for a seamless generational transfer of leadership to the next generation. I do not have time to talk about my constituency. All I can say is we are tired of begging for roads, better roads, regular water supplies, reduced crime, so that the iconic St. Madeleine Pond will not continue to be a dumping ground for murdered bodies. Like the THA, give us our 6% share of the budget and leave us alone to improve our lives. Naparima will then become a paradise among constituencies. I'll be able to show off on Arima and Lopino Bonnet West because we have 2 billion. 2 billion. You can hand Princestown Regional Corporation 200 million for 3 constituencies, Maruga, Table, and Naparima and Princestown, and say we happy. And yet I get accused, you are doing nothing for the country. Well, where am I going to get money? Bag thief? I can't. Give us the resources. Leave us alone, and we will improve the lives of our citizens. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I appreciate you giving me the time. As I said, this is my last, and I'm speaking, as I speak, not out of bitterness or hatred or anything. It is for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Amen.
And you were given your fair share of time, member for Naparima. I recognize the member for Laventille East. Over.
I thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to contribute here in this debate. As Minister in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, and also as Member of Parliament for Laventille East Mover, I'd like to first congratulate our Minister of Finance for his budget statement with the theme, Steadfast and Resolute, Forging Pathways to Prosperity. 10th budget submission. And I'd like to say that the People's National Movement has guided this country into economic growth in the most difficult times. And we must pay gratitude to where it is due. And we as a nation, we also must be very proud of the growth that we have been making. And serving in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development under the Honorable Minister for Aruka Maloney, we are focused on making real opportunities for persons, for something that we consider to be one of the main basic needs, which is shelter. Now, in this team, in this government team, we have a lot of strong players, and we take our work very seriously. I take my work very seriously. And I understand that the things that we do and the things that we say, the people of Trinidad and Tobago listen. So today I want to make this contribution, and I want to speak to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Housing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A lot of people feel that the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is just the HDC. And I would like to make my contribution today to guide persons on the good work that the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development continue to do, and not even mention HGC until the end. Now, our focus is mainly for the vulnerable, the most vulnerable in society, who depend on us for housing. And we have several agencies that we depend on for this. Now, when you think about your shelter, you think about the community, you think about your home, you think about a place of peace, a place of security, a place of serenity. And these are the foundations and the pillars that we use when we think about providing shelter for persons. We think about developing persons in their space, we think about developing the space, we think about bringing economic activity, we think about training, we think about letting persons understand how to access housing. Because accessing housing, sometimes somebody would say, they want an HGC home, but really and truly, they want support. They want to renovate their space. They want to make their space livable. Sometimes their situations might change. They are growing older, so they would need different forms of access, more accessibility. They might have additions to the family, so they might need another space in the home. These are the things that we try to bring to the population of Trinidad and Tobago to let them know that through this ministry, we can assist you to not just develop your space for housing, but also provide the need that is required for the main housing. Now, I made a pledge, and most of us made that pledge too. We made a pledge to dedicate our lives to the service of our God and our country. And I take that pledge very seriously. So when I go out to work, I go out to work with the intention that I am serving my God and my country. When I speak to people, I speak to persons because sometimes they themselves are praying. They're praying to God for some assistance. And I'm grateful when God uses me as a vessel to give them that assistance. Now, we have some hero agencies, what I call hero agencies in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Some of which persons don't actually know. But I would like to go into some details about these hero agencies. And I'll mention 3 of these hero agencies. We have the Port of Spain Shopping Complex, we have the East Port of Spain Development Company, and we have the Land Settlement Agency. These entities work collectively to drive the ministry's projects forward, guided by the National Development Strategy, Vision 2030, the roadmap to recovery, and our greatest asset, people, putting people first. Now, let's start with the Port of Spain Shopping Complex. The Port of Spain Shopping Complex comprises of the 41 Independence Square, which is formerly known as the New City Mall, or as I know it, 10 City. The Charlotte Street, the Eastside Plaza, and 43 Independence Square, which is the Drag Brothers. Now, Port of Spain Shopping Complex is doing something very tremendous with these assets that they have. If you pass on Independence Square, you will see the upgrade of the New City Mall, where they changed signage, and they did a lot of work in terms of upgrading the spaces and making persons feel a certain sense of pride in terms of selling and showing their skills and doing their trade within the Port of Spain. But what is something that we need to note is that these spaces that are provided for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are provided for the most vulnerable entrepreneurs. These entrepreneurs are entrepreneurs that would not be able to afford the rent that you would typically pay to a space in Port of Spain, in the city. So what does the government of Trinidad and Tobago do? What does the Port of Spain shopping complex do? We subsidize this rent. We seek persons that are interested and have a viable interest to provide them with space and give them that opportunity to develop their craft, to develop their business, to grow and even transition out of using this subsidized space. And to do this, we are very structured in the way we do this. On September the 4th, we would have done a business development training program with NETCO, bringing persons who would have these spaces and giving them that training to understand business and how to develop themselves and expand their business and really assist them in transitioning into self-sustainability in terms of their business. We also have where we would have teamed up with the East Port of Spain in terms of providing them with financial support. So you have your business, and what we are saying is, you know what, we're going to give you a free space. We're going to give you a chance. We're going to give you a free space. We're going to help and fund you and give you some rent for some time for free so you can catch yourself. Build on it. Whatever this business plan that you have, build on it. Become self-sustainable and then move forward. So what the government of Trinidad and Tobago is doing is basically allowing persons who would typically not have the chance to have a space to be able to spend the money to rent in expensive malls and stores, but to have that same pride of being in a mall, being in this store, and doing this work to provide for their families, and to build and to grow, to provide employment, to hire store clerks, etc. This is what Port of Spain Shopping Complex is doing. And what I would like to say is that within doing this, and we are allowing persons to recognize, listen, these spaces are available. This is what's happening. We are getting more and more persons. There's an option. There's a hope. There's a hope for better living. There's a hope for a better life. And when persons could say, listen, I have an option to do something better, and I have the support of the government. Hope is something that I take very seriously, because sometimes when you listen to persons that turn to crime and criminal activity, most of the time it's because they're not informed, and they lose hope. They lose the hope of being able to be employed. They lose the hope of being able to get their meal, which is why we provide more options for persons, more hope, real opportunity, real development, real progress through the Port of Spain Shopping Complex. There are endless possibilities when you develop yourself. You learn about the value of money. You learn about employing. You learn about management. You learn about how to care for each other. You learn about marketing. You learn about customer service. All of these programs we embed into training tenants within the Port of Spain Shopping Complex so that they can be better citizens and contribute to this society. We also have inline in the Port of Spain shopping complex, a 5-story building that right now it is in design phase, where the old drag brothers were. That 5-story building, right on Independence Square, will be something in terms of our urban development. Will be a new building. It will be a brand new building that will also provide more spaces for more entrepreneurs, for more persons willing to do what they want. Whether you like art, whether you like sewing, whether you like craft, these are the things that we are bringing forward to persons in and around the East Port of Spain area. So we want persons to improve their business, we want persons to expand their business, and we want persons to do well. The Port of Spain shopping complex, I'm very proud to say that they are doing just that. They are making these spaces, they plan to make these spaces a Wi-Fi free zone. These malls. This type of ingenuity that we are bringing to the malls will allow persons to be more attracted to the spaces. So it's a holistic approach from persons, the most vulnerable persons. Remember, the people that we are putting in these spaces are persons that typically would not be able to develop themselves or expand as an entrepreneur. So this is hope, and this is real, and this is what the government of Trinidad and Tobago is doing. I'd like to say another agency, as I said before, that I'm very proud of, is the East Port of Spain Development Company. Now, this agency that was formed under the People's National Movement is an agency directly responsible for the development, the progress, the upliftment of persons within the East Port of Spain area. It comprises of 19 communities. And as you know, in Trinidad, we can all agree that there are some socio-economic challenges within the East Port of Spain area. So this entity is specifically mandated to look at this space within Trinidad and Tobago, and come up with strategies, come up with development plans to ensure that there's a change within the culture, within the space. And they have been doing such a great job. And I will give you some information in terms of some of the things that they have been doing. They have been, let me just go straight to some of the projects. A lot of infrastructure projects. Now, earlier this year, or was it last year, the OPR became a challenge for us in terms of procurement, but it is law. And if we are thinking about developing the economic strata within the East Port of Spain area, members who want to develop their business and their companies, they too will have to understand and fall in line with the law, with the OPR. The East Port of Spain Development Company created a secretariat where persons can go to the East Port of Spain Development Company and get the assistance they need to become OPR registered in whatever line item business that they are interested in or whatever they practice. To allow these persons to not just do their work within the East Port of Spain area, but also throughout the rest of Trinidad and Tobago. And I would like to commend the East Port of Spain for that initiative. Because a number of persons, they feel intimidated by the OPR and the processes of the OPR. And the East Port of Spain has changed that. Now you have an opportunity, because some persons have issues in terms of reading. Some persons have a fear from the time you speak about forms. They have a fear of filling forms. So a number of people lose the opportunity of a lot of opportunities because they don't want to fall within that space. And the East Port of Spain Development welcomes everyone and said, no, we will hold your hand, we will guide you, and we will allow you to be able to partake in the national scope of work. And for that, I would like to congratulate them. Their infrastructure works, their development works in terms of personal development, their business initiatives, their sporting initiatives. I'd like to just name a few. Earlier today, we heard the contribution of the Minister of Local Government, and he spoke about the real challenge of latrines within the country. And the East Port of Spain took there's an initiative where we go through these 19 communities and we build a standard bathroom and toilet to allow persons to have proper sanitation in their spaces. All of these things contribute to urban development, to better living, to more comfortable housing and housing spaces. I remember one time a guy came to me and he said, MP, I have an outside bathroom and I cringe every time because when my daughter goes outside, she's uncomfortable and she's getting older and persons always look. And I am telling you that the initiatives there to provide proper toilet and bathroom changes the lives of people and their family, and that is such a great thing. We are doing significant infrastructure works as box drains and roads throughout the constituency. We have here handrails, footpaths. We have here development in terms of some of the community centers. We even partnered with the Ministry of Education, with some of the schools, in terms of developing some of the schools and some of the infrastructure issues that they are having. As you know, the Ministry of Education is tasked with not just new schools that they are building, and thank you. The Lower Mover School is being built right now, and long awaited, and the people of Laventille East Mover is very happy of that. So the East Port of Spain also recognizing the importance of the assistance to schooling has also partnered with the ministry to assist in developing some of the schools. We have here a lot of community maintenance micro projects where we employ persons within the community to assist in maintaining and developing some of the work. We have here Royal Stars Pan Theatre building, where in terms of culture, there are spaces that need developing. So we have a lot of persons who have been skilled in the pan and playing of the pan, or interested in learning the pan, but we don't have the facilities. So the East Port of Spain took it upon themselves to ensure that these facilities are provided for the people of the East Port of Spain. We also have a significant amount of sports initiatives. There was a junior golf program where youngsters within the East Port of Spain community would have learned golf, and they would have gone down to Petrotrin Golf Club, played golf. You know, I have some of the youngsters saying that they want to ensure that when they get better, they want to play with the Prime Minister. And I'm holding the Prime Minister to that, to play with them. You know, and the thing about it is, sport has to be, and we can also play with Miss Oropuch East also. I know he's an avid golf player. We also, Mr. Speaker, we also, in the East Port of Spain Development Company, support and help grow with some of the other sporting initiatives that we are grateful to now be partaking of. For example, swimming. Thanks to the People's National Movement, we have a beautiful swimming pool in 2 constituencies in the East Port of Spain area, one in Surgrim Trace and one in Mover in Coconut Drive. And I will say something, Mr. Speaker. When I pass by the pool and I see the amount of elderly persons there taking part in aerobics and taking part in all the activities that the members of the Coast Guard provide and support, I feel very proud. There was one lady who said to me, she don't use her cane as often because of the therapy that the water gives, and that's something very powerful. But you know what's even more powerful? There are some youngsters that never went into a pool before, and they would have been training and they would have been taught by the Coast Guards. And by the way, we have a Mover Swim Academy, and that could have only been possible because we have the facility of a pool. But these youngsters, they train, and I saw them enter a competition in flying fish. And it was so emotional for me to see these same youngsters who didn't grow up in pools, for a few months of training, were able to compete and come first and second. That's something very powerful. Because what it says is that, again, hope and opportunity is real because of the work provided by this People's National Movement government. And we have several other things. We have a program where, as you know, we have pan manufacturers within the East Port of Spain area. And we have a program where we are trying to get all the schools within the East Port of Spain area to have pan. Pan is our pride of this nation. And we are trying to make sure that it becomes part of the curriculum, and we want to ensure that the instruments are there. That has been supported by the East Port of Spain Development Company. And I'd also like to say that we also have manufacturing capabilities in the Russell Latipy School. Very powerful. And these initiatives, I have to thank our support from private sector, because they see the importance of injecting their funds into the East Port of Spain area and into Laventil and to Mover and to the different parts of the community where we know we have challenges. We have our ALTA program. We have Cooking with Confidence. We have conversational Spanish. I heard a speaker before speaking about what are we doing in terms of making sure that we become bilingual. We have conversations with Spanish. The East Port of Spain is looking at every aspect of life. You will even have parenting. There's a program, Confident Parenting, and rebranded as Building Resilient Families. So we recognize some of the challenges, and we are investing in the persons within the East Port of Spain area through the East Port of Spain Development Company. There are so many other things, but I want to move forward there's a business hatchery. Now, this business hatchery program, just as the the Port of Spain shopping complex, it provides mentorship and support for startup companies, individual entrepreneurs, and established business that are looking to develop entrepreneurs and grow. What happens when the employee becomes an employer? What happens is that that person now buffers the unemployment space, because he now is able to provide something that is very powerful. One, he's providing economic strength within the community. Two, he's providing support to other persons and their family. So these are the things that we want to continue empowering and growing persons with. So we spoke about Port of Spain Shopping Complex and the good work that they are doing, providing that opportunity of option for growth and for development. We spoke about the East Port of Spain Development Company and the work that they are doing within this space in the 19 communities, giving holistic development. Now, if you think about it, all of these things are what is necessary for proper community, proper home, proper safety. These are the things that we need to continue doing, because we need to develop persons not just in terms of skill, but also in terms of mind. We need to develop persons so that they become citizens of great character. They start seeing the value of the pledge that we made. Persons that honor themselves through God and for country. And we need the skill sets for us to all grow together. You know, someone once said to me, the rising tide raise all boats. And we need to be able to raise each other so that Trinidad and Tobago could be a much better place. I'd like to talk a little bit about the Land Settlement Agency. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member for Point Up here would have asked about what is the criteria to get persons within his constituency. And let me just say this, and I checked. All 41 constituencies have benefited from the Age VIP Pro program. All 41 constituencies. And what I would say, I want to read the eligibility criteria, and I want to encourage all persons to ensure when you see persons that are eligible, contact the LSA, you can even contact me, right? And because I take my because I take my work very seriously, I want to ensure that all persons of this nation benefit from what this government is providing. The criteria for the HVIP is 1, to be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. 2, have attained an age of 21. 3, to have the income of less than $7,000 a month. And 4, to be the legal occupant of the land by means of security of tenure or have tenure documents. And that is all. What we do, we look at the structures, we send persons out, we ask them to assess the structure, and we take the most vulnerable structures. Persons that are most at risk when we have adverse weather. Because we want persons to have resilient homes. So, all persons that I have seen that have benefited from this program have been very grateful. And to me, it's a powerful program. And I would like to congratulate our Prime Minister for this program, because I need to tell this nation how this program started. The Prime Minister would have walked in Maruga tableland, and he he would not have been satisfied with some of the living conditions of persons there. And he instructed the then Minister of Housing to create a program to address this. And what the cabinet approved was to develop a program where we can go to persons that fill that criteria and we build a resilient structure for free. Persons would be benefited, persons would benefit to a new 2-bedroom structure, all courtesy of the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And that program was birthed under this People's National Movement government. Now, this program is developed and is managed under the ministry by the LSA. And it is really geared to reduce poverty, and is geared to reduce the persons that need protection from the natural elements and need access to water, to electricity, to sanitary facilities, contributing to a better physical and mental health. We want to provide these units to ensure that persons can focus more on education, on healthcare, on development. When you study, your children comes home and they want to study, if you don't have proper access to electricity, you don't have proper lighting, you don't have proper space, if rain is falling, you cannot focus. When we provide these units, what we are essentially doing is providing what is our essential purpose of the greatest need, which is shelter. We are providing a space for possibilities, for better families, for persons that are now able to really develop and become the best of who they can be. And by improving this living condition, it not just provides hope to that person, but it also provides hope to the other citizens of Trinidad that can see, listen, I also fall within that category. I also need help. And you know what? This government gives me the hope that I can get help. I do have the ability to seek assistance, and this assistance is for the most vulnerable. As I said at the start, this ministry is focused on giving shelter and avenues of shelter and improving shelter to the most vulnerable. And to date, the LSA have overseen a construction of over 800 residential structures for low-income families throughout Trinidad. And think about that. Think about 800 families within this nation that now have a chance, a better space for living, now have a better space to provide for their children, now is not concerned of the adverse weather patterns because they live in a resilient structure. I have seen structures that were built where we have a starter house and persons would have gone afterwards, and you would be surprised that these same structures, how they look now, put up moldings, put up additional rooms, etc. I'm very happy to know that the government of Trinidad and Tobago intervenes in these people's lives, and they are very, very, very grateful. We have some special projects through this program. We have gone down into the Beetham Gardens. This program would have initiated because of a fire, and as such, we would have gone on to build structures under the HVIP area so that persons can now have better structures. You know, where before they would have been clipping wires to get electricity, we would have brought the TNTech. We have proper water, proper sanitation for these persons. So in Ibitam, we are doing this. We also have a program in Mova. We plan to go into Sealots. We're doing it in Jacob Hill and so many other places that have these challenges. It's almost as though it's a transition of community from a space of risk to a space of pride and opportunity. So we plan to continue this in this fiscal. We plan to do 500 houses of low income throughout Trinidad and Tobago. We also plan to undertake several infrastructure projects in several areas, and I'll call out a few. In Windy Hill, Pascal Recreational Ground, Arima, Hamilton's Siding, Nicaragua Road, Tractor Pool Road, Bellsmite Street in Curepe, Marge Street, Grand Trace, Rancho Comado. We have Las Mercedes Trace. We have La Lune in Maruga, La Ruffin, Mandingo Road. We have Carapo in Joaquin Trace. We have Church Street. We have Branch Trace in Enterprise. We have Palm Drive in Enterprise. We have Johnson Street in Enterprise. We have Wells Street in Point Fortin. We have Williams Avenue in Mova. We have Butler Street. We have so many projects that we are going through that where we consider to be areas that need significant intervention. So the LSA is going into spaces where, you know, several squatting areas where typically the squatters is unplanned development, so they are not proper drainage. The structures, whether it be whatever they had available, whatever materials they had available. And what the LSA is doing is going into these spaces, restructuring it, building resilient homes, developing the infrastructure, the drainage, the roads, etc., for the persons, so that persons in Trinidad and Tobago, the most vulnerable, could benefit on what this nation is providing. And for me, that is something that I am proud to be part of. It's something that I think that it's heartwarming to know that persons that may have been born in a community and developed that squatting community. They are significant. We in fact, we have 25 registered squatting communities in Trinidad. And not just because you're born and you came up in a squatting community doesn't mean that you shouldn't benefit from what this nation provides. So the laws were changed so that we can go in and provide better space for them, better opportunities for them, better living conditions for them. And the impacts of this is phenomenal, because what it does, it allows persons to feel that sense of pride. We have developed recreational spaces, and all we are doing under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is strategizing on how to urbanize these spaces, how to develop these spaces so that everyone can feel that pride of community. Everyone can have access to different things. The LSA has also been going into communities and finding spaces and building homework centers, going in and doing training, developing persons in different ways, just as the East Port has been in terms of that holistic development of persons. going into communities and recognizing where the gaps are with persons from within the communities and seeing how best we could fill this gap. So that each one can basically benefit and say, listen, this government really gives me the opportunity so that I can do the things that I want to do. I have the opportunity to have a proper shelter. I have the opportunity to have good training close by. I have the opportunity, if I'm interested in certain skills, I can access it. You know, and this government has been working very hard to ensure that persons can become who they want to become. We also have a program called the GASH program, which is the government-aided self-help program. Now, this program is also a program that persons who may not typically be able to afford the AGC units, but they may be able to get this subsidized land, and then they can develop this land with a modest home. And by the way, the LSA have different designs that they give for free. So you don't have to go and hire architects and engineers. These designs are already done, and so we give you subsidized land. We provide you with the designs and the structures, and now you can look at your pocket and see how you can manage and see. You might start off with a starter home or even a bedroom unit, and then as you grow, you can go and build. And these are the opportunities that we provide for the citizens of our country. And so far we haven't mentioned HGC. And all of these are opportunities and avenues for shelter that we provide for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Some of these areas where the GASH program is being done, where lots are being developed: Cashew Gardens, Carsonfield, Chin Chin, Cunupia, Factory Road, Chagonas, Orangefield Road, Caripichima, Milton Village, Coover, Rupsing Road, Caripichina, Waterloo, just to name a few. So far, we have 409 beneficiaries, and they have been sent to the Commissioner of State Lands, and we are going to organize to ensure that they get their deeds, etc. There are a number of persons that have to be part of this program, but we are confident that the persons that need it the most are the people that are benefiting from this particular program. I just want to run quickly. The LSA is also responsible for developing the residential lots for the former employees of Petrotrin. And we just 2 weeks ago.
Honorable Member, your speaking time has now expired. You're entitled to 10 more minutes to wind up, if you wish. You may proceed.
Yes, Madam Speaker. So just about 2 weeks ago, we would have given out letters to 150 persons, basically they being able to identify their lots and have that sense of security as to where they will be going, etc. The design process, this would have been our third submission and distribution of these letters. So the government is committed to doing a significant amount of work, and the LSA is ensuring that housing and shelter is available to persons within this country, and not just persons within the country, but also to the most vulnerable. We are providing avenues so that the most vulnerable can get this. Now, there's another challenge that the LSA is also doing, where we try to regularize squatters. So there are persons who would have been squatting on land for quite some time and developed themselves, put up a really nice structure, but they cannot carry this to the bank. They don't have a deed. So what has been happening, a lot of persons, when they die, sometimes somebody else takes their property, and we have been hearing those stories. So what we try to do, we try to give persons security. So in these squatting communities, we have established the 10-year regularization, where persons are able to apply, right? There's a certificate of comfort, and we would give you that certificate of comfort, or if you would have missed that period, we'll give you that. We'll start the process of the tenure, we do the surveys, etc., and persons are now able to put to the government and say, listen, after the survey is done, the government will then offer you that same land that you are squatting on for 1/3 of the value, just the land, regardless of what structure you put. So essentially, we offer persons the opportunity for where they are squatting to actually own it, which means they now have the confidence to provide for their children and their children's children. It's actually generational wealth. It's a structure for the most vulnerable persons to actually have that share within this nation. And this is what the government of Trinidad and Tobago is doing. We are trying to ensure that no person is left behind, because we see the people as our greatest asset. And persons who would have experienced these types of programs would know the power of it. And I would just like, the reason why I wanted to express these things is because I wanted persons to understand that sometimes you may be in a situation or in a space and you may think that the only solution or the only option is to go and get a HCC house, when really and truly there are so many other options for the space that you may currently occupy. And that is something very, very powerful. So I would just like to skip over to some of the things that we are also doing. In the Ministry of Housing, we also have a number of subsidies and grants. And we, in my view, some persons, they, as I said earlier, some persons just need a little assistance. You know, they have a leaking roof. You know, they want to add another room, etc. And they just need that assistance, you know, but they're in a vulnerable state and they don't have the money to do it. And these grants and subsidies we provide to persons of this nation, and it's available to persons that earn, the subsidies I believe is under 7,000, and the grants are under 5,000. These grants obviously are grants, so the government gives you the money. And the subsidies are really designed where you have some money, but you need some help to put towards it. And I have seen so many persons do so much with these subsidies. In fact, a couple of months ago, we were in Tobago, and we walked with the members of Parliament for Tobago, and I was absolutely amazed with what persons were able to do with the subsidy in Tobago. So I know this program is working. I know that people are getting hope. I know what we are doing makes a serious impact. And the budget that was read for us, it continues this work. And it continues that economic growth within these spaces. And as such, I am happy, and I have to congratulate the Minister of Finance for managing our economy so that we could continue doing the things that we are doing. I would like to just run quickly to Member for Arima would have spoken about Connect Arima, and I just wanted to add that it's a very important project, and we have to start somewhere. So when the Port of Spain shopping complex decide to make all their spaces Wi-Fi free, that to me is a big step, because what it does, it now allows persons to see business in a different way. So in Arima, you could imagine you in Arima, we are all over, and businessmen in Arima have an app where you could order stuff just before you get there while you in the street. The first thing persons do when they reach a space is to see what Wi-Fi is available. So that, is a very powerful move. And I've listened, and I heard a speaker speaking before about they don't know what the Minister of Digital Transformation, or they don't know who it is. And I saw, I think it was the same day, that in the region he was honored with being the head in his field, and I'm so proud that he is my minister. And I was listening to one of his employees, his officers, and they spoke about so much that is happening. There was one thing where he spoke about, like, for example, the EMA, they're doing different apps where you could actually, if there's noise, without doing the complaints, there's an app where they will tell you what the noise level is and you could do the reports. I listened to the CEO in North Central, and he spoke about, because of this technology, how they're going to be sharing information differently and improving the performance of the healthcare system. I've looked at all the different uses of technology within the different agencies. So I see the Arima Connect in terms of transitioning and building and bringing that space to a smart city space, doing all the smart lights and bringing security, bringing transport, bringing all these things to fruition. I see that as a powerful move, because I see that even though it's a pilot, I actually picture it in my community. I picture walking the Lady Young Road or in the Savannah, having access to Wi-Fi, having persons have an app, Mover app, basically saying, listen, we have football, we have games, we have so many things, bringing communities closer together. So I know, Madam Speaker, that we have challenges, as in everything. We still have to ensure that we have the bureaucratic process that we still have to follow. We need approvals, etc., and things might slow down. But I want to say that we are grateful for this opportunity, and we continue to do the work of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you very much.
Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to enter the debate and address the House and the national community on a few of the pertinent issues arising in the budget statement and some related issues in the public space at this time. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by congratulating the Leader of the Opposition, the member for Siparia, on a most comprehensive, detailed, policy-oriented response to the budget 2024. The Member of Parliament for Siparia is at this very moment attending the send-off in a very troubled area in Princestown. And once again, on behalf of members on this side, I want to extend condolences and our very deepest sympathy to the family, friends, relatives of Jaden Lalchan in circumstances that are so horrible. The opposition leader is where she should be, extending sympathy, compassion, hope, solidarity with troubled families in Trinidad and Tobago. I congratulate all my colleagues on this side of the House for their sterling contribution in the debate thus far, and we look forward to some powerhouse presentations to come on this side, I'm sure. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance, as we all know, delivered his 10th budget presentation last Monday. He kept the worst for last. The minister uttered 34,975 words. Madam Speaker, that is a fact that we checked using Wi-Fi that member for Laventille East Mova reminded us about. Madam Speaker, I just want to put in context that Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, the distinguished Minister of Finance of the Republic of India, in July 2024, she was budgeting for a quarter of the world's population. She spoke for 1 hour and 25 minutes. She only had the budget for a quarter of the planet. Now, had this Minister of Finance had the budget for India, he would still be speaking. No. For 5 hours and 12 minutes after, while, Madam Speaker, the national concern was, when will it end? How much pages left? And so, Madam Speaker, he added injury to insult by continuing, Madam Speaker, if this ever happen again, and it cannot, this member should supply this House and its members with painkillers, eye drops, and other related pharmaceuticals to assist during that exercise. Madam Speaker, I want to bring anybody into this debate, but I took a look around the House that day, and I think many of us were moved to some level of exhaustion. Madam Speaker, so with this worthy budget, the minister took us around the world. He told us about the drought in Panama. And instead of blaming, and I say, the member for Siparia, Kamla, instead of blaming the member for Siparia, he blamed the
right thing. So let's do the right thing because it's the right thing. So take out that word and you continue with all the respect to the rules.
Let's proceed. The member for Siparia, instead of blaming the member for Siparia, withdraw.
Yes, yes. No, I didn't understand that.
Oh, fine. I withdraw that word.
Sure.
And instead of blaming the member for Siparia on this occasion, he blamed Panama, a drought. Then he took us to Argentina, where we did not know it was that bad. Then took us to Copenhagen. Then took us to Germany. Then came back to London. Ended up in the Red Sea. And I think if we continue, there is the Barents Sea by then. But he took us all around the world, but without any focus, without any purpose, and just continued forever. And I think that, Madam Speaker, was a disservice to this country, the presentation. And in future, a future government ought to look at that. Madam Speaker, at the heart of this matter, the minister came with rehashed plans and programs that we have heard so many times. Whether it is the dry dock in Labre, it is the Toko Highway, it is what again? The Maruga Highway, whatever it is, every year, the same plan, the same program, and they have a crisis of implementation. It is a crisis of implementation that we face, Madam Speaker. And then they beat their chest on their performance, and we didn't know what was happening because the member for Degomartin West was offering Karaili, and the member for Degomartin Northeast was offering sweet bread. One was sour and one was sweet. So you don't know what is the picture, the true. And I asked, would the real member for Degomartin Northeast come forward? Because on one occasion he told a court in an affidavit in the TRA matter that it was gloomy the next 2-3 years, bad, things were collapsing, no revenue. And then he came last week, Monday, and said, things are looking up good. And the Prime Minister is on record, dark days ahead until 2027, I believe it is. So the Prime Minister would like the population to purchase a lotto ticket and indicate that that lotto will draw in 2027. Hold on. You could succeed, but in 2027. That is where we are with this contradiction that comes from the highest level of the government. And they were caught out by the leader of the opposition, who raised the issue of the $50 million entertainment budget for the office of the Prime Minister, another $400 million that they cannot explain. The Prime Minister for FET, $50 million gallivanting. $400 million. The Prime Minister was on a platform last week, Friday, I believe. It was a wake somewhere in Belmont, was it? Yes. A wake somewhere.
Move from the corner to the community.
And he said, yeah, they had to go to the community center. Nobody will come out at the corner. And Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister was there, and I did not listen, I must confess. You know, I wasn't doing anything, but I didn't listen. Too painful. And I had to ask someone who was paid to listen for me and give some notes. I have a sense of what was said. Nobody will listen to him free. So, Madam Speaker, we did get a report on that. And it's fascinating, the issues that the Prime Minister raised related to the budget. Trying to explain the $400 as payments to UDCOT, and I will come to that in a few minutes, when the opposition leader exposed him as late as yesterday that those figures are already in the budget and the Ministry of Health is paying UDCOT for the hospitals, so it cannot be in the office of the Prime Minister. We await the next excerpt on that matter. I want to remind the government, before I really get into the meat of my presentation here, that this is a minority government. This is an opposition in waiting. They were booted out in Tobago, and they got less votes than the UNC in the local government election. They are the minority and the opposition in waiting. Madam Speaker, they came, they saw, and they destroyed. We got cry, untruths, and mamagai. Those last 10 years, Madam Speaker, the last 9 years or so, constitute and will constitute lost years of development. Today, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that in this country we have too much grief and death in Trinidad and Tobago. There's an overbearing hopelessness in this society. Children are being slaughtered. The social fabric of this nation is decaying. We have bullies in the schools. The member for Princestown alluded to bullies in the parliament, Madam Speaker. We have criminals roaming the streets, mass murderers on the prowl, because the detection rate in the police is so low. I believe it is now about 15% detection rate for murder. It could be less for other serious crimes, Madam Speaker. The detection rate is abominable. Madam Speaker, the family structure has broken down due in part to poverty, joblessness, hopelessness, economic contraction. Madam Speaker, a good slogan for the member for Diego Martin North East is, honey, I shrunk the economy. I shrunk the economy. This economy is 20% smaller than it was when we left office in 2015. Honey, I shrunk the economy. That is their motto. And I'll come to the energy sector for a few comments in a few minutes. Madam Speaker, everything is correlated. And the wider failure stems from an evil that lurks in the highest quarters of this land. This, Madam Speaker, day by day, this society is norming the tragic news, as we had within the last hour or so, of a double killing, I believe, in South Trinidad, Barapore. Madam Speaker, this is the context that we come to the population with today. Madam Speaker, in the budget debate, I took note of something which I'll also raise now. The Point Fortin Hospital, a project of the People's Partnership Administration, and we are proud. When they came in 2015, Madam Speaker, they had an approach, and we know the approach. They stopped all major large-scale projects of the partnership, and they said they have to review. They are reviewing. You know what they did as well? They went to contractors, large-scale contractors, and said, reduce the cost. Anything the partnership was paying, come in with less. And if you come in with less, we can go publicly and say, look, they were billing a house for, I don't know, 600,000. We are billing it for 400,000. They were billing a highway for X billion. Now we are billing it for X billion minus something. They were billing something else, a community center. They were billing this, so we want to come in with less. So they carried a narrative that the partnership was doing everything. So we had budgeted, I believe it was $187 million to complete the Browne Lara. They said, no, we did that with 90 million. You know, they have to refurbish and do over Browne Lara about 3 times. That will come in for more than 180. Because now I believe, as the member for Caroni Central, a brilliant contribution here, reminded us, I think they are fogging up the media center, to use the term. I got it right. Madam Speaker, so all the projects, I was appalled when I heard the minister announce that the Point Fortin Hospital came in at 1.3 billion. Madam Speaker, I took note and I went back to my documents, some of the documents, public documents, which I kept from the ministerial office, public documents. And Madam Speaker, do you know the initial budget of that hospital under the partnership was $810 million. $810 million. They came in at $1.3 billion. Whoa. That is $500 million more than budgeted. And that is one project. And Madam Speaker, I have in my hand a document which I will come to in a little while.
In a red folder?
In a red folder, believe it or not. On another large-scale project. But before I get there, I don't want to get there too early, Madam Speaker. I want to speak about these projects. They went to the Currap interchange, and one of their members was boasting that they did it for less money. They removed roads that today you still have a bottleneck traffic. Madam Speaker, not even Waze can help you to navigate that interchange.
Waze get confused. True.
They confuse Waze. They confuse Google. You have to go 2 miles to come back up the road, Madam Speaker. But they had a narrative that you have to come in less than the partnership. So they can go to the population and say, look at that. They were billing for $10 and we now billing for $6. So where the $4 were going? So they carried about that and so on, and they got away with it for a while. We bought vessels, Coast Guard vessels. Madam Speaker, I think 6 Dayman vessels. Madam Speaker, those vessels went to Suriname to dry dock. They came back to Port of Spain, Chaguaramas, and they're still not functioning. This country has 2 ministers of national security and 1 vessel operational. 1 vessel is today operational and 2 ministers of national security. Yeah. Madam Speaker, the Coast Guard is no longer a Coast Guard, it's just a guard, because they don't guard the coast. So it's just a guard, Madam Speaker. It happened under them. They have a lot of firsts that they could take a curious credit for. It's a curious credit. Never in the country history has this country been without at least one operational vessel, and it was like this a few months ago. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance, correct me if I'm wrong, but he can't, dip his hand in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, not once, not twice, but 10 times. Wow. How much money? 16 billion, I think. 10 times? He's saying it's more than 10. Madam Speaker, I'm happy that he's responding and awake. Madam Speaker, in the Heritage and Stabilization jar, we should put a rat trap inside here with some kind of cutter. If we put that there, his both hands would be bandaged now. Both his hands would be in bandage now. If we put a cutter in that Heritage and Stabilization Fund and we test after a few years, his hands, they will all be scarred. 10 times no Minister of Finance in this country history do that. No government would do that. And he says he is the first, but you are the first and you are the last. All the talk about revenue and economy turning around and so on, 10 times you put your hand in that jar called the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. While that was happening, Madam Speaker, crime escalated. They cannot protect you from a mosquito. They cannot protect you from a snail. And they cannot protect you from the criminal elements. And I tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago, it will get worse. Yes. This is not the worst. It will get worse. Before they demit office, Madam Speaker, which will be soon. Madam Speaker, I come to a matter that has been in the public domain, this refinery sale. I want to congratulate the Member of Parliament for Pointe-à-Pierre, the very distinguished member for Pointe-à-Pierre, on that dragon-like presentation last week that exposed and ripped apart the presentation of the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. And you know, I had cause to reflect as well on the presentation of the Minister of Energy. On Friday last, I think he also was at the wake. And Madam Speaker, it was interesting, they didn't call the Minister of Finance to speak on the budget in a political meeting at the height of the budget. They called the Minister of Energy. And the Minister of Energy had this to say. He was praising the Prime Minister. And he was praising the Prime Minister. He said, they are well known throughout the world by all the executives in the oil and gas sector. In fact, they are known on a first name basis. I want to tell the member for Porter-Spain North, St. Anne's West, this is now our first rodeo. We come here before, long time. The people who head all those oil and gas companies, they are business persons, they're interested in money. They have no friend and they have no enemy. Today, it might be Stuart and Keith. Tomorrow is Kams and Mooney. No, it was an analogy.
You self-corrected before. Right, so, yes, please.
Today is the member for Degomartin West and the member for Porter-Spain North. Tomorrow is the member for Claxton Bay and the member for Siparia. You know? So, Madam Speaker, this is how business works. They are not your friends that way. They're into business. So don't feel that, you know, there's a friendship working here. And they went and they negotiate. While they negotiate, they collapse the energy sector. They collapse the energy sector. And Madam Speaker, I want to come to one issue of that sector because I think the member for Pointe-à-Pierre dealt with it so comprehensively. Only one matter of ways. The Minister of Energy came to the House and made what he thought was some bombshell announcement that a fake document was tendered during the process, and it was a wire transfer of some kind, and so on. And it was fake. Today I took note of a matter today, dated 8 October, I think that's today. Trinidad Petroleum Holdings Limited issued a media release to say that they are in receipt of a document submitted by Patriotic Energy in furtherance of its non-binding offer to the for the Guaracara refinery. A document, 1.5 billion United States dollars. Information to hand suggests that there was no such transfer. Accordingly, the document has been referred to legal advisors for relevant advice and so on. I want to ask, how Trinidad Petroleum get hold of wire transfer documents meant to be under the purview of an independent evaluation committee chaired by one Vishnu Danpal? The other members of that committee is very instructive, Madam Speaker. The other members of that committee, for the record, and we want to thank the members of that committee as well for their service, Madam Speaker, their service to the country in this manner. Vishnu Danpal, Sandra Fraser, Dexter Jagannath, Jimmy Wong, Selwyn Lashley, Klein Laborde, Christopher Narayan Thomas, Anil Singh, and others. We thank them for their service. But I'm not seeing anywhere their Trinidad Petroleum Holding. In fact, I'm not even seeing the minister's name here as part of the evaluation committee. How did the minister got wind of a wire transfer involving an impartial and independent evaluation committee? The minister has to tell us, how did this happen? Did you enter the room of the evaluation committee? By accident, you were in Whitehall and you entered the wrong room and they were looking at documents that Patriotic submitted? How did this happen? And how did Trinidad Holdings Limited get a copy of these documents, confidential documents, meant for Scotia International and meant for the evaluation committee? How it works, Madam Speaker, is when you send your documents to the evaluation committee, if they believe that something is amiss and so on, they have a duty to take it up with the authorities. Politicians don't get involved in that. But Madam Speaker, that is a question they will answer. But you see, it's related to another matter I'll raise now, because I'm on this matter. They have developed this tragedy of influencing, undermining, participating in matters of evaluation, in matters dealing with all types of, reviews and so on. Madam Speaker, I have in my hand document by NIDCO. Let me take a little sip for that. Madam Speaker, is a Freedom of Information request made. It is dated the 14th of April, 2021. And do you know, Madam Speaker, we got hold of this as part of the Freedom of Information business. Questions were asked, Madam Speaker, to NIDCO as to the process for submitting bids and tenders and proposals and interests by Ostal and or INCAT to provide passenger fast ferries to service the sea bridge between Trinidad and Tobago for the period 2018-2019. Very instructive. This has revealed that Cabinet, of course, agreed to an official visit by a delegation from Trinidad and Tobago to China and Australia, May 2018. So let's see how it goes. An official delegation went to China and Australia. They saw boat, they like boat, they buy boat.
Picture of the boat.
They saw a picture of the boat because the boat wasn't constructed yet. And they buy boat. When we asked the names and qualifications of persons on the committee established to evaluate the submitted bids or tenders and or proposals, Cabinet, June 21st, 2018, and I do receive some Cabinet notes and minutes time and time again, Madam Speaker. I think they probably still have my name and address on the list there. Madam Speaker, Cabinet appointed a committee to review proposals for the purchase of fast ferries. Madam Speaker, the tune of money we are talking about here, 140, about 140 million United States dollars, multiplied by 7, almost $1 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars passing here to purchase boats, fast ferry. Do you know this evaluation committee? Well, let's get the terms right. Yes, to evaluate the submitted bids, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Stuart Young, Minister of Communications, Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General, Legal Affairs, Chairman of an evaluation committee for $1 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars to receive bids, tenders, interests. The Honorable Major General, Minister of National Security, retired Edmund Dillon, Minister. Senator the Honorable Dennis Moses, he was then Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. This one is an interesting one. Mr. Marvin Gonzalez, Director Legal Services, Ministry of Works and Transport, as he then was. So he was involved a little way before on the compound. Mr. Stephen Gardner, Project Manager, Mr. Demi John, Businessman. Madam Speaker, this reveals that politicians with cabinet rank who are involved in policy making. Now, to be a member of parliament, I think you need to be 18 years old and not bankrupt, unless I'm mistaken. Correct, yeah? So satisfying the age requirement and the bankruptcy requirement, you get to the parliament and you can get to the cabinet. Not that we have nothing more to offer. Like sanity, I guess. Madam Speaker, politicians found their way on a committee to evaluate $1 billion in bid for fast ferries. When we asked who else was on this committee, NIDCO said no, it had nobody else. We asked NIDCO, could we get the report of the committee established to evaluate the submitted bids and tenders? They said NIDCO is not in possession of any such report. NIDCO, that is purchasing, project managing, going to visit to see if the boats are, compatible and so on. They said we are not in possession of any such report on the evaluation. We're not in possession of that. We asked for the report of the committee established to negotiate with companies for the provision of passenger fast ferries. NIDCO replied, NIDCO is not in possession of any such report also. $1 billion spending. And the state enterprise that dealing with this matter don't even have the report, because we dread the thing they have and they will not disclose. So they don't have the report. Madam Speaker, this process of evaluation and so on using politicians is something they are familiar with, Madam Speaker. And that is why when they purchase, whether it's boat or plane or anything, you will have all of this scandal and bacchanal. Apart from the real issue of non-performance and having vessels and equipment that are not operational. Madam Speaker, let me get to my red file here immediately. I'm itching to get to this business here, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we know ministers find themselves in the cabinet, they recuse themselves 98 times, 100 times. Or something. In fact, they have an interesting strategy. They recuse and then they accuse. So they recuse themselves and accuse us. It's a nice strategy. Madam Speaker, I heard the Prime Minister last week as well. He was responding on the platform to serious concerns raised in the Parliament and in the speech of the Leader of the Opposition. And the Prime Minister raised the most horrendous matter that touch and concern all citizens. That such an installation as the diplomatic center that housed a cabinet room, government offices and residence of the head of government. He said that under the center, the sewage lines and so on were blocked. And he called in WASA. And then they discovered something there. They discovered that it was a mass of female underwear. It was in the newspaper, reported so, ma'am. And that was a very serious matter, that WASA would be called in. Madam Speaker, I called WASA. I said, is there a report on this very troubling matter? The person on the line with WASA laughed in my face. He said, don't ask me nothing about politics, sir. That is where we are. That is where we are. So the Prime Minister has gone on to make these serious allegations. And I challenge the Prime Minister now. Go further and produce the WASA report that speaks to that matter. And as they say in the O.J. Simpson matter, if it don't fit, you must acquit. If it don't fit, you must acquit. Because they are making serious allegations. And the Prime Minister has this pathological obsession, Madam Speaker, with undergarments and sleep clothes of the female. A pathological, obsession, which I think Freud explained somehow, but that now is not the time for that, Madam Speaker. I think Sigmund Freud explained that well, Madam Speaker, that obsession. But if it don't fit, acquit. So I expect the member for Digomarton West to have in his hand the offending materials and to walk up and down the Brian Lara looking to see who it fit.
Member.
Yes, let's move
please.
on. Madam Speaker, on that note, all I will add and close is that over my life, I have been shopping. I travel a bit as well in malls, and I've heard of Victoria's Secrets, but I've never heard of Rowley Secrets. So that may be a new addition. I haven't seen the shop yet. Maybe that shop exists. Madam Speaker, I want to come to the highway. Point Fortin to San Fernando. Another project undertaken by the People's Partnership that we are proud of. We are proud. Madam Speaker, when they came into office, they raised all kinds of concerns about the OAS and so on, about all other companies too. To this day, I want to remind members opposite, after 10 years, no police officer has gone to the door of the member for Siparia asking her any questions about her tenure as Prime Minister. She is the only Prime Minister, the member is the only Prime Minister. I say with great respect to former Prime Ministers. Every time you demit that office, there's some little troubleness and so on, troublesome business. Some have had it more than others. In fact, when you demit office as minister too, you find yourself engaged in some business of investigation and so on. No integrity commission, no police has gone by the house of the member for Siparia on any matter. And when they campaign, Madam Speaker, that is their thematic about corruption. And I want to tell you, no police ever come by the house of the member for Oropouche East either. When they come by me, it's because they want water, they want printer, they want paper and ink.
Yes.
When they come by me, they want to find out your address. That's why they come by me, to find out where you live in. Madam Speaker, I have in my hand an important report. You see, I made a statement 2 years ago and showed pictures and so on elsewhere that they had mismanaged this project called the Highway to Point Fortin. And do you know when they came into office, they stopped that project, accused us of every wrong under the sun. But what they did, again, they told contractors, reduce the price so we can show that the partnership was doing it for an excessive cost. And look, we are here now, and we reduced the price. You know what happened, Madam Speaker? The mosquito crack happened. Near, on that road, by the Godino River, there is something called the mosquito crack. I dubbed it the mosquito crack, but I did not know I was technically correct. I thought I was politically correct, but not technically. I have in my hand, Madam Speaker, which I will not display. I cannot trample on your goodwill, Madam Speaker. I have in my hand here the completion of the Sir Solomon Hochoy Highway extension to Point Fortin project, the January 2022 road failure at Mosquito Creek, a report on the nature, cause, remediation, and contractual implications of the failure. Madam Speaker, I asked the Minister of Works for 2 years, could you please give us the report, tell us what the report said. I got fed up of asking this Minister of Works. After a while, I think he was ducking me. Anytime he see me, he would turn around and walk away because he expected that I would ask him for this report. But I got the report, it's in my hands. It is in my hands, look at here, Madam Speaker. A report dated November 29, 2023, in my hand. And Madam Speaker, it's a very technical report. I don't want to bore this House and the national community with typical cross-section drawing and what is that, geotechnical language and differential equations and so on. Geotechnical investigations. Madam Speaker, I want to get to the real point here. The point is, Madam Speaker, with all this drawing and data and so on, they have concluded the failure took place. It was the construction of the road where it was almost finished. A crack, almost parallel to the road alignment, developed more or less along the median of the road, the boundaries and so on. They called it a crack in their technical report, so I was right. And they measured it at 1.2 meters along the road, the main crack. So there's a main crack and a secondary crack. At the end of the failure event, some holes were observed and they expressed their methodology and so on. Madam Speaker, what was shocking to us, Madam Speaker, was that this matter arose, Madam Speaker, because they were in the business of cutting costs to show that the former administration would have handled this matter in a way that was somehow wrong, with cost escalation and so on. Madam Speaker, yes. In the summary part of the report, it says, Madam Speaker, the embankment suffered complete failure. The crack had developed a drop of 120 millimeters along the western edge. The damage was caused by a failure, a significant failure, Madam Speaker. And they point out here, Madam Speaker, that when we demitted office in 2016, 2018, there was a change in the design. They changed the design. And in changing the design, they removed the part to put drains. Wick drains is called, I think, the technical term for it. They removed that. And that caused a crack, a failure, a fissure, as they say. Considerable lateral movement. It caused severe collapse of that road, the change of design, and the new design that CARICOM, their project manager, I believe, implemented, Madam Speaker, so that they changed the design to save money, remove drainage, and then mash up the whole road. Wow. Mash up the whole road.
Design was the problem, not construction.
So, and I want to make the point, I'm not here to attack a contractor or any group of contractors or anything. They build according to what they are given, a design. And this is a design flaw that they promoted, instigated, initiated. Why did you change the design when we left? The designs were clear. Madam Speaker, it is in the report. So this failure was caused by that. Madam Speaker, hear what they say in this report. After OS was terminated, NIDCO executed a design consultancy contract in the interest of completing the project, Madam Speaker. And the design was changed. It was changed to complete the project. CARICOM issued a stamped call for construction drawings to the contractor that were different from the drawings based on the original designs, where both carriageways were treated identically. The drawings contained the revisions and the removal of wick drains. That is what they did after, because they wanted to show that the cost was too much under the partnership. They wanted to show. You know, it's the net result of this, Madam Speaker. I have now in my hand, not to display, I have in my hand a note for cabinet that is currently before the Finance and General Purposes Committee of this cabinet. Who's the chairman there? Oh. The chairman is from, no, it has to be the Minister of Finance. He's generally the chairman of the Finance and General Purposes Committee. Unless they change that too. Oh my. Madam Speaker, shockingly, I'm told that this is the first cabinet where the Minister of Finance is not the chairman of the Finance Committee. Well, anyway, I don't want to get into that. They can, Madam Speaker, they can put any member, they can put the member for Toko Sandigrandi as chairman of the FNGP. I think he will do a better job. Madam Speaker, the matter for consideration of cabinet is the approval of a revised construction budget for package A. They go to cabinet, it's before the cabinet now, well, a subcommittee of cabinet. It is before them now. So maybe I can help them as I read, because they are considering the matter. And this project from NIDCO, of course, they would like an increase from $333 million to $398 million, an increase of $64.29 million to fix the mosquito crack.
64 million to fix that crack?
To fix the crack. $64 million. Madam Speaker.
Wow.
No, this deserves another set.
Rehydrate.
Madam Speaker, I have to rehydrate to this one. So they come for $65 million, more or less, for the removal of drains because of a design flaw. When they came into office, they changed it. Madam Speaker, here the nice part, all the money on this project so far, $333 million, 333.35, spent out. There's not 1 cent of the budget for that package left. All gone. And we now must add, Madam Speaker, $65 million for drain, embankment, seawall, pile installation. That's what we're going to add it for. And here this one, Madam Speaker, in closing this sordid affair for me here. The revised cost does not include the cost of installation of final surface. So the cost of paving is yet to come. That's a further $10 million or so. Right. So that's a further amount of money that will come to the $65 million. They stand accused of the highest level of mismanagement and incompetence we have seen. Madam Speaker, I say with pride, we built roads, no road collapse. They built a bridge the other day, where is it? Perseverance. Perseverance in central Trinidad. After 1 week, the bridge collapsed. I think today some trucks must do limbo to pass through there.
Yeah,
the vehicles. Madam Speaker, at Claxton Bay right now, there's something called an iron wall. It's just iron in the middle of the road. We thought it was an advertising board. They tried to fix a little landslip that was for $1 million. Do you know this is now being tendered? The work is now being tendered out for $27 million. Wow. From $1 million. The Bridal Bridge Road is somewhere there. Collapse. Madam Speaker, here this one, it touches all of us, anybody, because you move in this country all over. There's an extension to the highway between Chase Village and Shoguanas. It causes hours of traffic day and night. Inconvenience. It is a hazard because you have sticks and things poking out the ground with a little lighting. So it's a hazard. Do you know, Madam Speaker, that project crisis now is that they allowed works to take place and they used inferior materials. They used materials that were not suitable for the foundation work on the extension. And now they must go back and dig up the material, get a new contractor now to fix the road with a further delay of what could be 2 to 3 months. You look at that project, you look at the Claxton break. You know, you look there, the mosquito crack. Yeah. Which highway we built that collapsed under the partnership? None. Which house? Madam Speaker, I have in my possession as well. Well, this is the cabinet business here. Madam Speaker, we spoke about Trestrail. Madam Speaker, we spoke about Trestrail. They are now tendering for the demolition of 100 housing units at Trestrail. Last year budget, I brought the report as well to tell you that that project, you remember that speech? Pumping in the sun? They said, no, don't worry, we didn't spend a cent there. Then later they said, well, we'll offset with monies we owe to the contractor. Madam Speaker, do you know HDC applicants have paid money on those units? 100 units to be demolished. No performance bond by the contractors. I want to know how you get in the contractor to do anything there. Because you have no... It was a project of HDC, Madam Speaker, where for the first time in history, another curious first, No performance bond was offered by a contractor for a $100 million project. So you have nothing to go and take and snatch. But they make a big deal out of the OAS, that we changed the law and we allowed OAS to get away with the performance bond. They had none at Terrestrial. And to this day, they cannot report that as any matter of any offense under the law, of any wrongdoing, of not even a breach of your public duty. Because if it was a breach, I imagine somebody is responsible as misbehavior in public office, so to speak. Nothing. Terrestrial stands there, Madam Speaker, ready to be demolished. All the homes we built, Madam Speaker, not one fall down, not one land move, Madam Speaker, under the partnership. So, Madam Speaker, their record on construction is notorious. Madam Speaker, and just to repeat some of the budget matters, they speak about the construction of Ragbir dry dock. You know how much is budgeted in the estimates of the development program at page 219? $1 million. But you developing a dry dock for $1 million? There's a dry close. Madam Speaker, they speak about the South Manzanilla Shoreline Stabilization Park, $15 million. That is a fraction of the cost. Madam Speaker, oh, this one is nice. Development of a marina facility in Tobago. Proud, beat the chest about that, a marina. Tobago is the only place in the Caribbean, I think, where if you come in with a yacht, you have to get somebody to swim out with a keg of fuel and meet you in the sea. I think people do that there. That's the only place. Here, how much they budget for this one? $1 million to build a marina facility in Tobago. What is that for, Madam Speaker?
Yeah, member, you have 2 more minutes left of your original time. Of course, you know you're entitled to 10 more minutes to wrap
Thank you.
up.
Thank you very
Please
much. Madam Speaker, dredging sea lots, though, where a favored contractor is involved, $14.4 million for that, but nothing for the marina. Madam Speaker, in construction again, I want to ask the ministry and the government, what about the secondary roads rehabilitation company? Started with fanfare, just like the Point-a-Pierre refinery and Patriotic Energies, they banged the table. The member for Diego Martin Northeast banged the table when he spoke about the secondary roads rehabilitation company, CIRIC. And when, that was in one of his forward budgets. And Madam Speaker, he announced with fanfare. Today, they went secretly, we had to expose them. They went secretly and shut down the company when they heard of the bubble. They went secretly, Madam Speaker, they shut down the company.
Allocated $200 million.
$200 million gone. We don't know where it gone. Madam Speaker, 200. NIPDEC, who's the chairman of NIPDEC? Anybody knows? There's a chairman there, we'll get the person in a while. Madam Speaker, the Valsain Avenue Bridge reconstruction and associated works. Do you know the Office of Procurement Regulation had to seize that project in light of an application before that body, what's called challenge proceedings?
Under the regulations.
Under the regulations, that project came to a halt, a bridge. And the allegations there, Madam Speaker, are issues involving, well, bubble, to use local language, but it's alleged, Madam Speaker, incompetence, unlawful assessment, Madam Speaker, a lack of fairness, procedural fairness, and so on, in the award of a contract for a bridge, the Valsain Avenue Bridge. So, Madam Speaker, this government, this is their track record on construction. No wonder we have so much problems in this country as it relates, Madam Speaker, to fixing things. You know, the other day I went to that area where we were some years ago, the waterfront complex there, doing some business. And at Tower D, Madam Speaker, I am told by employees there an elevator is not working for 3 years. And they cannot fix an elevator at Tower D for 3 years. And we expect highway and bridge and roadway. We expect that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister, I just want to touch on one or two matters quickly. The minister spoke, of course, he's beaten his chest. Having read from 400 pages, he's moving to a paperless system. You were jumping there like a puppet of some kind. Madam Speaker, the member is deliberately troubling me.
It's always very comforting to see, a little camaraderie going on. But I think the conversation going on between the Minister of Finance and the member for Urupuch East, I think we could address that now and continue with the conversation in the right direction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the record, he's not my comrade. So there's no camaraderie. Madam Speaker, I spoke about this matter, a cashless economy. The minister was also, highlighting, I won't say anything more dramatic than highlighting the importance of a cashless economy. I just want to tell the population that the promotion of a cashless economy leads to a lot of people making cash. All those organizations, institutions, international financial entities, local and foreign as well, that promote this cashless economy, they make a lot of cash. You look at the record of revenue and profits of Visa, of MasterCard, of the banks, they will wish you buy it doubles using a plastic card. Because they get the money out of that.
Service charges.
They get service charges, fees, monies from that. And therefore, we support the Leader of the Opposition proposition, recommendation of a hybrid between a cashless economy and money transactions, Madam Speaker. We submit that. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister also made a point elsewhere. When he spoke about the government, he said the opposition has not made any motion of no confidence in the government, but we're talking all over the place and attacking the government and so on. Madam Speaker, we have brought motions against the Attorney General, against the Minister of Energy, against the Minister of everything. We have brought those motions. When the member for Diego Martin West brought a motion of no confidence in a former government, he came with Emailgate. That was his idea of a motion of no confidence, Emailgate.
That was fake.
Yeah, it was fake. That was what you call real fake, not the wire transfer that they ought not to even have their hands on, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I've heard other commentaries from members opposite, and some were, polite and others were not. And I don't really care to introduce myself to those members. Madam Speaker, but to indicate, Madam Speaker, that in the housing sector we have questions to ask. You see, Madam Speaker, I've raised the matter of Treasury. I don't want to continue with that. I've raised the matter of the eviction of citizens. Imagine citizens who obtained their homes years ago when they had a job, when they had an income. Today the HDC is kicking them out, and the member for Laventel East Mova, wherever he is on the compound, he's not here. I want him to take note, because he came across with like someone with enormous compassion and care. He was talking about free Wi-Fi in Port of Spain Shopping Center and so on. The member for Laventel East Mova ought to know that when persons are without jobs, they have lost their job, they have lost their income, you cannot evict them from an HDC house like that. I stand for the protection of HDC tenants, occupiers, that they ought not to be evicted. You must work out some type of payment plan so they can keep their units until the economy gets better under an incoming government of the United National Congress. You see, Madam Speaker, their approach to economic development is tax and sell out what we could sell out. Madam Speaker, that is the approach, You look in the cabinet, and if you see gold, silver, diamond, anything, you sell everything because you want money. You have to raise tax to get money, and you have to sell the jewelry. That is the approach. So you sell Magdalena, sell this hotel, sell Clico, sell this to raise money. That is the approach of the government. You know what they're doing now? Shockingly. Housing units of an upscale variety was built years ago, I believe, under the Chambers regime, George Michael Chambers, at Federation Park, Port of Spain, an upscale neighborhood. Madam Speaker, we are told that the HDC are now involved in some type of surreptitious, underhand method of selling out at a reduced price Federation Park units for much less than its market value in a process that nobody knows. They are not going for a public auction or a public bid. They are not going for a lottery draw, because we are dealing with some big figures here. You can invite members of the public who are interested to put in a bid and decide on a market value, and you go for a public draw and say, look, whoever we draw, we draw. because but they are favoring persons, including managers at the HDC, including a former government minister, I think the minister about 90 years old by now, going now to take a mortgage to get a Federation Park unit. We asked the HDC and the Ministry of Housing to come clear on the process being used to sell out Federation Park housing units at this time. And the recipients, Madam Speaker, the recipients of those units, prime property, because I know what will happen, Madam Speaker. They will buy it for $3 million and in quick time resell that at $7 million. That is the approach. And they will favor who they want to favor. Madam Speaker, that is the approach to governing the country. And I want to indicate on the next occasion when I speak, I will have in my hands a full list of those persons who they are selling the Fed Park units to. I will have that in my hand.
We'll have to give it to the OPR also.
And I will be sharing that, Madam Speaker, with the OPR and other interested parties. Madam Speaker, I come now in the closing few minutes, Madam Speaker, to address a matter of national security, although, Madam Speaker, let me say that the member for Barataria, and I think there's great anticipation for his presentation. And probably greater anticipation for the member of Couva North, who will also speak on works and transport in the coming hours of this debate. So I do not want to delve too much into that because they are very capable of bringing the details of some of those projects and the hypocrisy of this government. Madam Speaker, in my closing couple of minutes, as is the norm, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the great people of the fortress of Oropouchis, the UNC fortress. Madam Speaker, it is a place in Trinidad, we say, where eagles dare. It is the only constituency where the PNM could not field a candidate in the history of electoral politics. They could not field a candidate there. And it explains itself. The local government election 2014-13 thereabout, Madam Speaker. I won't suggest my role, but it was difficult and the PNM did not have a candidate, Madam Speaker, because it is where eagles dare. You don't dare in a place like that. I want to congratulate and thank the people of Oropouchis for their commitment, their love, their dedication to my office and to myself. I want to thank our staff, activists, supporters, Charmaine Lewis and others for their yeoman service to the constituents, our chairman, Mr. Raymond Surjbali, and others, Madam Speaker, for their contributions over the years. And thank the people of Oropouche East that has given me so much strength and tenacity and courage that I can stand and continue this work that I have started. Madam Speaker, unlike other members on this side when they speak, I believe my journey has not yet ended. And Madam Speaker, this is not my swan song. It is only to say that I may continue my journey towards representation and service to the people of Oropouchis and the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I thank you so much.
Member for Laventille West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too must begin by complimenting the Minister of Finance for a very solid budgetary presentation, solid in terms of content. And I would like as well to congratulate the Prime Minister who has steered this ship for the past 9, approaching 10 years, and did so quite solidly. I must as well compliment the Minister of Planning and Development, who would have played, that ministry having played its part in putting this budget together, one that reflects 3 years of consistent economic growth after all of the challenges of COVID-19 and the falling oil and gas prices around the world. All of this we've been through. We've kept Trinidad and Tobago's economy whole, and we are well on the way, notwithstanding those who comment otherwise. The Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, I can proudly and confidently say I regard as, and most of us in this country will accept, that he's a man of some nobility, a responsible man, focused on national affairs, honest, and highly and acutely principled. I would want to contrast that to the leader of the opposition who spoke earlier as being a person who is disconnected from the reality, reckless, populist, meaning will say and do anything just to get the next vote, irresponsible in the extreme, and unprincipled. Imagine the opposition leader queried a $400 million allocation to the office of the Prime Minister, not reading the documents, not understanding that UDICOT is now under the purview of the Honorable Prime Minister, the office of the Prime Minister, and that allocation explains some of the plans and projects for that particular very, very hardworking and achieving state agency. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because that member for Siparia, as a former Prime Minister, after she demitted that office, did not demonstrate knowledge that Trinidad and Tobago owned a 10% share in Atlantic LNG. So there's a lot train one, a lot that the member is disconnected about. Madam Speaker, the member spoke about the Prime Minister being out of the country for 391 days, over a year. Well, I did a quick calculation based on what a former Minister of National Security and two former Ministers of National Security in her government said that the member for Siparia, as Prime Minister, enjoyed 4-day weekends. 5-day weekends. Well, I calculated it at 4 and worked out that there were 1,048 days in recuperation and resuscitation over those weekends. And of course, her government ran up $250 million in foreign travel in 5 years and 3 months. Not to mention a roti binge of $250,000 on one happy UNC occasion. The opposition leader did 3 amazing things in her contribution. She identified my hard-working and distinguished colleague, the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, as the Prime Minister's chosen one. But look at her chosen ones. Senator Arnel Roberts of live sport, rather death sport fame. Senator David Naked, who is on record as telling this country that a former president, in plain words, is an unmitigated something.
Standing order 48-6, please. Is imputing improper motives to members of another house.
I overrule.
MP Barry Padarat, MP Moonilal, who just jumped his legs. I said member of parliament.
No, but
okay, the member of parliament for Oropuch East. Yes. The member of parliament for Couva North speaks only in Spanish outside of this house. At all hours of the day and
Speaker,
night.
I stand on standing order 48-6. He's misleading the house as well. He should stop misleading. I should send him the privilege. It's a privilege. He should apologize for misleading the house.
Overrule.
Thank you very much. The member for Pointe-à-Pierre, David Lee.
No.
Sorry, the member for Pointe-à-Pierre. And of course, the member for St. Augustine. Look at her. Look at the member for Siparia's lifelong associates. The likes of SIS's Krishna Lala and a former Minister of National Security in her country while he was wanted internationally, a man called Jack Warner. A gallery, an album. Madam Speaker, they don't want the likes of the member for Tabaquite. They don't want the likes of the member for Chaguanas West, the member for Mayaro, the member for Naparima, and of course my friend from Komuto Manzanilla. The UNC is split, not for the first time, along the lines of moral and spiritual righteousness and values. Not for the first time. The member for Oropuch East, Madam Speaker, told us in his usual spirit of conviviality that if they had a rat trap inside of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund, the Minister of Finance's hands would have been bandaged. Well, I could tell you, if they had a rat trap in the Treasury, some of them nose and mouth and face would have been brutalized by the rat traps. And went on to tell us shamelessly that for all these years, no police ain't come by him. We don't know if it's as yet. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. But in any event, the member for Oropouche East is a defendant in a conspiracy matter before the courts. And when they tried to strike it out, the judge found that there was a case to answer. File your defense. And he has excuse to answer there. That's a fact. For conspiracy to defraud the taxpayers of this country millions of dollars. When as a minister in the last 3 months, in 2015, is recorded as distributing and paying those contractors some $450 million in 3 months. That is what is in front of the court now, Madam Speaker. The police ain't come yet. You hear he's tormenting me? And if I was a police, I'd be there a long time. Madam Speaker, the member for Oropouche East commented on wondering how, Trinidad Petroleum Holdings Limited would have had knowledge of the evaluation. It is their asset. Correct. When we restructured Petrotrin, that holding company holds the assets and liabilities as new companies were set up to carry on profitably. They are entitled to those documents, and they have it so he could waste his time if it pleases him. Madam Speaker, and the member spoke about billions of dollars and so on. I just want to remind this House, back in 2014, when the UNC was in power, in office, the Prime Minister at the time, the member for Siparia, went on a jaunt to China, saw a vessel, and just say, like if it was a nip, give me one of that. Give me one of that. Madam Speaker, the upshot of that was, came back to Trinidad and is on record as saying it was a grant from the Chinese government. It is only belatedly we discovered it cost the people of this country $32 million, 224 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. Out of that, well, at that time, the Minister of National Security for 14 months, a certain fellow called Gary Griffith, he was out there saying, because they had cancelled our OPVs to protect our borders, and the money was returned to the UNC government. They then went and picked up this river boat. It was a river boat, not even a military vessel, in China. And the member and the Minister of National Security was telling the country it was fit for purpose. The upshot was, Madam Speaker, we got 8 months service out of that vessel. We had to spend an additional $1.5 million to outfit it. The generators are not in place. No shore power provided for it. All the signs on the vessels were in Chinese, either Cantonese or Mandarin. We use 50 hertz here. The vessel demanded 60. We had to put in a transformer to get the thing going. All we got, and the hull integrity as I speak to you, is in doubt. The vessel is at risk of sinking, and right now we are grappling with that. We are grappling with that. $224 million. So when you hear the member for Oropouche East, Madam Speaker, you know that they are not serious. The leader of the opposition told us that we spent over $60 billion in national security in the last 9 years. And my friend from Shogunas West said in the last 5 years we spent $25 billion, and wondering what we do with it. I am sure I heard one of my colleagues this morning, but if I am mistaken, let me record. The figures and statistics in our budgetary arrangements demonstrate that as much as 64 and 65% of the allocations we read about would normally go for salaries, emoluments, and other recurrent expenditure like rents and all of the things, stationery and all of the things that the government purchases to service these ministries. So just want the people of Trinidad and Tobago to know, when the leader of the opposition says $60 billion, that 60 billion, of that 60 billion, near to 40 billion of it is spent. And if you want to see where that 40 billion goes, you have to look in people's credit union and bank account and their cars and what they do with their personal money, salaries and emoluments, and as I say, to keep the ministries and so on their recurrent expenditure going. I would have expected to hear some contribution about productivity, because I think that's one of the issues we need to reset on in this country. Because as we do these annual exercises, productivity is an important ingredient for the multiplier effect, for the implementation, for getting the full bang for the bucks. So my friend from Chaguanas West, he spoke and he told us that he met with different associations in the Ministry of National Security, and not surprisingly, we would have heard a lot about complaints and noise and all of these things, but that's par for the course around here. We have a job to do, and we continue to do that job. Not a word about integrity. Not a word about productivity, as I said, and professionalism, because it is these human elements that are like the oil that makes the wheel of the economy turn. And these are matters we have to focus on, hence the reason why I was grateful to my friend, the member for San Fernando West, who reminded us among the things we did is to put some integrity testing in place for a wide cross-section of the people in national security to keep them whole. Because if you have these allocations and you have these loopholes of small productivity and corruption and bacchanal, no serious application of the human resource that we spend billions on an annual basis, then we are not going very far. Madam Speaker, even in this debate, on my final point to demonstrate the incredibility, if I may construct that, on the part of the member for Siparia. Even in this debate, the member for Siparia came here speaking about missing money in the Auditor General issue with the Minister of Finance over the past few months. After Maladu Karan, who first issued those comments, was sitting in an audience where former Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Trevor Farrell, addressed it, pointed out that she was not making any logic, she was not making sense, and pointed out that not 1 cent was misappropriated or missing or stolen or nothing. After all of that, the member for Siparia accuses the Central Bank of cooking the books and came in this debate to talk about missing money, misleading the people who listen to the member. That is sick and unbecoming of a leader, a national leader. At least we owe it to the people to speak truth to them. Madam Speaker, so we had some talk about crime. Member for Chaguanas West pointed out that we need to create pathways for youth from crime. Well, we have a very proud record in that regard. The entire effort and the budget for the Ministry of Education is for the youth of this country in the formal education sector, largely about youth. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development, an allocation of $400 million, largely for the young people in Trinidad and Tobago. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, $5.6 billion, benefiting homes and families, largely for young people, startup business expenses and all them kind of seed money and that sort of thing. And not to mention the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Everything that it does is directed to the youth in this country. And therefore I can say here confidently, there is no shortage of correct and proper pathways for the young people in Trinidad and Tobago in terms of or vis-a-vis getting involved in a life of crime. It goes deeper than that. There is some other thing. It cannot be for a lack of opportunity. There are other influences, some of which I'll try to address. And in passing, I went to a MILAT graduate. I was invited by the Minister of Youth Development and National Service, a MILAT, military-led academic training program for youngsters between the ages of, I think, 17 and 25 or something like that. And I saw many of these youngsters who might have either been either misschooled or missed school. Didn't do well for one reason or the other. And we saw 85 of them graduate with 5 and 6 and 7 CXC passes in a short 2 years. Coming out of that institution on their graduation with discipline, pride, patriotism, self-respect, respect for authority, and after all of that, a full certificate here and there. In fact, it was reported that they did better than the national performance on average. And I want to compliment the Minister of Youth Development. I want to compliment these young people. I met one of them, a particular youngster from, I think, Carapichaima, one called Christian Chandri. He went there, he volunteered to go there, not because of any bad behavior. He went there, and he was an outstanding success. There's no shortage of these opportunities for them. Madam Speaker, prevention has been recognized, and I did criminology at postgraduate level, as the most effective method in countering crime. We aspire to build a sustainable statutory and institutional framework as our approach in dealing with these matters. We recently, relatively recently, pronounced violence as a public health concern, along with the other countries in the CARICOM. And this would involve individuals, communities, in a public health type response. Government, state institutions, non-government, faith-based. Many crimes are transnational in origin and nature, so there's need for regional and international cooperation and response. The business of the Ministry of National Security is far more than our response. As such, this intervention I'm making now will deal with crime, but it will deal with other matters in the Ministry of National Security, where we propose a whole of government, whole of society, whole of world approach, where individuals have to play a part, just like COVID-19. You wash your hands, you decide you're not hugging up, you not shaking hands, you buy sanitizer, you buy masks. Individuals have a responsibility in dealing with this crime issue. And the community as well, and families, and the state agencies, we all have a role to play. So it is intellectually moribund to suggest that he is responsible for murders. I dislike hearing altogether this, how much murders under that government and under that. It had nothing to do with that. And that's why when I was in opposition, no one could find any record of Fitzgerald Hinds saying, or the member for Laventille West, saying that the UNC is to be blamed for crime. What I did say is under the UNC, because of the tone they set in the country, crime proliferates. Yes, and our philosophy is not to go to bed with no criminals. The member for Oropouche East, one Friday left the Parliament chamber, went downstairs, the records are there to show, to pay a bill at the Hyatt for a group of criminals who went there, had a very good time, had dinner, had lunch, had all kind of things. That member for Oropouche East. And beyond that.
Madam Speaker, I stand on standing order 48.6, please.
Overruled.
There were no Venezuelans there. And as well, that member for Oropouche East, the former Commissioner Gary Griffith, came to a Joint Select Committee, which I chaired as chairman of the National Joint Select Committee, and told us that the police had information that he was going to meet with a group of criminals and put undercover teams to follow them. And the police commissioner at the time, Gary Griffith, told us that when he realized that they got a tip-off and the meeting was aborted. And that wasn't the last of it. The member for Oropouche East telephoned him And he responded, and they rendezvoused at a restaurant in Port of Spain on the same day. And when he was asked, but how could you go, police following a man, you're going to have a rendezvous with a suspect? He gave an explanation which I will not vent here now. That'll be for another time. So we require all hands on deck in dealing with these criminal matters. And what irks me is that plenty of people who complain about crime in this country, they are perpetrating a lot of it in one way or another. But I know, as we learned from the Vietnam War, no guerrilla force could operate in any territory without the complicity, the acquiescence, the support of the community in which it is involved. And if Trinidad and Tobago decided that it will stand resolutely against antisocial behavior and wrongdoing and crime, all of us, then they will not be able, those who perpetrate crime will not find any comfort among us. I did a quick survey only yesterday, just because I don't want to be guided by my own thoughts and intellect alone. And I made contact with 8 persons. I wouldn't identify the individuals, but one high in the business community, a business leader, an ex-police commissioner, a recently retired judge, a Calypsonian, Archbishop Jason Gordon, I'll call his name, that's all right, an economist, a professor in criminology, and of course, one young person. And I did a quick anecdotal survey as to the cause of crime in preparation for entering this debate today. And in the main, the ideas were similar. You heard issues, not in any particular order of gravity: drug trade, the gun trade, the weakness of the family, the weak criminal justice system and legal system more generally, the impunity of criminals largely as a result of that, the absence of moral values, poor parenting, and of course, one was emphatic on the question of weak law enforcement. And there's some justification in every aspect of that. I would read on the newspaper, Madam Speaker, I think it was Sunday Guardian. The headline said, a pensioner placed on bond for robbing a Debe family 25 years ago. I told you this is a whole of government thing, because when the police lock up and charge and all of that, it ends up in the court. It's 25 years, Madam Speaker. The man is now 71 years of age. He was charged in 1999 with wounding with intent, possession of a firearm, possession of ammunition, robbery with aggravation, and shooting with intent. And by the way, 1999, the UNC was in government, so you see, it really has nothing to do with that. It's crime. And he was indicted for these 22 years later. Indictment, for those who didn't know meaning, the matter moved from the magistrate's court in what was then the preliminary inquiry, and the indictment is when it is filed in the High Court to go before the judge and jury. 21 years later. And of course, another 2 years was to pass until last week, when there was a plea deal, and of course, he was put on a 20,000 bond on each charge to keep the peace and good behavior, and he was made to pay 15,000 to the people. So he virtually walked away because of the effluxion of time. And that is not a rarity. This is a regular state of affairs, to the point now where we come to understand, with all of the backlog in the courts and with all that we are doing to deal with those issues, you still cannot try your way out of the backlog. So I agree with the member for Chaguanas West. There has to be an element of dispute resolution, arbitration, and various ways of dealing with these things. And of course, plea bargaining is a part of it. We have removed the preliminary inquiry. We have created more courts. We have appointed more Court of Appeal judges, more puny judges, a whole heap of things. We take matters off the traffic list. We decriminalize certain levels of marijuana, and all of that intended to improve the criminal justice system. So shouting and criticizing and saying under the PNM and under the UNC, that don't help us. We have work to do. All of us. And this is why I want to congratulate and celebrate the member from Mayaro leading the UNC down on that end, well, the former UNC. When he stood up here in this parliament in his contribution and said, you bring law, and once it is good and it seeks to and protects the people, we will not object it like the member for Separia and her UNC team. And I welcome that, because that is what the doctor ordered. As we proceed intolerant of crime, I received a call from a 10-year-old day before yesterday, whispering on my phone. I asked him his name, he wouldn't tell me. He think he anonymous because he probably didn't, but my phone, there's no number to be thing hidden on my phone, something to do to it. Yeah? And the youngster called me to tell me he's fearful that gang violence will erupt in his area. That thing touched me so deeply. It showed children are seriously traumatized and affected. And I asked him, when did he expect that to happen? He told me in about a month. A 10-year-old. Day before yesterday. Bless his heart. But what it did is motivate me to doing more to protecting him and all others like him. In fact, all of us. In a world where young people around the place telling you all over this country, Madam Speaker, pills, synthetic pills, MDMA, ecstasy, all kinds of things easily available all around the place. And as I said to this country before, reports in communities where children, as early or late, depending on how you look at it, at 2 a.m. in the morning on the streets, unsupervised, unguided. We have a situation, it appears, where our Constitution and the law and our respect for and adherence to concepts of human rights appear now all together to be working to favor the criminals. And that's why the question of impunity, which came in my anecdotal survey, resonated so powerfully, because the criminals are not afraid of the justice system. They don't expect to get caught. And if they get caught, they believe they can intimidate people and time will protect them. And so we are trundling along. We got to do something about it. And I've just outlined some of the things this government have done about it, including arranging for special courts so that the court could fast-track certain matters and deal with it. That exists. 25 years ago when I started out in this business, a crime scene would have been characterized by a knife or a cutlass. And if there was a firearm, a 9mm firearm. Today, 25 years later, you hardly find 9mm ammunition on a crime scene. It's 5.56, 7.62 military grade. And no wonder why today the murder figures are where they are, because when he came with his 9mm and he discharged 2 rounds, those who were in the vicinity had time to run. But now he comes with a military grade weapon and he sprays it across an arc, and when he does that, 4 or 5 people, so you're having triple and quintuple murders in any one scene. That is where we are. And we can't do like El Salvador and just send people out there and say, pick up every gang member once they have a tattoo, or once some policeman or soldier say, he's a gangster, he's inside for life. We can't do that. We can't do that. Our Constitution wouldn't allow that. Boy, we had a visit of a Venezuelan vice president here, and they're calling for sanctions against the Minister of Energy, sanction against the Prime Minister in their personal capacity. If I were to suggest anything close to what's going on in El Salvador, they'll lock me up. They'll scream. Yes. When they had a problem in 2011, you know how they responded to it? Well, two ways. They went to bed and mollycoddled with the criminals. I told you they're meeting to have dinner and lunch at the Hyatt and meeting quietly all over the place. Yeah, I was a victim of a criminal attack in 2018 on the Beetham with some assault with some water, and they were celebrating that. And I would later learn that UNC officials paid individuals down there to do that to me and my counselor. And I told them that time, I say, you're celebrating this, but the same mentality for a fee that you got to work against Hinds in the Beetham will leave against the member for Laventille West, will leave the Beetham and find you anywhere in this country. And today we are having a problem of that nature. All over this country, home invasions. There was a particular case. 3 of them went into a man in Coover's bedroom. 3 a.m. in the morning, the man mercifully had a firearm. And he was able to put up some resistance. And one of them was left dead in his bedroom. He survived, he and his family. Praise God for that. Turned out to be a youngster from a long way away from Coover. This is all our business, serious business. And that's why we work to trying to resolve it. Madam Speaker, this is a serious thing. I could tell you, some of them who speak the loudest, complicitous. A report was made to me, and then I called the police. And the police investigated and continuing to investigate as we speak now. A criminal in this country swore to the police that a UNC high official paid him $60,000 to commit a murder outside. That matter is under investigation. Who want to go and find out could go. That's what we're talking about, the treachery and the deceit. That's why I don't listen to them. All I do is keep focused under the guidance of the National Security Council, led by the distinguished and honest and principled Prime Minister, and do this work as a Minister of National Security. All I do. The Ministry of National Security's crime strategy is a comprehensive plan involving law enforcement operations, technology utilization, intervention strategies, prevention programs, policy development, training and development, resource allocation, and interagency and multi-agency collaboration. Different types of crime requires different types of policing. In terms of our border management, we consider that effective border control is therefore one of the key elements in dealing with transnational organized crime, stopping illicit movements of people, human trafficking, goods, and meaning drugs and cigarettes and alcohol, all uncustomed in many cases, and firearms. So the Coastal and Riverine Patrol Unit, which was established in June of 2021, is an important element of this. They deal with our borders from the shoreline to 2 miles out. And of course, we have other vessels. You heard the member for Oakridge East mention the Diamond Fleet, which was purchased or ordered in 2014 when they were in government. They did not budget or pay for it. When we came in 2015, we met it, and we paid for that fleet of the Diamond vessels. 4 patrol vessels, 2 supply ships, and 6 ships boats, as they call it. It costs now, because after, like every other piece of equipment, the time for servicing and overhauling and so on is necessary. So we have just contracted to spend $336 million to recertify these vessels, and $122 million in a 3-year maintenance project for that Diamond Fleet, which we absolutely need. But they were down. In the meantime, to deal with that, we went and purchased 2 Cape-class vessels, costing $605 million. We put a 2-year maintenance contract in place for $54.4 million. That patrols out to 3,000 nautical miles, goes at 12 knots, a crew of 27. But you know, Madam Speaker, even in the Diamond deal I just told you about, We paid $1.3 billion for that. We, the PNM government, paid that because they ordered it, we paid for it. And then we were told by the police in Holland that there was an ongoing investigation. They found $200 million, what they call a finder's fee. 100 million was already frittered away, and they seized $100 million, which they still have to this day. Proving that the UNC will put in place contracts and give you the impression that they're trying to do good for the country, but the contract is just another opportunity to put their face in the rat trap. So, Madam Speaker, we got a donation of 4 riverine vessels from the United States, for which we are very grateful. In terms of our border security, we are continuing the upgrade of the automatic fingerprinted identification, or AFIS system of the Immigration Division, improving the hardware and all of the systems to make the system more efficient. Madam Speaker, the member for Chaguanas West, the member for Siparia, implying they can't see what we do with the money. Well, let me tell them a little bit about what we do with some of the money. The UNC built a fire station in Penal, and that cost the taxpayers of this country $109.8 million in 2012. Before COVID, We built a fire station in Point Fortin in 2021. That cost the taxpayers $39.1 million. The UNC built a fire station in Mayaro in 2014. That cost the taxpayers of this country $112.4 million. We built one in Roxborough in Tobago for $37 million. Cabinet business is secret, but sometimes I pray in my heart that the Trinidad and Tobago people could get a peep inside of the cabinet room when that prime minister is chairing us on a weekly basis and sometimes more. And look into the F&GP room when the chairman, the member for Port of Spain, North St. Andrews, is conducting meetings. See how we go through painstakingly, line for line, to protect the public interest and the public money. Worse than my grandmother. Ministers quarreling, they can't get the thing through because between this and the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister, we just have a work to account for public money. Not the UNC, them all inside, over, around, below the cookie jar. And they were the laden, what's the name of the thing this thing butter with? Ladle, yes, all of them mouth dripping with thing. Sorry.
I think the analogy is a bit unwarranted. So we track that and find another way. You know, we've heard a lot of things on either side, but, you know, let's don't carry it further.
I thank you. I will desist from that metaphor.
Feeding at the trough.
Yes. Madam Speaker, we built a Maracas St. Joseph police station, $21.3 million. Wow. And listen to what the Prime Minister and the then Minister of National Security decided. We had to build the Besor Street station. You know what they decided? They'll use the same drawings, the same plan, and replicate it, because if it worked, we could do it again. And they went to Besor Street and was able, without the architecture, because they had it from the Maracas, and they were able to get a Besor Street station at $13.8 million. That's what we do. That's how we do it. Madam Speaker, we built a Shervan Road police station. We built the Roxborough police station as well. And you would have heard earlier today, the biggest example of UNC behavior is the Curup interchange. They were running, they break up the government over it. Ministers fight, ministers resign. Stacey Rup-Narayan, former Minister Rambachan, Bacchanal in the UNC cabinet. $500 million. And we went in and we were able to do it for about $225 million. That is the way of the PNM. And the country, therefore, must know, as we approach an election next year, your economy, your resources, your sweat, your work is in safe hands with the People's National Movement. Not those who scream and want to get their hands. I was about to say slimy hands, but let me just say hands upon it. I wouldn't.
Said it, so
I wouldn't.
withdraw it, okay?
Madam
Yes.
Speaker, it was just a metaphor, but I'll desist from it again.
Yes.
I will desist from it. Madam Speaker, I heard my friend, and I must say, I regard him as essentially an innocent man. I don't think he has any ill will about him, so I'm not going to be castigating him. But I heard him say courageously in this parliament, and though untruthfully, that all the statistics that is available to him, all the serious crimes figures are going up, increasing. Well, that was shocking to me, anathema even, because I am in touch with the police leadership on a daily basis. And all the statistics I read said exactly the opposite. So I asked for some figures, and let me help the member. I want to let the member understand that, let me just give the member it in synopsis here. I don't want to spend too much time upon it. But the figures show that all serious crimes, with the exception of murder, are in decline. For 2023, there were 4,045 violent crimes as compared to 3,402 for the same period in 2024, a 16% decrease. Yeah? So murders is the one, murders as at this time, as at October the 7th, would have been in 2023, 455, in 2024, 484, a difference of 29 as at that date, and all other serious crimes are on the decline. And the reason perhaps why we're having an increase in murders, the people are just violent, some of them, too many of us. It's a violent society. But with the weapons available now, and the ammunition that supports those weapons, death is more likely, murder is more likely in their outbursts.
Member for Laventille West.
My
you have
lady.
2 more minutes of original time left. You're entitled to 10 more minutes to wind up your presentation.
I would like about half an hour, but I'll take the 10, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to say in terms of our rehabilitation portfolio in the prison, we have academic vocational training in there, CSEC, CAPE, adult literacy, primary school leaving, technical vocation. In terms of moral and cognitive behavior, in development programs, mindfulness and meditation initiatives, remand intervention for treatment of them, academic education programs, cognitive development programs, adult literacy programs. Well, when it comes to culture, they have Calypso inside of there, and they celebrate and they get involved. Easter Gospel concert, Indian Arrival Day. In other words, in the reformative activities, women's conference, all the religious faiths would come in, Fathers in Action, Father's Day program, art shows, one they call Sycamore 3, interfaith service in there under religious, spiritual, Shouter Baptist, prison fellowship, Roman Catholic. All of these religions are allowed to bring people in there to administer unto their members who find themselves inside of there. So, Madam Speaker, to answer my friend from Chaguanas West, there's a very active rehabilitation process. I heard him say that the recidivism rate is now about 49 or something percent. How much? 50 something percent. Well, a few years ago it was 60%. So I think we are headed in the right direction, and we must persist in that work. Madam Speaker, in terms of the fire, in terms of immigration, we are now upgrading, as I indicated earlier, from the machine-readable passport to e-passports, and we are spending $99.3 million on that. We just spent $2.1 million on some vehicles for the transit unit because they police the priority bus route and our main transit centers in Port of Spain. And Rima and other places, in Equasia and so on, and Curep. That's their route, and we got them some motorcycles, some vehicles so that they could carry out their work. We paid 50% to the suppliers, and that work continues. In terms of the fire service, we ordered, and they are now on order for delivery in 2025, a chemical industrial tender for the Point 14 station, emergency tender for the Penal Fire Station. The first of them, as I just called for Point Fortin, was 39.5 million. The Penal Fire Station, the emergency tender and a water tender for Penal, 109 million together. The Mayaro Station, a water tender, a breeding apparatus trailer, and a hose layer, all together, the total contract price, $48.9 million. And that's what we're doing with the money. The Woodbrook Fire Station, we ordered a water tender for that, and that is costing $4.9 million. Similarly, the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service, a water truck for them, a garbage compactor, a 15-seated minibus, and those sort of things, refurbishing the extended remand facility, the building of the Youth Training Center, the Community Residence and Rehabilitation Center for female offenders, and an elders complex. When prisoners get to a certain age, we put them in a lower security environment, something I introduced back in 2007 when I had responsibility for the prison as minister in this ministry. And all of that, a total expenditure package of yes, so all of them are there, and we're dealing with all. There are 25 fire stations. I spoke to the chief fire officer for confirmation this morning, the acting chief. There are 21 of those stations are set with vehicles, 4 are without, and he expects, because 2 of them are with the engineers at the moment, he expects that by later this week, those 2 will be on schedule, so we'll be in a much better position. In terms of breeding apparatus, we have on order, the contract was signed, and we are expecting delivery by March of next year. 225, the cabinet approved, breeding apparatus sets, something you hear a lot about in the national community. And in the intervening period, we received, thanks to a firm in this country who operate in that kind of industry, a donation of 77 breeding apparatus sets. And as I speak to you, Madam Speaker, they are being deployed inside of the fire service for use, so officers will not be without breeding apparatus sets as they're expected to go out there and carry on fighting fires on our behalf. Madam Speaker, AirCop and CCOP, in terms of border security, these are best practice, internationally acclaimed models where we train specially vetted units to deal with transnational crime on our seaports and in the airport, and that is up and running. The member from Moruga Tableland will tell you, in 2022, we established a police post in Moruga to deal with some trafficking issues there. I know it doesn't please the member for Couva North, but it is happening, it is in place, and there we go. We opened a new fraud squad office in Sandy Grande in October of 2022 to allow persons who have fraudulent reports to make matters of fraud. They don't have to come all the way to Port of Spain. So we have a unit out in the east there now dealing with those problems. We established the Sinclair Police Station. That was largely channeled by my friend, the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's East, but it was opened when I was inside of there in 2022. And of course, there houses the gender-based violence unit and all of the training they get, observing the children's laws that we passed here, led by a former Attorney General member for San Fernando West, in the whole juvenile justice system. And that we would have spent $66 million on, and that unit is up and running. We are aiming and hoping, not yet the case, that every single report of domestic violence is responded to, attended to by elements of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Up to last weekend, there's a report of a case that was not attended to, and that's a matter that we are looking into. But we need to do that because domestic violence is a subset of violence, and all matters of violence are important to us in the Ministry of National Security. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service's Ballistic Recovery Department, we established that. We took 21 police officers, put them in the Forensic Science Center, trained them. They were understudying the 4 officers that we had in there. Madam Speaker, well, that was a very successful decision, very successful. They have reported in August alone 157 cases In September, 172. They are now they have been gazetted so they could give evidence in court as toolmark examiners in which they were trained and certified. Huh? They are now doing their own peer reviews, which is an important element of this. And they are now providing assistance to investigators real time. In other words, if they hold a man, and I have a list here, time doesn't permit, of successful cases where they might have held someone with a firearm while the police have him in custody, they could test that firearm to see if it was involved in another murder somewhere, and in many cases, including that family that the member for Siparia spoke about, the Peterkin family, it is that work that solved it, and the police were able to arrest the perpetrators of that horrendous quadruple murder in quick time. Quick time. We've spent $2.4 million providing the Forensic Science Center with a list of its needs, equipment, and so on to make it better. Recently, there was a report in the papers about bodies piling up in Tobago. I can tell you truthfully, Madam Speaker, we have 2 at the moment. We had 3, 1 retired recently, and we are now going out in the market for another one. We have 3 forensic pathologists, and we took a decision. Somebody over there talked, the member for Shogunas, that we should put a system of scholarships in place to encourage people. I want to say to the member, he was negotiating for that which he already had. Correct. We did that, and it is in place. So, Madam Speaker, so there's no issue around the Forensic Science Center. As for the Defense Force, as you would have heard Minister Scotland say, they are very much involved in patrols across the country. Altogether, the Defense Force was involved in 7,940 patrols for this year. 366 foot patrols, 7,940 mobile patrols, 366 foot patrols, 787 static or standing patrols, and 802 confidence patrols. All that happening to raise visibility and give the citizens of this country some comfort. We told you last year that we were recruiting 1,000 police officers. I'm happy to report we were able to induct 1,007 of them in the period. Some have passed out, others are in different stages of their training, and we expect by March of next year, all of them would become full-fledged police officers. We had to make that happen with regional cooperation. We got the MOCA, the Serious Crime Unit in Jamaica. They sent 8 of their polygraphers to assist us in 2 rotations. They did that, and I want to congratulate the Commissioner and the police service for executing this. And the Jamaicans who came in 2 rotations to assist their Trinidad counterparts in doing the necessary polygraphing to make this thing a reality. We continue with our specialized teams, Madam Speaker, and so the story goes. So we are doing what we have to do in the Ministry of National Security to ensure that we provide the people of Trinidad and Tobago with the seriousness they deserve. Some people behave as though I have to formulate and go out there and patrol and all that. It doesn't work that way. The Prime Minister only went and gave information to the Police Service Commission when they were recruiting Commissioner of Police, and they want to lock him up. They want to take him to inquiry, all kinds of things, and all he was doing is, we are expected to stay far removed from police operations. So I as minister, we as ministers, we know what our role is, and trust me, Madam Speaker, we carry it out implicitly and effectively without murmur. We're doing what we have to do. So, Madam Speaker, there's so much more to be said. And let me just conclude by treating with my own constituency, Laventille West. I too am thankful to the people for the support they have rendered.
No.
Oh, Madam Speaker.
Member for Barataria,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me to join this very important debate, this anticipated debate on the appropriation bill for the financial year 2025. And Madam Speaker, I just want to commend all of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, and in particular the member for Siparia, for what we describe as a comprehensive plan for Trinidad and Tobago going into the next general election, to bring back hope, to bring back prosperity and to bring back good governance to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had the unfortunate privilege to respond to the Minister of National Security and the member for Laventille West. And he engaged in all types of bacchanal and lacquery in his presentation, but did not give any real solutions to the most important issue facing our citizens, which is the crime situation in Trinidad and Tobago. He spent his time, Madam Speaker, talking about who recuperating after long weekends. Madam Speaker, this minister is in perpetual recuperation. He always sleeping. He's always sleeping, Madam Speaker. He's always sleeping at the job. And then he comes to tell us, Madam Speaker, about corruption and bacchanal in the United National Congress. Today, he cannot give a proper explanation why under his ministry they procured wooden ladders for $1 million. He couldn't respond, Madam Speaker, to the allegations made from a NIDCO report by the member for Oropuch East with respect to an additional $65 million to treat with the mosquito crack. He couldn't answer that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, he speaks as though he comes from a pulpit of integrity. Madam Speaker, integrity. And he said these words, "Some who speak the loudest are complicitous." Madam Speaker, I have in my possession a judgment registered in the Registrar General's office, the Integrity Commission against Fitzgerald Hinds. Madam Speaker, where the Integrity Commission have a judgment registered against the member for Laventille West, and he comes here today to tell us about integrity. Madam Speaker, that is the height of hypocrisy in this country. That is the height of hypocrisy. But we are not engaged and interested in that bacchanal that the member tried to introduce in this debate, Madam Speaker. We are here to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago our plans, our policies, when we are elected as the next government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The member could not give a justification, Madam Speaker, for the statements being made by the Chief of Defence Staff with respect to the Coast Guard vessels. There are 8 long vessels, Madam Speaker, and none working. Not a single vessel is working. I am told, Madam Speaker, there is 1 interceptor that is in the North region and nothing in the South region. Cedras, Moruga, they are areas of concern and they remain unmanned, and the Minister of National Security cannot tell us, Madam Speaker, why that is so and when we will get back patrols there, Madam Speaker. When? And then he comes to talk today about bacchanal. Madam Speaker, we are interested in solutions for the people of Trinidad and Tobago to make them feel safe. To make them feel safe. They are spending billions of dollars on these Coast Guard vessels, and the last vessel that sailed, which they acquired from Hostal, sailed in February of this year. They mash up the vessels because they are not properly maintaining these vessels. They have no proper maintenance schedules for these vessels. They take one of the vessels from Daman, take it to Suriname, bring it to Trinidad, and the vessel is still not working. And this is the level of incompetence we have to deal with. Madam Speaker, I am guaranteeing you the people will reject Laventille West at the polls. They will reject him. They will reject him. That is why we have narcotics flowing into our borders. That is why we have illegal immigrants flowing into our borders, because of what is taking place with respect to our nation's Coast Guard, Madam Speaker. We have an issue with respect to cocaine in this country, narcotics, Madam Speaker. I don't know if the member for Laventille West might be familiar with that, but cocaine is fry brains, Madam Speaker. And I can say, Madam Speaker, none of us are accused of knocking down Marley the dog. None of us. But then the member engages in some issues with respect to the opposition leader's response to what is taking place, the impasse between the Auditor General and the Governor of the Central Bank, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, do you know the Governor of the Central Bank is the neighbor of the Prime Minister in Tobago in Inez Gate? That is the neighbor of the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. They live in the same compound in Inez Gate. And this is the first time, Madam Speaker, I know the minister for the member for Port of Spain South and the member for Laventille West are both attorneys at law. And they both belong to the same ministry. But when you go to court, Madam Speaker, the senior leads the junior. Madam Speaker, this is the first time the junior leading the senior. This is the first time that is happening. And then the minister says, look, I never blamed the UNC for crime. He said that, you know. He said he never blamed the UNC for crime. These were his statements. Madam Speaker, do you know his prime minister said, if the government can't deal with crime, then the government itself is part of the problem? Is he disagreeing with that statement? Is he departing from that statement of the Honorable Prime Minister? I ask him. And then there was a strange statement he made when he was an opposition member. He accused the UNC government, when UNC, in fact, Madam Speaker, the statistics will show that every time the UNC is in power, crime is lower. You know the member for Laventille West say crime is lower when the UNC is in power because people don't report crime. Madam Speaker, that is not true. It is because we had policies, we had boots on the ground, we had vehicles on the road, we had patrols, we had community comfort patrols, we had CCTV cameras, we had the intelligence agencies working, we had the Coast Guard working, Madam Speaker, a holistic approach to fighting crime, be the soft method, the hard methods, Madam Speaker. We had the approach for dealing with crime. They have shut down youth programs. They have shut down many of the training programs. They have shut down, and in fact, they have decimated the intelligence agency and environment of Trinidad and Tobago. And I will get to that with respect to the expenditure under the SSA, Madam Speaker, because those are very important matters. We must let the population know with respect to where their money is going. And then he tells us about military-grade weapons are being used in crime scenes. Well, how did it get here? We don't manufacture firearms in Trinidad and Tobago. They had to be imported in Trinidad and Tobago. But when you have the borders, Madam Speaker, without any security, when you have over 132 entry points in Trinidad and Tobago, and you have no Coast Guard vessels out there, you expect the firearms to get in here. And the minister cannot tell us what is the solution to that. These are matters not confirmed by the United National Congress. These were put on the public record by the Chief of Defense Staff. He said it. We didn't say it, Madam Speaker. We did not say it. And crime, Madam Speaker, is a holistic approach, and we all agree to that. The United National Congress understands that. And I think the opposition leader outlined clearly, Madam Speaker, the plans with respect to crime fighting, together with the criminal justice system. It was clear. It was absolutely clear, Madam Speaker, when we get into power, we will deal with the criminals, we will deal with the criminal justice system, Madam Speaker. We will deal with it. Because under this minister, Madam Speaker, there was a total of 2,100 murders. You think any other Minister of National Security could survive in any cabinet in any part of the world having a record of 2,100 murders under his watch? The highest being 604 murders in the year of 2022. And we are now in the month of October, and we have crossed over 500 murders in Trinidad and Tobago. 500 murders. 500 murders. The Peterkins, Madam Speaker, those children that were murdered, Madam Speaker, the minister could not offer some level of comfort to those families. Comfort to the families who are still grieving. Comfort to the families who are afraid, Madam Speaker. And when the crime situation is bad, do you expect investors to come in Trinidad and Tobago and have any sense of comfort to invest their money here? We have to get a hold of the criminal justice system, a hold of the crime situation, Madam Speaker, to encourage investors to once again come to our shores. That is what we have to do, Madam Speaker. But what we have been experiencing with this particular government is an entire list of broken promises. Last year, they beat their chest, they beat the desk. We are going to increase the number of recruits by 1,000 officers in the TTPS. Madam Speaker, do you know that they did not recruit the 1,000 persons in this fiscal year that went by? They had the ordinary pass out of about 300 officers, Madam Speaker. We on this side advocated that there are several hundreds of SRP officers who are competent, who are experienced. Absorb them within the regular police service, Madam Speaker. They are in receipt of a remuneration package that is much less than the regular officers. It will be easier for us to absorb the SRPs into the system rather than go and recruit 1,000 officers, which you cannot do, and which they did not do, and which they will not do. It will take a UNC government to increase the officers in the TTPS service, Madam Speaker. It will take a UNC government. Then we were told last year, listen, new modern scanners are being procured for the port, bonded warehouse and transit sheds. They awarded a contract at a cost of $90 million, supply, delivery, installation, and commissioning of 4 large-scale, non-intrusive inspection scanners for shipping containers, which they will deploy at Port of Spain and Point Lisas. You know, the Minister of Finance came to the Upper House this year, around July 2024 or so, Madam Speaker, and indicated, well, the scanners are reached yet. We'll still have to wait for them. They will still have to wait for the scanners at the port. Then they tell us, look, there's an established riverine police unit at Carenage, and they allocated the sum of $15 million. You know how much they spent on that unit, Madam Speaker? $0. $0. They allocated $15 million for the riverine unit last year, and they spent not a single cent on it, but they allocated $50 million for fetting and gallivanting, Madam Speaker. $50 million for that. And they allocated $80 million, here this one, for new vehicles and equipment for the police service. New equipment, you know, and new vehicles for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, I had a look at the PSIP, and I want to be very accurate when I quote here. At page 87 of the PSIP, hear what it says. Purchase of vehicles for the police service. In preventing and detecting crime, the acquisition of vehicles is critical to increasing mobility and visibility of officers. The TTPS continued to execute its planned expansion of the fleet of vehicles to approximately 2,000 over a period of time. However, no vehicles were procured in this fiscal year. This is the PSIP confirming no vehicles for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service was acquired in that fiscal year, Madam Speaker. That is shameful. That causes, Madam Speaker, the police service to now be under-resourced. We have heard the amount of derelict vehicles within the TTPS. We have heard that when you call a police station, the first thing they tell you, hey, we have no vehicles, you know. And then you have monies allocated and you are not spending the money. Not a vehicle, according to the PSIP book, Madam Speaker, was procured for the fiscal year 2024. Shame. And persons in this country have their homes invaded. They are being robbed, murdered, Madam Speaker. Police don't have no vehicles, and you could come to tell us to report that you couldn't buy vehicles for the TTPS. Confirmed black and white in their own PSIP documents that they have provided to this Parliament, Madam Speaker. Not a single vehicle. Then, Madam Speaker, they were talking about the purchase of 2 search and rescue surveillance fixed-wing aircrafts that they will now procure for this financial year, 2025. You know, when you look in the yellow books, there were no allocations placed in the air guard for the purchase of these items or these assets. None, Madam Speaker. In fact, I don't know if they acquire these new assets, whether they will have pilots to fly them. Because there's an article from The Guardian dated the 5th of February 2023, Madam Speaker. And this says, 3 senior specialist pilots resigned from the Air Guard. And what the Air Guard is saying, Madam Speaker, and those persons that are quoted in the article, there's a Trinidad and Tobago Guardian article, they said, to compound the situation, 2 pilots who withheld their names said while they are junior helicopter pilots in the Air Guard, they do not have the necessary skills. National security sources said it would be a safety risk for the junior pilots to fly by themselves. The young pilot, sources said, need to be trained, and that would take some time. So you're going to buy a plane and you have no pilots to fly them, Madam Speaker. So you have, Madam Speaker, a TTPS without vehicles, a Coast Guard without boats, and an Air Guard without plane and pilot. So the Air Guard can't fly, the Coast Guard can't sail, and the TTPS cannot drive. And that is the result of over, Madam Speaker, billions and billions of dollars being pumped into national security every single year. Every single year, Madam Speaker. Then we have the SSA, because the SSA plays a critical role in crime fighting. This is the central body that deals with intelligence gathering capabilities in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I have the budget here for the SSA, and that is very shocking, Madam Speaker, when you look at the numbers with respect to what the SSA has been allocated and what they will spend in the next financial year, Madam Speaker. The SSA, Madam Speaker, for the period 2015 to 2024, spent $2 billion Trinidad and Tobago dollars. $2 billion, Madam Speaker. They are allocated a further $270 million. And that entire SSA collapsed recently, Madam Speaker. You remembered when they had the resignation and the firing of several high officials of the SSA, they had to be replaced. So if the intelligence community is not, in fact, Madam Speaker, operating at capacity, how do you expect the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to fight crime also? Because they are the ones who will pass on the intelligence to the operational units such as the Defense Force and the TTPS in order to fight, detect, apprehend criminals, Madam Speaker. That is what you have a whole holistic approach and fight against crime. Then, Madam Speaker, when you look at other issues within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, you have to look at the manpower available at the TTPS. There, currently right now, Madam Speaker, the sanctioned strength of the TTPS is 7,844 officers. 7,844. The actual, Madam Speaker, is now 6,447. So we have a deficit of around 1,000, over 1,000 police officers within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And you now have officers in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Madam Speaker, who are overworked. There are several divisions of the TTPS, and they are assigned to various divisions of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And, Madam Speaker, what happens in this instance is that when you have a lack of manpower within the TTPS, now these officers will have to claim something called overtime. Yeah? Madam Speaker, according to the yellow books, in Trinidad and Tobago, when you look at the recurrent expenditure for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, Madam Speaker, would you believe that the overtime bill for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is $418 million? $418 million in overtime. They have now allocated an additional $400 million in overtime payments to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Madam Speaker, it is very simple. You don't need rocket science to figure this out. If officers are claiming overtime, it means you have a lack of manpower, and therefore you need to recruit more and more police officers. But what they have done, Madam Speaker, is promise that they will do work on the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Police Academy. The work has not been completed. You don't have the proper facilities for training, for studying, for certifying these police officers, Madam Speaker, and therefore that is why we are in this position. You have enough money, but you don't have enough management in the TTPS, Madam Speaker. You don't have that. Look, I have some of the bills here. This is from the overtime section, ASP Finance Branch, Madam Speaker, DCP operations for the period 1st of January 2023 to the 31st of December 2023. And the bill, Madam Speaker, for one particular area, which is operations, was $160 million in overtime. The Port of Spain Division, 11 million. Northern Division, 23 million. Central, 9 million. Tobago Division, 8 million. Here, this one, Guard and Emergency Branch, $25.8 million. Western Division, 8 million. Northeastern, 9 million. Southern Division, 18 million. Eastern Division, 8 million. Southwestern Division, 9.8 million. IATF, $22.6 million, Madam Speaker. DCP administration and support, which comprises community-oriented policing, mounted and canine branch, traffic and highway patrol branch, transport branch, finance branch, $16.8 million in overtime. DCP intelligence and investigations, court and process, PSB and CID stolen vehicles, $2.85 million in overtime. Madam Speaker, we have a problem in this country with respect to the management of the human resource of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. We have a management problem. And then, Madam Speaker, within the budget speech, you hear the minister saying, well, look, we need to establish some new task force. We need to establish some new specialized units within the TTPS. You already have a deficit in your sanction strength, in your actual strength compared to what you're sanctioned, Madam Speaker, and now you're creating more and more divisions. You will have to now take out officers from other units, put them into these new units, Madam Speaker, some of which are duplicating resources, and therefore you will end up again with respect to no productive use of money and human resource. Look, they want to set up something called the establishment of the Illegal Firearms Ammunition Retrieval Task Force. You would think that this is a multi-million-dollar agency. They allocate $250,000. The establishment of a special anti-crime operations unit, $425. One of the biggest issues facing Trinidad and Tobago, the establishment of Special Operations, Counter Home and Business Invasion Task Force. Madam Speaker, I thought they would have allocated $50 million to this. They allocated $225,000 to fight home invasion and business invasion in Trinidad and Tobago. Improvement works to Police Station Tobago, $1.5 million, Madam Speaker. And strangely, they are establishing something called a Seismic Fusion Center for $3 million. What, the TTPS going to measure earthquake now? A seismic fusion center. I don't understand that allocation. We might get some more answers when we come to the Standing Finance Committee, Madam Speaker. And these are some of the issues with respect to the human resource management within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And Madam Speaker, you have to also look at what is taking place at the top of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, because that is where officers get their encouragement, they get their morale from, Madam Speaker. Look, I have a Freedom of Information request sent to the Police Service Commission. And what prompted this FOIA request, Madam Speaker, is this. When the acting Prime Minister, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, I think it was the last time he acted, Madam Speaker, before he was dethroned, they would have renewed the contract, or extended, sorry, the contract for the current Commissioner of Police, Mrs. Erla Harewood Christopher. And within that, Madam Speaker, the Minister came on the eve of when the contract was going to expire to announce to the country, well, look, I think the member for Couva North asked the question, we are going to extend the contract by a period of 1 year. Madam Speaker, I asked the Police Service Commission for a copy of the report that the Cabinet would have used in order, or the acting Prime Minister, in order to extend or justify the extension of the Commissioner of Police. Madam Speaker, I was shocked when I read it. I was assuming that I would get a very big envelope with bind documents to show me the performance of the Commissioner of Police. Madam Speaker, do you know I got a 3-page document? And the first page just had to do with a review of the constitutional powers of the Commission. So really, Madam Speaker, we have 1.5 page really of what they reviewed the Commissioner on. And these are the criteria. The Commission monitored and appraised the Commissioner for the period March 1, 2023 to the 29th of February 2024 against 4 broad areas as follows. 1, financial. 2, internal. 3, customer. 4, learning and growth. And 5, competencies. Madam Speaker, do you know it had nothing there to do with crime fighting? None of those 5 criteria had to do with crime fighting, or intelligence gathering, or measuring against the crime statistics. Madam Speaker, this is what the Commission found when they evaluated these 5 criteria of the Commissioner of Police. The Commission has rated the performance of the Commissioner for the period March 1st, 2023 to the 29th of February 2024 as good. As good, you know, Madam Speaker. After 600 murders, after 500 murders this year, after many home invasions, they have now certified that the Commissioner performance is good, Madam Speaker. And then they said, listen, They also considered that there were areas for improvement in the Commissioner's performance, such as crime reduction and detection. Madam Speaker, I would have thought that would have been the first criteria they use whether or not to extend the term of the Commissioner of Police. Completion of updating internal policies and orders and customer service in the police service. Madam Speaker, this is what they said. Some of the improvements and some of the achievements of the Commissioner of Police were setting up the police hospital in Siparia, the creation of an aid memoir for officers, improvement works in divisional command centers, and hosting a successful association of Caribbean Commissioners of Police conference. Nothing about crime fighting. Nothing about crime fighting or crime reduction, Madam Speaker. And that was not included here, Madam Speaker, with respect to the promotion mishap. But these are some of the pertinent matters and gives an outlook of why Trinidad and Tobago is in the position we currently are in when it comes to crime fighting and crime reduction. We have to get serious in this country, Madam Speaker. When a police service commission recommends that the performance of the commissioner is good, after we have seen the abysmal failure with respect to crime reduction and crime detection in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is something we in the opposition continue, Madam Speaker, to look at and examine when it comes to the safety and security of our citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And then I want to get into some other items with respect to the Auditor General report of 2023, the same report that was hidden from the people of Trinidad and Tobago, but we had to get a copy of that particular report, Madam Speaker. And within that report, it outlined many issues with respect to financial scrutiny when it comes to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. At page 34 of that report, Madam Speaker, there is an item called vouchers to support 5 payments for the rental of vehicles totaling $1.2 million. You know what, Madam Speaker? Those payments were not provided for audit scrutiny. There was one instance where payment for the rental of vehicles was made in advance for the month of October 2023 in the amount of $1.3 million for the financial year 2024, and supporting documents were not present for approval. So basically what the Auditor General is saying, Madam Speaker, they were prepaying for rentals in this country for the next financial year after the books were already closed for the financial year 2023. Listen to this one, minor equipment purchases. There was expenditure for the purchase of 50 Dell monitors, 40 Samsung TVs, and other items in the sum of $255,000, Madam Speaker. A voucher was issued on the 19th of September 2023. The check was handed over on the 20th of September 2023. In November 2023, when the Auditor General went in, Madam Speaker, you know they couldn't find the Dell laptop, they couldn't find the TV, and nothing else that they paid for. There was no items that they could have found that were paid for this $255,000 that was spent by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Madam Speaker, there's another one. We're hearing about this property tax thing. The Valuation Division is in charge of valuating properties in Trinidad and Tobago to determine what your annual rental value will be for your property. And therefore, they will have various public officers, contract officers, conducting surveys, going around your homes, looking at your homes, doing the assessments. Earlier this year in the Parliament, Madam Speaker, I was able to outline documents and show evidence that they were doing something called curbside valuations. And that is why there were many issues and people continuously complain of the quality of the valuations that they were given with respect to the payment of property tax. Madam Speaker, do you know the Valuation Division now bought 2 drones? They are buying drones, Madam Speaker, to fly over your home in order to detect your properties. I hear, Madam Speaker, and these reliably informed, that they are measuring the size of your roof, and then they are telling you what your property will be valued. Madam Speaker, they bought 2 drones, and they paid $206,000 for these drones, Madam Speaker. You know, when the Auditor General went into the Valuation Division, they could only find one of the drone, and next one missing. I don't know if it fly away on top of somebody's roof. Madam Speaker, but these are some of the issues, and it sounds comical, but this is actually what is taking place with the taxpayers' money in Trinidad and Tobago. Look, I also shadow the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. Madam Speaker, according to the Auditor General report, we have a very important issue that we continuously raise for many years, the housing of the Director of Public Prosecution's office in North. That office is right now on Richmond Street, Madam Speaker. There are officers within there, the state councils, who have complained about the space requirements, complained about the security, Madam Speaker, complained about the condition and quality of that building. A new building was sought, Madam Speaker. The rent, according to the Office of the Auditor General, Madam Speaker, is this. The government has spent $29.2 million on renting a building for the office of the DPP that was not occupied a single day. Yes. $29.2 million. And the expenditure doesn't stop there. They outfitted the building with $23.2 million worth of taxpayers' money, amounting, Madam Speaker, to about close to $53 million when it comes to expenditure, and that building currently remains unoccupied. We are calling, Madam Speaker, for the treatment of the staff and the state prosecutors to be treated better, Madam Speaker. When I was at that office, there was something that they were lobbying for, and it was something called a risk allowance, because their job, according to the job description, is the same thing as any other legal counsel or legal officer, state counsel in the public service within the JLSE. But their job is specific, Madam Speaker, because they are the ones who are prosecuting the criminals, prosecuting the gang members, prosecuting the gang leaders. And you cannot be paying them the same remuneration as the rest of persons because they conduct a specialized job. And we are calling for better remuneration for the state councils. And that is why you have in that office persons leaving over and always causing a vacuum with respect to human resource within the office of the DPP. And then we hear that the government is coming here to tell us that, look, the Office of the Attorney General has had so many achievements, that they did so well. Madam Speaker, you would remember it is a hot issue in this Parliament every time budget comes around, and that is the expenditure of money when it comes to legal fees. Under this Attorney General, Senator, the Honorable Attorney General, Madam Speaker, not the member for San Fernando West, that Attorney General has the highest spend for legal fees. In the last fiscal year, that Attorney General, Madam Speaker, spent $158 million, hand-selected state briefs to PNM officials, members, financiers, Madam Speaker. $158 million. The member for San Fernando West, he didn't get such a great expenditure. But the new Attorney General, Madam Speaker, Senator Armour, has received $158 million in financial year 2024. In the year 2023, the Attorney General in legal fees allocated and spent $188.5 million in legal fees. In this fiscal year, Madam Speaker, he is now allocated an additional $80 million in legal fees. And then there's a Stanley John report that was paid under that line item, Madam Speaker, and we have not seen the Stanley John report. Yet they brought a bill to this Parliament to tell us, like, look, let's restructure the office of the AG based on the Stanley John's recommendation, but we have not seen the report. They want to hire, Madam Speaker, a hand-picked chamber manager so that they could continue to distribute briefs to their PNM friends and family, Madam Speaker, without bringing anybody to the debate. Madam Speaker, before I rose in this debate, I saw the first gentleman representing the office of the Prime Minister in a particular matter. Yes, I saw. Madam Speaker, and when we in this Parliament complain what they are doing, Madam Speaker, these are the highest spend when it comes to legal fees in the history of Trinidad and Tobago under this government. And what did we get for it? Did we get value for money? Madam Speaker, they are losing matters left, right, and center. Imagine we had to take them to court all the way to the Privy Council for some lord in the Privy Council to tell us, hey, I'll go and call the local government election. Madam Speaker, that is the extent of it. That is the extent of it that we have to face in this country with respect to what this government has placed the population under. And then we have something called a crisis of credibility in this country. When I say that, I want to examine a particular statement that the Minister of Finance made. And this can be found at page 174 of the budget speech. He said, this turnaround did not happen by chance or by magic. Our economic success is a result of two factors. However, if one listens to the uninformed naysayers, you will have no idea that our economy has grown for 3 consecutive years and our revenue base is now higher than it was 5 years ago. He said that. Madam Speaker, I have in my hand a copy of an affidavit filed in the matter of Teresa Duray against the Attorney General and the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. Matter is completed. There is no appeal. The matter has been exhausted at the Privy Council. Madam Speaker, the affidavit reads this. The affidavit is deposed by the Minister of Finance. And in the affidavit, he swears and says that the facts and matters deposed to in this affidavit are within my personal knowledge, true and correct, or are taken from the files, records, and documents of the Ministry of Finance to which I have access, in which case I verily believe same to be true and correct. Madam Speaker, when you read paragraph 22 of the affidavit, it says this. Accordingly, this is paragraph 24, sorry. Accordingly, the next 3 years will be very challenging for the country from a revenue perspective. In fact, unless additional tax revenue can be collected through the improvement in tax administration that will come with the fully operational revenue authority, the government will soon be faced with very difficult choices in terms of maintaining the current level of subsidies, grants, free services, and social programs. Notably, as the government grapples with significantly reduced revenues, there are demands for more and more government expenditure on infrastructure and social programs. Madam Speaker, do you know he went to court, tell the courthouse all of this, that the economy is doing bad, so he needs to collect more money, and then comes in the parliament under parliamentary privilege and says something else. Madam Speaker, that is hypocrisy to the highest level. You know what he estimated the country's deficit for financial year 2024? He did not put the Minister of Finance did not put what the deficit will be in 2024 in terms of dollars and cents. You know what he told the courthouse, Madam Speaker, what the deficit will be? It will be as high as $9 billion for the last financial year. $9 billion. If we did not have this affidavit, Madam Speaker, we would not know what the estimated deficit will be. He said, this is, you know, he congratulated the Minister of Finance, congratulated the Minister of Energy, I think about 3 or 4 times within his speech. I believe he is fighting for his job in the next general election. He says that the energy sector was booming when he was speaking in the budget. Hear what he tells the courthouse. He said, in fact, oil production in this country is half of what it was 15 years ago. And gas production is 35% less than what it was 10 years ago. Such production is not expected to improve until 2027, when it is expected the gas from Venezuela will become available to the country.
How can we believe that?
Madam Speaker, it will take a UNC government to restore the economy, Madam Speaker, not this PNM government. We have lost faith in this government. The people have lost confidence in this government. There is a crisis of credibility with respect to this government. He then tells us in the budget statement, Madam Speaker, that there was a surplus budget in the year 2022, and not because of their policy, no, because it had a war in Ukraine. And in that, Madam Speaker, the last time I checked, a surplus means that you have more. It will mean that you have more revenue, and you will have less expenditure, so you get more money in your pocket. The Auditor General, after auditing the books in 2022, found this. She said that the expenditure for financial year 2022 was $58.9 billion. And the revenue was $58.7 billion. So if you subtract 58.9 from 58.7, Madam Speaker, it left you with a deficit of about $262 million. So again, Madam Speaker, the minister came with untruths to this parliament. There is a crisis of credibility. We cannot believe anything he has to say. We cannot believe anything that this minister has to say. And then the member for Arima will come to tell us about the CSO data. We have heard time and time again when economists complain in this country that the government is establishing policy without proper and credible data. And we are seeing it right before our eyes. We simply cannot believe a thing that this government has to tell us. He's telling us one thing in the courthouse and then he's telling us a different thing in the parliament. Telling the courthouse, look, the economy is about to fall down, and coming to the parliament to beat his chest to say, look, we have done so well, and you should vote us again. Madam Speaker, the people will reject them at the polls, 2024 or after. And then he tells the public servants, watch, you can't get your 10%, you can get 5%, and we give you 4% for the last bargaining period. Madam Speaker, I was very surprised by that statement, because, you know, before the budget debate, you often consult with your constituents. And we in the United National Congress conducted several pre-budget consultations in almost every corner of Trinidad, Madam Speaker. 39. And we have had enormous response from the population telling us what their problems are, what their recommendations are. And when we spoke in this budget debate, Madam Speaker, we stood on the shoulders of most of those people who gave us ideas, policies, and problems that they are facing. So we don't speak here for ourselves, Madam Speaker. We speak here for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, the minister is saying, look, 10% is too much. The opposition leader gave a position that they should offer 10% to public servants. The minister said, no, we will crash the economy if we do that. Madam Speaker, I have a letter dated the 8th of December 2023 from the Office of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance. And in this letter, Madam Speaker, it was to the workers who they want to bring under the TTRA. And under the TTRA law, there are various options where a public servant can exercise in order to come under the TTRA.
Member, you have 2 more minutes of original speaking time. You're also entitled to 10 additional minutes to wind up.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will use the allocated time. And there are several options. So one of the first options is that you can voluntarily retire from the public service. But then there's another option, where if you are in the public service, you could transfer to the TTRA on terms and conditions which, taken as a whole, are no less favorable that was enjoyed by the public servant in the public service. And I want to quote from the letter here, Madam Speaker. So they're telling the public servant, if they exercise this option, this is what they're entitled to. An attractive compensation package has been designed for the staff of the TTRA. You have been acting in the position of, and for anonymity, I will leave out the person's name, and will be offered an equivalent position in the TTRA. The salary band is identified below. Please note that your final monthly base salary will either be a minimum of 10% more than your existing base salary or the minimum of the band, whichever is higher. So what they're saying here in essence, Madam Speaker, is this, that if someone transfers to the TTRA, they're giving them the 10%. But if you remain in the rest of the public service, you're getting 5%. Madam Speaker, there's a crisis of credibility when it comes to this government. Hear what it says. To encourage people to come over to the TTRA is this. The TTRA will also offer several benefits, some of which may include a health plan, life insurance plan, pension plan, vacation leave, sick leave, personal leave, transport facility, car allowance, mobile data and internet, professional membership and subscription, and overtime. You're giving the rest of the public service, Madam Speaker, pennies, but you're encouraging persons to come over the TTRA, resign, transfer, Madam Speaker, and giving them the 10%. We call on this side, Madam Speaker, for every public servant to be given that 10%. We adopt the statement of the leader of the opposition. You cannot continue to discriminate against workers in Trinidad and Tobago. You can't discriminate against them, Madam Speaker. Then I hear the government talking about an e-passport. We have heard about this e-passport. Monies were allocated in the last budget. You know they spent no money on the e-passport, Madam Speaker. They have something called the fingerprint system. When you travel to other jurisdictions, you have fingerprint when you pass through customs. Madam Speaker, again, money was allocated for that. They spent none. And that is why we are in this position. Look, they want to implement e-passport with chips, and you still have to follow the custom form when you're in Caribbean Airlines flying back to Trinidad, you know. You know how much people complain about that customs form, Madam Speaker? In fact, the Minister of Finance, about 3 or 4 budgets ago, said that they will abolish that form. Madam Speaker, if you go away now and come back, you have to follow that form. It's a book law. It's a book. Look, they want to say, Madam Speaker, that they want to go cashless. Cashless, use your card. Do you know that they have cut the allocation or the amount of money that you are allowed for Forex or US on your credit card? So when you go cashless, Madam Speaker, you will have limited spending ability when it comes to foreign exchange through US currency. There are some other issues that I wish to raise, Madam Speaker, with respect to my portfolio. Earlier, again, in this Parliament, I raised issues with respect to the difficulty with respect to registering deeds in the registry. Madam Speaker, we are asking for that process to be streamlined. With respect to subdivision approvals for RPO lands, many persons are finding it difficult to get local health approval. We are asking the government to look at that because persons cannot conduct conveyances or transfers. It's very difficult and expensive. If you buy a piece of RPO land, 1 acre, 2 acres, it's difficult to get the subdivision. And if I have to declare interest, Madam Speaker, I'm an attorney at law, and these are some of the issues that I have identified in practice and were raised with me by other practitioners. With respect to stamp duty, Madam Speaker, there are many persons in this country who have worked very hard, built large homes that are now very valuable, and they find it difficult to give those homes to their children because of the high stamp duty that has to be paid. Before they die, they want to give their children, family member, whoever it is, their property, Madam Speaker. But the stamp duty prohibits them from doing that. We are asking that the government look at a revision of stamp duty on inter vivos gifts. Yeah. Madam Speaker, with respect to the tin clause, a constituent emailed me on the 1st of August 2024, and he is of the view, Madam Speaker, and I promise him I will raise it in the Parliament, that he believes that the tin clause are a revenue-generating measure. And I also, Madam Speaker, want to believe what my constituent is telling me. I don't believe tint can stop criminals in this country. It will take a united National Congress government to stop the criminals in this country. You are now telling people, don't tint your car too dark. You really think the bandit who robbed somebody will tint down the car dark so that when the police stop them on a roadblock, they'll search the vehicle? Madam Speaker, that in itself makes it suspicious, and we are asking for the government to rethink that policy when it comes to tint. And lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the people of Barataria Sanwan for electing me as the youngest member of Parliament in this 12th Parliament, Madam Speaker. And hopefully in the next Parliament, the 13th Parliament, I might still be the youngest member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, we have identified several issues in the constituency of unemployment, infrastructure. We have asked for various roads to be paved, including the El Socorro Main Road, parts of the Eastern Main Road. There are issues with respect to flooding, Madam Speaker. We have written the Minister of Works and Infrastructure on many occasions, Works and Transport on many occasions. But I don't believe, Madam Speaker, the Minister has the ability to read because he doesn't respond to our letters. The Minister of Works, we have written him on several occasions. We have issues, Madam Speaker, with respect to WASA, and I must say that we have various officers who we liaise with on a continuous basis to bring relief to our citizens when it comes to water supply in Barataria Sawa. We had asked for long service mains to be installed in various parts of the constituency. We have asked for the flooding pumps to be properly installed, and I must say the member for Lopino Bonaire West has engaged with some consultation with me with respect to the long main installation in various parts of the constituency because we want to bring relief to those citizens who have been suffering for many years. Madam Speaker, we have also the issue of the St. George's College that occupied the news cycle for quite some time. We are asking, Madam Speaker, for the member for St. Anne's East, who might pass that school on her way to Parliament at most times, Madam Speaker, to get serious about the St. George's College. You cannot have students in that condition after spending $10 million on the roof of that school, Madam Speaker. That roof, Madam Speaker, if it is $10 million, you might go to look for diamond and gold on it because you cannot see where the money went. When I went there, Madam Speaker, we have to be careful when we cut ribbons with the government, you know. They're telling us to join hands with them and cut ribbon, and when you go, the project unfinished. Wow. It have no desk, no chair, no blackboard, no whiteboard for the children, Madam Speaker. And that happened in St. George's College. And, Madam Speaker, is it full time? What time do I end?
You end at 5:22:30.
4 minutes. Madam Speaker, these are some of the issues that I wish to raise with respect to my constituents. Crime is another issue. We have seen many criminal activities taking place because where my constituency is situated is on the east-west corridor. It's in an area where we are bounded, or the Eastern Main Road passes through parts of the constituency. We have the highway also passing through parts of the constituency, so it's a very easy area for persons to escape after criminal activities. We are asking for more presence of police officers, for resourcing of the Barataria police station, and we are asking for the installation of more CCTV cameras. My constituents deserve to be safe, Madam Speaker. And with the policies with respect to what the opposition leader has outlined, many of my constituents have supported the call because I have a large business community within Barataria San Juan. They have supported the call for gun ownership and easier access for legal firearms. Many constituents, and I border the constituency of St. Joseph and Arangwes and also parts of Boundary Road, there were instances of many home invasions. The member for St. Joseph was absent, but Madam Speaker, we on that part of the corridor are supporting the call for Stand Your Ground legislation. And Madam Speaker, I cannot take my seat without thanking my staff at the Barataria constituency office. I want to thank the executive led by Ms. Aruna Mohammed, who has helped me tremendously with respect to activities in the constituency. We have hosted many Christmas, Diwali, Eid. We are currently hosting many cricket tournaments, football tournaments. Madam Speaker, I believe we played Senator Roberts in the first cricket match, and Barataria Sawa was victorious in that match.
CPL, man.
And the lights did not come off for the cricket match, and I want to ask the member for Lopino Bonaire West to keep those lights on for us. But Madam Speaker, I must say that I wish that when Diego Martin Northeast was presenting the budget that the lights came off. And Madam Speaker, we on the side of the Parliament, we have outlined the plans, we have outlined the policies. All we are waiting on now is the election date, and I thank you very much.
The Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me. And I want to begin by quite clearly placing on the record my sincere congratulations to the Minister of Finance of Trinidad and Tobago for a very inspiring and effective budget presentation. Madam Speaker, Minister of Finance is now the longest-serving Minister of Finance on the records of Trinidad and Tobago, and I must say that he has proven the naysayers wrong and has established himself as an effective advocate in the best interests of all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to also quite clearly congratulate colleagues on the government benches who have brought to this budget debate a degree of intellectual prowess, a degree of accuracy, a degree of integrity, and a clear representation of what is best for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I wish I could say the same about colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but quite frankly, I cannot. I have paid close attention to the progress of this debate, listened to the member for Siparia, who I see is slowly making her way out of the chamber at this time, and most recently, I had cause, greetings. Most recently, Madam Speaker, I had cause to pay some attention to the contribution of the member for Sawa Barataria, who used every moment, every minute, every second of his time in a wide-ranging discourse, including very strong opinions being shared about who will be rejected by the electorate. Now, Madam Speaker, if it's any team in the history of this country that can give us an expert discourse on rejection by the electorate in this country, it is the members sitting opposite to us. They are world-class in establishing rejection by the electorate of Trinidad and Tobago. And I have a message for the member for Sawa Barataria, Madam Speaker, and that message is this. Notwithstanding the hope that you may harbor, and a few of your colleagues may harbor, a house divided against itself shall not stand. And even in its physical disposition before, Madam Speaker, I was shocked walking into this chamber today to realize that by some horrific decision, the United National Congress has patently placed before the public a clear fracture and division, a house that is divided against itself, and they will reap the rewards for that bad decision in the next general election. It will not stand, Madam Speaker. And the member for Sawa Barataria went on to give us a textbook case of trying to use crime as a political football in Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Speaker, the situation with respect to violent crime is not a point for pride for any member elected, appointed in the Senate, any parliamentarian, any citizen of this country. It is a concern, as has been acknowledged and responded to by members of this government, including 2 ministers in the Ministry of National Security, right up to the level of the Prime Minister. But to come here to this chamber as an elected representative and to seek to pour a vat of negativity on the population time and time again, it does poor service to the future of this country. And all it tells the electorate is that you care more about yourself and your political prospects than you do about the future of this country and the children of this country. That is all it does. And they are like a broken record, over and over
Madam
again,
Speaker,
trying to revel.
Standing Order 48.1. The member is lecturing elected members when he himself is not elected.
So, member, I overrule your point on 48.1. Please proceed.
Well, Madam Speaker, I will move on after that very feeble and ill-placed attempt to intervene in this debate. The member for Princestown had an opportunity earlier. I paid attention. I said I paid attention. And he did nothing to disturb the scorers. He's now trying to do so while I'm contributing. I hope you'll retain your seat and listen. Madam Speaker, the first step, and any child, a novice to crime reduction would tell you, the first step, if you're serious about dealing with crime, as an organization, as an individual, or as a family, is you have to start at home within your own ranks. And to come here today, as the member of Sawa Barataria attempted to do, and to leverage crime as a political football, I would have to ask him to point to any member of this cabinet or this government bench that currently stands before the courts of Trinidad and Tobago on any matter of criminal conduct. I challenge him so to do, and I'm willing to give way if he's able to establish that. But, Madam President, if you put the shoe on the other foot, there are many questions to be answered within the United National Congress. So if you cannot lead by example, what solace, what relief can you bring to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago? Because in effect, you are either contributing to the problem, member for Princestown, or you are concealing and harboring the problem. And that's where we have to start. That's where we have to start. So I take umbrage to that line of pursuit by members of the opposition bench in this parliament. And I heard of a phrase, and I guess the member who spoke before me was trying to make it into a little bit of a catchphrase in the debate, a crisis of credibility. This country has a crisis of credibility. Well, Madam Speaker, the first individual in this chamber who has a crisis of credibility is the member for Siparia, who is the leader of the opposition of Trinidad and Tobago. And those are not my words, Madam Speaker. That is not my own interpretation. With your leave, I will quote a truly historic letter to the editor, a public letter that I had cause to read on Tuesday, September 17th, 2024, not that long ago, in the Newsday newspaper, page 14. And I will quote, Madam Speaker, a short section of this letter. I was truly astounded at the wisdom contained in this letter from a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. And I quote from the penultimate paragraph. The leader of the opposition is fond of referring to herself in maternal terms, true, but she is behaving more like a wicked stepmother now. This is a letter to the editor from a citizen. She is doing the opposite of what Kamala Harris is doing, stifling, paralyzing, and robbing the population of optimism and the possibilities it desperately needs. The question is, how many people who are in a position to eject her are going to act? How many will do nothing as one person, referring to the member for Siparia, keeps us in terror and pain for another 5 years? And then the last line in this paragraph, otherwise, the next 5 years will make the last 5 seem like a holiday. Wow. Madam Speaker, that concludes my quote from this letter to the editor from a citizen. And I was tempted to turn the page, but then I scrolled down to see who is this citizen. And I see the name Dinesh Rambali, Member of Parliament for Shagor. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to waive the... I want to...
So, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, I know you were a bit... you're not a regular visitor to this house, but even though you're quoting the article and so on, in here, you either refer to a member by their constituency or by their portfolio. I know it's different in the place from which you've come. So if you, I know what is there, but you will have to refer to the member by constituency in this house.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw the last comment, and I am referring the authorship of this letter to the member for Chaguanas West, who is very much present in this chamber today. And you're right, Madam Speaker, I'm not a frequent visitor to this chamber, but I once was, and who knows what the future holds. So, but then I went a little further, Madam Speaker, to look for evidence to look for evidence, because just because someone says something that sits well with me doesn't mean that they are right. And just because someone says something that may not sit well with me doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong. So I went to look for some evidence of this robbing the population of optimism, stifling, paralyzing, and, in my words, pouring out of negativity, a toxicity on the population. And I looked no further, Madam Speaker, than the utterances of the member for Siparia and the A team. That's the Z team. The first half of the UNC bench. And I looked no further than pronouncements on public vaccination in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, if there is one issue that highlights, underscores, and emboldens the political hypocrisy of the United National Congress, this is one of those issues. Quickly, I turn to an article on Loop TT, September 17, that was a great day it seems, 2024. Headline, sue them, sue them. They use the name of the leader of the opposition, maintains COVID-19 vaccines were fake. And I mean, the article is astounding. Opposition leader, Kamala Prasad, opposition leader is advising citizens who may have experienced negative side effects as a result of taking the COVID-19 vaccine to take legal action. Member for Siparia made the call during a UNC Cottage meeting on Monday night where she maintained claims, doubling down, that the COVID-19 vaccines the country received were fake. The COVID-19 vaccines this country received were fake. Unbelievable and incredible. And the last line says, with over 50% of our adult population not seeking to be fully vaccinated, there is little doubt that a high level of vaccine hesitancy exists among our population. Time has shown the citizens were correct to reject the fake vaccines. Astounding, incredible, and obviously, patently irresponsible. I go back in time, Madam Speaker, to August 2021, an Express article on August 20th, 2021, and guess where I found this article, Madam Speaker? Not in the Express archives, but on the social media pages of the member for Siparia. It is still there. It is still there. She, the member, indicting herself on this issue. Let me give you a few lines from that article. Opposition leader says the COVID-19 vaccine geographic discrimination continues as the addition of 2 vaccination sites in South Trinidad is woefully inadequate to reach thousands of our school children. So this is clearly talking on the other side of one's mouth, one's brain, one's political identity. The member told the Express that there are lots of areas that are unserviced. Why are the regional corporations not being utilized? The discrimination continues. This is discrimination being alleged against the government for not distributing enough vaccines to school children. Political pressure. Opposition MP named, where is he? Oropuch East said he was heartened that 2 new sites in Penal and Debe were established. However, it took political pressure for this to be done. More needs to be done. The opposition is advocating for more sites around the country. And he said he was duty-bound to advocate for equal access to vaccines for all. So you go from that, Madam Speaker, in 2021 to sue them, the government was distributing fake vaccines. Madam President, that, for me, exemplifies this brilliant letter to the editor, coming from within the heart different organ. This is the heart, coming from within the heart of the UNC, and who knows, maybe the future as well. Who knows? Incredible. And this is not taking place in secret, right in front of the population's eyes, on the platforms, on the public record, published, and on the members' Facebook page. And we are expected to take them seriously? Can't. Impossible. At least not anyone with a modicum of sense and intelligence. They may preach and pray on the least common denominator, someone who may be uninformed, unresearched, not paying attention, or desperate for a favor. But the right-thinking citizens of this country shall and will continue to reject that level of political hypocrisy. There's no doubt about it. Oh, boy. Madam Speaker, I want to move on quickly to some comments made by the member for Oropouche East, who seems to have, the word tabanka is a bit overused, but he seems to have a bit of a cognitive echo with respect to the Ministry of Housing. I don't know why. I understand there may be some unsettled matters. Maybe matters unsettled, but he seems a bit unsettled when treating with the issue. And I heard some comments. I heard comments about evictions, citizens being evicted from HDC properties and premises, attempting to castigate the government and the decisions being made currently in the Ministry of Housing. Madam Speaker, I have it on good authority, based on the records shared with me authoritatively, that the United National Congress did engage in evictions during their term in office on a consistent basis, and therefore there is no foundation for the line of approach being advanced by the member for Oropouche East. In 2010, there were 20 evictions. HDC. In 2011, there were 28 evictions. In 2012, there were 33 evictions. There were 33, evictions. In 2013, there were 45 evictions. In 2015, there were 8 evictions. That is well over 100. My maths is working about 140 during their tenure. So to come here and to make heavy weather of sound decisions based on the need within the population that requires adequate housing, and the fact that there are those among us who have not been meeting their responsibilities. So, but there's another decision that was made that was not referred to, of course, by the opposition because it's not convenient to them when it comes to decisions around allocation of public housing in this country and HDC houses. Under a former administration, I think they call themselves the PP at one point. Do you know what it took, the threshold level for a household to qualify for an HDC house? $45,000. So a household earning per month a total of $45,000 would have been in the pool and queuing up with the poorest citizens who could not afford houses on the private sector. That is the reality. Under the People's National Movement, that broken system which denied the deserving of housing was reversed, and the qualifying income was slashed from $45,000, which there are some humble members here would struggle. I'm not looking anywhere because some wouldn't. Yes, big fish, it was for big fish, down to now $25,000 for the entire household. That is the ceiling limit for qualification. Removing the big fish from the net and allowing the most deserving to have a better chance, Mr. President. So these are the things that the member for Oropouche East, if he wanted to use his time constructively, could have put into the debate and provide some perspective with respect to the reality of public housing in this country. Instead, he went on a foray. There's so much inaccuracy in a 40, how long was it? 55-minute presentation of some of these members opposite. It's incredible, Madam President. I would spend all of my precious time in simply rebutting. Let me give you one other example. The member for Oropouche East went on a tirade about some Federation villas, and again, preying on the lowest denominator, which is a signature of the top bench on that side. A signature preying on the lowest denominator. Comments being made about, in secret, units being sold in secret with no public disclosure below market price. Of course, creating a concern, I myself sat up. What is this? Creating a concern that something is untoward with respect to the treatment of Federation villas. Only to recognize, Madam Speaker, that these very same villas were publicly advertised by the Housing Development Corporation multiple times in both 2022 and 2023 in direct contradiction to the words on the record uttered by Oropouche East. Direct, flagrant contradiction. Both in 2022 and in 2023, notices were placed in the daily newspapers of this country for all citizens to see, and parliamentarians who might not be busy otherwise, and also on social media, inviting interested persons to submit applications to purchase units at Federation Villas. What more contradiction can you have between the UNC top bench and the truth? What more contradiction can you have between the UNC top bench and the reality in Trinidad and Tobago? And there was a clear indication of the purchase price, and valuations were done. Again, we can't use unparliamentary language, but this appears to have been a patent and direct attempt to mislead the population and to mislead this chamber, Madam Speaker. Because I heard this was done in secret. I heard there was no advertising and transparency. And I also heard something about below market value, etc. Valuations were done. Multiple valuations were conducted 6 months apart, with the last valuation indicating $2.8 million. So it's valuation prices, and even the initial advertisement appear to indicate slightly above. Direct contradiction to the submissions of Oropouche East. So, Madam President, how are we to take that motley crew seriously if this is the caliber of contribution that they would make? And I invite any member to stand here and contradict what I have offered on these particular matters. Black and white, plain as day. Madam President, I now turn to my compadre, Madam Speaker, the member for Naparima. I want to start charitably. I want to start charitably. I have a lot to say, but I want to start charitably by, Madam President, thanking sincerely the member for Naparima for his service to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the Parliament of Trinidad. I want to start by because I heard him say this is his last budget debate, so I want that on the record. But it is unfortunate that on so many occasions during that said service, the member for Naparima has been completely wrong in what he has had to say. It is unfortunate. And I don't necessarily blame the member personally, but I blame his poor choice of political associates over the years. First of all, in joining the United National Congress. First of all, it was a very poor decision, and maybe if he had a time machine, he might make, he might rethink some of those decisions. But I want to start charitably, but also correct the record. Because even though it might be someone's swan song, it might be mine, it might be any member's. We could be dead tomorrow, who knows? Life is short and fleeting. I don't want the charity that resides within me to allow me to leave some of the allegations and misinterpretations and a few misleading comments on the record with respect to the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. So that being said, I want to begin by, and I have his entire, the staff of this parliament works so well, I have his entire contribution already printed out. But it appeared, and if I am to summate it, there were attempts to cast our foreign service, the foreign service of Trinidad and Tobago, in a less than positive light. I hope I'm not misinterpreting, in a less than positive light. And I want to stand here representing a PS and sector and administrators and very hard-working team of diplomats to say that we have some of the finest officers representing our country that you can find anywhere in the world. I want to start by saying that. I want to go on to make a statement that between 2020 and today, under the leadership of the Prime Minister of this republic, Trinidad and Tobago has pursued a number of candidatures. That's a big part of the role of a foreign service, a number of candidatures where you try to persuade, you leverage, you work, you negotiate, you do some horse trading. You persuade other member states and blocks of states to support Trinidad and Tobago for high representation or position or engagement in multilateral and other fora. Madam Speaker, I can say without fear of contradiction that the record under this cabinet, in this administration, with respect to candidatures mounted by Trinidad and Tobago, has been remarkably 100% success without exception. 100% without exception. And that is not, I might be the face, it's much more than the face. That represents hard work and application and patriotism and dedication by hundreds of our servants, the servants of this country, to make this record something that we should be proud of. So when we're talking about other countries and Barbados and Guyana and Grenada, they love to play this card. Love to play this card. I can say I am proud of my own country and we stand on our record. Madam Justice Althea Alexis Windsor, Judge of the International Criminal Court for the period 2021 to 2030. And we'll get to talk about gift for the future to 2030. Trinidad and Tobago's candidature was successful. Election to the Council of the International Seabed Authority 2021 to 2024. Trinidad and Tobago was successful. Election to the Commission of Narcotic Drugs 2022 to 2025. Trinidad and Tobago was successful. Election of Professor Rhoda Reddock, CEDAW, Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, 2023 to 2026. Trinidad and Tobago was successful. Helena Innes, Commission on the Limits on the Continental Shelf, 2023 to 2028. The future of this country. Trinidad and Tobago's candidature was successful. Mr. Khalil Hassanali, member of the Legal and Technical Commission, International Seabed Authority, 2023 to 2027. Trinidad and Tobago's candidature was successful. Re-election to the Council on the International Seabed Authority, 2025 to 2028 in Kingston, Jamaica. Trinidad and Tobago was successful by acclamation. And worthy of some further comments, Ambassador His Excellency Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the General Assembly. Trinidad and Tobago's candidature was successful. Not a blot, not a blot, not a slip, not a flaw, not a misstep. The product, the fruit of hard work and patriotism by the same Foreign Service officers. You will have a moment. I will give you a moment. The same Foreign Service officers. I know time is fleeting. The same Foreign Service officers that were cast in a light that, well, better could be done. Well, better could always be done. And we continue to pursue perfection because that's really what our country deserves. But in so doing, we are doing our best. Madam Speaker, there is ongoing training and interaction with other foreign services. That is part of the recommendation, which I always pay attention, I take in good spirit. But I want to ensure that the record doesn't reflect that this is not happening, because it is happening. It's part of our strategy. Juntos 2023 in Japan took place this year with contribution from our officers being exposed to their training. Focus Germany in Berlin, Germany, between December 2023 and January 2024. Our officers benefiting, exchanging, having osmosis experiences with the dedicated staff of other foreign services and training. Ongoing Spanish language training for our officers and diplomats, including by the Embassy of Colombia and a number of other embassies, including the Cuban team. Security awareness training taking place. Psychosocial support and mental health training. Crisis communication and management, very important. We have a hurricane heading for Florida right now. And the same officers that sometimes we look at in a slight manner are at work right now ensuring that our diaspora and our interests are well secured and facilitated. Training as well, Sub-Regional Forum on National Implementation of Chemical Weapons Convention, Bridgetown, Barbados. Last year, we participated there as well. Capacity building workshop on baselines, limits and boundaries, on changing ocean delivery certainty and stability, took place in the Bahamas. These are our colleagues, our friends. May 2024, we were there. Our officers took part. Regional meeting of national authorities of state parties to Chemical Weapons Convention in Latin America and in the Caribbean took place in Guatemala. We were there, officers benefited. ITLOS workshop for legal advisors sponsored by the Republic of Korea, September 2024 in Hamburg, Germany. We were there, our officers, our diplomats. So I heard a recommendation that we have engagements. The recommendation should really be that we have more engagements because we're doing it and it's a strong platform on which we can build. Madam President, there were also some comments about the work to be conducted at our missions and the facilities. I know it's one of the pet peeves and the points of focus of the member for Naparima. But I just want to say, as I've said recently, we've adopted a new and more effective strategy in treating with these matters. So some of what you heard was a bit of a, what should I say, a cerebral echo from times past. We're now in a better generation of treating these matters where we have dedicated officers that actually conduct visits, do reviews. We just returned from a sweep in North America and also in Venezuela, where we have facilities, we have assets, we have properties to ensure, and the Ministry of Works and Transport has been an excellent collaborator with the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs to ensure that these properties, these missions aren't bleeding money, but are well maintained, well upkept, and an asset, literally, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago looking toward the future. So that is a clear strategy that we are hard at work on. With respect to postings, there were some comments on postings as well. Again, it's an area that deeply troubles and is a cause for review of many of the foreign services out there. We are not resting on our laurels, and there's a revised approach to attempt to ensure that there's fairness, there's transparency, and there's some predictability to the rhythm of postings that our officers would experience. It's something that some officers look forward to. It's not a bed of roses out there. The member knows that as well. So it's also a sacrifice. So it's two sides of the coin. But again, with development of eligibility criteria, a ranking system, and some attempt to make it less subjective, more objective, that work is very much underway, and staff have been feeling some of those particular benefits. And then there was talk, Madam President, it was Madam Speaker. There was the Deputy Speaker and the Chair at the time, and I quote, "Mr. Deputy Speaker, we gave this government the gift of the President of the General Assembly for the 78th session of the United Nations, which it ascended as a gift." Now, maybe we should allow some poetic license, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Maybe we should allow some, departure license, but I don't think I would want to allow the record to remain. I want to acknowledge that a placeholder was laid on this issue back in 2013. It would be disingenuous of me not to acknowledge that. A placeholder was laid, which is important, in fact, essential to the overall success. But that was not a gift. That was not the be-all and end-all. And in so stating, you are doing a disservice. We would be doing a disservice to the same officers that we are elected and sworn and appointed to resource and uphold. So, no, I cannot allow that to stand, because it is not true, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is not true, because the true record would show that in 2023, the permanent mission of Argentina to the United Nations as chair of GRULAC officially endorsed the candidacy of Dennis Francis. Dennis Francis was not even a candidate in 2013. There was no name, there was no officer. That's number one. There was no endorsement by GRULAC. It did not exist. In 2020, September 18, 2020, COFCO endorsed Trinidad and Tobago's candidacy. We took the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs took a note to Cabinet in October 28, 2021, outlining a clear strategy for the campaign, identifying His Excellency Dennis Francis, and justifying his selection. It wasn't just pick a hat or anything like that. This was a justified selection, and I will give you the basis, because I heard another disturbing reference in the contribution earlier. And then on top of all of that, we had a number of fora that we hosted. I myself went up to New York as part of the campaign and activity, and the member knows what it takes. But I guess it's politically convenient to pretend that the work was already done, there was no work to be. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't operate like that. And you will see for the incoming president had to do a lot of work as well to ensure success at every single stage, including events hosted right here in Port-au-Prince. But then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was even more disturbed because I heard a reference. I could take it as flattering, where the member appeared to say, well, the Minister of Foreign Affairs should have been Trinidad and Tobago's candidate, and instead it was given to someone like myself, like himself, for the winter of his years. They could have sent someone younger. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have to take umbrage at that submission, because we have to be very careful, and I've heard it before from the member for Naparima, in his own personal contemplation, and I respect his decision. He's moving on, he's retiring from active politics. He does not cast a bigger net and give credence to a phenomenon of ageism, where because you've made a decision, you want the Prime Minister and other members of government or anyone who might be over 50 or something to be considered in the winter of the years. They are vibrant and active persons in this and other societies, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, 80 years. I have a long list here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to include in that category of vibrancy and having much to offer His Excellency Dennis Francis, who was 66 years at the time of election, who was 65 or younger at the time of identification and submission and approval, and who today is still, I would say, in the spring of his life and contribution, and has more to give to Trinidad and Tobago and the world. So let's be very, very careful in trying to offer a compliment maybe on one side, that we do not give credence to ageism, because the proof is in the pudding. This was a very difficult year on the global stage, and I can say without fear of anyone contradicting me that Trinidad and Tobago's president acquitted himself with great distinction and made this country proud. I'm not sure that his age really had anything to do with that. I'm certain that his experience, his caliber, and his attributes had everything to do with that success. And he had the full support of the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago. And there have been many presidents of the General Assembly who've been that age and even older. Need I remind the member for Naparima that the first non-white head of state of South Africa was 75 years old when he became president. His name was Nelson Mandela. Let us not fertilize and nourish ageism right here in the People's Parliament. So I just want to sound that particular caution as well, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago has been robustly and positively engaged in our diplomatic responsibilities, both within CARICOM and further afield. We have been, in the form of the Prime Minister of this Republic, heavily and actively engaged in the leadership of CARICOM. I want to put that in the record. Positively and actively engaged in the leadership of...
Okay, Honourable Member, your initial speaking time, you only have just about 1 more minute. You have an additional 10 minutes. You care to avail yourself?
Yes, thank you.
Proceed.
I thank you for this indication, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Actively engaged in the leadership of the Caribbean community, and as I shall establish, that leadership role, that clear voice of Trinidad and Tobago goes well beyond CARICOM as well. So there have been a number of summits. I will give an example, the CARICOM Canada Summit, with the personal engagement, involvement, and leadership of the Prime Minister of this Republic in steering CARICOM's position in treating with Prime Minister Trudeau and the leadership of the Government of Canada. We've also had the first ever Saudi CARICOM Summit taking place in Riyadh. Again, the Prime Minister leading his team and being part of CARICOM's leadership in engagement with a fairly new, very strong and well-resourced global partner in the form of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. These are new developments with great prospect for additional success for our region and also for Trinidad and Tobago. So when I hear those empty, thin critiques of the Prime Minister's travel, When I hear those, I can stand here without fear of contradiction as a witness being on some of those delegations that the Prime Minister does not travel for recreational or holiday purposes when he's traveling on government business. When he goes out there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is to work day and to work night on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And on behalf of CARICOM as well. There were several emergency meetings of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM, with Trinidad and Tobago being a robust participant and leader. We had meetings on Hurricane Beryl. The record of the first bench of the UNC on natural disaster response in this region is not one that they should be proud of. There were comments and interventions made that really hurt the standing of Trinidad and Tobago within the region. I wouldn't regale this chamber or the public with some of those references because they are well known. What we have done is not just repair that damage, but have created a zone of solidarity, a zone of comfort, a zone of dependability where Trinidad and Tobago plays a reliable role with respect to assisting when there are natural disasters in this region. And we did so to the credit of the private sector, to the credit of the government, to the credit of the Minister of Trade and Industry and all others who worked hard to ensure that that assistance was heavily rendered. That applied to the volcano in St. Vincent and all other requirements of Trinidad and Tobago. We were there at the Argyle intervention, Argyle International Airport, coming on the heels of some terrible negativity from the UNC side, trying to draw a wedge between TNT and Guyana, as some of them seem to make a career out of doing. There's no closer two countries right now within the Caribbean community than Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, notwithstanding electricity concerns from that may happen from time to time. We are close colleagues within the Caribbean community, and for that achievement, again, I give credit to the wisdom and good sense of our Prime Minister and the President of Guyana in ensuring that that relationship is secure. And again, we were there in Argyle and were part of the solution, the cooling of temperatures, the healing of that very inflamed situation to the point where there is a less sense of tension in the so-called disputed area, the border controversy. There's less tension around that today, and we will continue to play a responsible role in such regard. We've reconstituted the National Committee on Reparations. It took a little bit of time. Now we have a retired history lecturer from the University of the West Indies, Dr. Claudius Fergus, who's working very well, very dynamic, engaged both here and within CARICOM and with the African Union and all the other partners to advance the issue of reparations. Trinidad and Tobago has gone from an uncertain voice on this important topic to one of the leaders. And you will see that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the upcoming Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Samoa. Trinidad and Tobago is a leader on this very important issue. And I invite the good-thinking members of this Parliament to be a part of that as well. Again, at the Association of Caribbean States, the COFCOR, and all other bodies, I have an extremely extensive list. Engagement now with Brazil as well, led by the Prime Minister, going beyond CARICOM. Forays with respect to BRICS countries, additional inroads with respect to the Republic of India, high-level visits in both directions, and strengthening of key relationships and partnerships. The United States of America, China, the European Union. Very difficult global stage, very complex, lots of tensions out there. But within our space, within the diplomatic corps here in Trinidad and Tobago, within the precincts of the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, within the role of the Prime Minister's leadership, that tension is not imported into our space, and we manage our affairs responsibly and in a balanced fashion, all in the best interests of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So when the Prime Minister travels, or when he hosts a meeting here, or when he intervenes in a virtual fashion at events and meetings as occurs today, tomorrow, consistently, it is with the best interests of our citizens at heart, quite unlike some of the activities that would have taken place in a previous chapter in the office of the Prime Minister. Great advancements with the CARICOM single market and the economy. And we've had a good interface with a number of parliamentarians on all sides of the House with respect to facilitating and assisting citizens, getting them through the process quickly. We've been working on repatriation of remains and other issues because the ministry is not here to serve a political party. It's here to serve the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. That is the focus. I give one other example. Our resolution at the General Assembly for World Steel Pan Day. Do you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, steel pan is sometimes misconstrued as for them and not for us, and real foolishness. It was a young citizen, a young diplomat of Trinidad and Tobago, a Hindu, born and raised from the deep south of Trinidad, the beautiful deep south of Trinidad and Tobago, as the key drafter and architect of the concept note for World Steel Pan Day at the General Assembly. Proud, patriotic member of our foreign service, paying short, exposing the fallacy that this is something that was gifted to us by someone else, or that this is something for one segment of the population. It is our national musical instrument for all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs is proud to be associated with the advancement and the good work taking place in our Ministry of Culture and all the other segments, Pan-Trinbago, with respect, to the steel pan. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the fisheries issue at one point, this is a country of, what is it? Sawa Barataria, crisis of credibility. Every little thing becomes the crisis of the day. Political heavy weather. There was a lot of talk about fisheries and Bacchanal with Barbados. There's no Bacchanal with Barbados. Again, good diplomacy. Behind the scenes, excellent work. Sometimes taking good advice as well. Working with our Barbadian counterparts. When last have you heard any incident? All of that is being well managed, not by the face, but by the team. And this is not a small team, it's a big team. It's Team TNT, and there are representatives of that team sitting here on this side of the aisle, working hard for the people of this country every single day. Team Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I know that there isn't much more time for this particular contribution. A lot of work with the European Union as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't want to draw you into the debate.
Just have about 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes.
Yes, but we recently had the opportunity to sign the Samoa Agreement. And again, the story one day will be told, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just like the story will be told about the FSO Nabarima, was it? That fuel vessel in the Gulf of Paria. I think that was the name. Some years now. So much has happened. So many developments where wisdom coming out of the office of the Prime Minister and good sense coming out of our team at the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs has been able to calm the tension, solve problems sometimes even before they become an issue in the public space. And there are many, many examples of that occurring, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A lot of work now, refreshed work with the Organization of American States, the Association of Caribbean States, and all of these partnerships being leveraged by the same team that sometimes we want to castigate or say there are better foreign services out there. Well, maybe, but we are a young country. And we are learning, we want to do better, and there's great commitment in this ministry and in all the other ministries working together in the best interests of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So I put that in the context of the national budget. Maybe it's a fait accompli, the votes are there, etc. But this debate is an opportunity for us to ensure the record is clear. It's a positive one on behalf of this government. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for Kumutu Manzelina.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to be here this afternoon to join this very important debate before us today.
The front of the bench. Again, I have recognized the member for Kumutu Manzelina. Right.
Thank you again, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This might be my penultimate presentation, or depends on the Honourable Prime Minister, I may have another opportunity to have another budget speech. So it is my 5th consecutive budget presentation, which I'm grateful for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to say to the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, medical doctor to medical doctor, I will describe your presentation in 2 words: divinely edifying. It was fantastic. I will leave members of matters of state to my colleague from Naparima. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, who we all serve, are dependent on us to ensure that their monies are being spent wisely and in their best interests, not just for themselves, but for their children. This is why this debate on the statement by the Minister of Finance is so important. Before I begin, Mr. Deputy Speaker, first let me pay tribute to the people of Kumutu Manzelina, who elected me to be the voice in this chamber. Mr. Deputy Speaker, over the past few months, I have received hundreds of calls to my constituency office, offering me support for the work I perform in this House. And for this, let me say, I am truly humbled. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have also received tremendous support from persons outside my constituency across the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, who are tired and frustrated of the current status of our political climate and who want meaningful change to our political discourse so that we can build a better nation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank all those who took the time out to reach out to me for their support and generosity. And I want to reassure my constituents and all those who want to see an end to the politics of division driven by racism and tribalism that I will continue to conduct my work with integrity and the best interests of all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I will start, if you will permit me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I will quote a Guardian article, one of my favorite papers, Wednesday, September 25th, 2024. And the headline of the article said, Ragbir not seeking re-election, and the subheading was, Kumutu residents happy to see him go. It seems that everybody wants to see me go. I will quote from the Guardian media, visited the constituency last week, and many complained about the lack of representation they received from Ragbir. I never saw the guy. I never voted for him. Yet the journalists interviewed the chap. According to Tiwari, deplorable road conditions were the main issues faced by the 28,000 voters in the Eastern constituency. He revealed that while he anticipates the completion of the Kumutu to San Grande Highway extension in the Eastern constituency, he still will not vote for Ragbir. Further along the Kumutu main road, the mini-mart owner, Ricky Mahaber, said that bad roads often affect sales. In this business, customers doesn't even want to stop here, sometimes because of the road. Sometimes they have traffic jam, and sometimes I have to open my gate for 4 to 5 vehicles. I wonder, it's curious, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how many persons were interviewed for this full-page article. I will conclude the article by saying, quoting, "The businessman who was also unhappy with Ragbir's decision to go against the United National Congress and support the whistleblower legislation in the House of Representatives in June this year. For the longest while, I've seen many of them doing this when they find the PNM is rising. They want to jump on board, and when they find something wrong with them, they're going back to UNC. I feel Dr. Ragbir have to step down and give somebody else a chance, and somebody younger who could build this community." I end with that. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a medical practitioner, I'm also a man of science. However, I'm also a man of faith who is guided by the teachings of our Lord Jesus Christ. I know that these are difficult times for many people in our land. There are many people who are losing faith in the political establishment. There are many people who have said otherwise, and they have selfishly put their own interests and their own party over the interests of the people of this nation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the proudest moments in this honorable house for myself was my decision to vote in favor of the whistleblower legislation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I did so because of my constituents have expressed concerns to me that they want to report instances of corruption, but they were afraid to do so for fear of reprisal. And let me just start off a little bit with that. While my earlier action in supporting the whistleblower legislation was concentrated on the damning allegations at the San Grande Regional Corporation, our fight is against malfeasance and corruption. And I will cite one particular case, and I want the entire country, Trinidad and Tobago, to hear this. Water trucking issue from the corporation. This falls under the remit of the Public Health Department at the corporation. What I was made to understand by my constituents, an illegal motion was passed in a council meeting which contravened the Municipal Corporation Act. I am made to understand if you want water, you have to go through the chairman and the councillors of the corporation. No, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you can't do that. You can't politicize water. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are other issues, and I'm sure my colleague from Toko San Grande will tell you as well, is the employment book. Who guards that employment book? Who gives out that 10 days and 20 days? And that is what is mindful. The whistleblower legislation is very dear, and we have to do things that are forthright and forthcoming. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know in my heart that voting in the interests of the people of Komoto Manzanilla and the people of Trinidad and Tobago have lost me favor from some members of this House. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I make no apologies for doing my duty to my people and my country. Now I have been sidelined by my own party, forsaken, and basically thrown away. And now in the newspaper clipping which I read, even the people don't want me. But I love the people of Komoto Manzanilla. I'm a man of faith. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if there are those who are prepared to stand idly by and ignore injustice, corruption, and abuses out of fear or out of own selfish desires, then that is their decision. As my political hero, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. famously said, in the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are people who see no point in standing up for what is right because they feel that the wicked will always win. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to remind Trinidad and Tobago from the good book, we have people here of all faiths, but from the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, that says, let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I urge the citizens of our nation not to give up on our country. I was born here. I love my country. And don't ever give up on the hope that Trinidad and Tobago could be a better place with all of us working collectively. I want to share another scripture from the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, when Jesus said, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. Let me be a beacon of truth and righteousness for the rest of the world. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we live in a toxic environment, be it crime, disaster, unemployment, escalating food prices, economic collapse, a sense of mental hopelessness. And you see what is happening now in Florida. People are trying to escape Milton. And we all have family and friends in Florida. This is compounded with no unity, no rebuilding, not much thought of consequences of our actions and for our future generation. That's why we are here, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We need leaders that are forward-thinking in a changing world. We as elders need to listen to the young ones, their wants, their needs, and their cries. That Gen Z generation, my son falls within that bracket, he's 17, between the age of 12 to 27. They are different, they think differently. And I'm sad about that Lalchan boy who committed suicide. Condolences to his entire family, his friends, and the educators. If we don't take care of our households, this will result in total anarchy. Families are drowning in debts, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, all over the world. And some have even become homeless. Persons living in their cars, in tents, in the streets. And it's going to get worse all over. The cost of living has escalated beyond their means. Hence, beyond that difficulty in paying their rent, their mortgages, the bills, the utilities, and buying the food and the medicines. People skipping 3 meals a day to 1. You sometimes cannot afford to educate your children, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And even if they get a diploma or a degree or some form of certification, no jobs waiting for them. This is not a Trinidad and Tobago issue. This is a worldwide phenomenon. And I have looked through this budget, and I think, personally for me, it looks fair because at the end of the day, look at what's happening in the world. Long ago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our family and friends used to put a 20 US or 20 Canadian in a little carbon paper and send it for us in the 70s and 80s. Now, look like it has to change around. The young ones remain at home because of no jobs. Idle minds, idle hands, that may lead to criminal activity, that may lead to stress, anxiety, depression, and a sense of hopelessness. And let me continue. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to talk now about health. a sick healthcare service. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as someone who is all too familiar with the efficiencies of the health sector that is now a metaphorical ticking time bomb, let me explain. Throughout my career, I have witnessed firsthand the challenges our health sector faces, challenges that have admittedly persisted for decades. And we look at this 2025 National Budget Statement, and I believe it is crucial to ask ourselves, will this budget do enough to address these issues? And sadly, the answer is no. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our nation is emerging from a pandemic which pushed the limits of our already stretched thin health service to the breaking point. I agree that our healthcare workers must be commended for their professionalism they displayed in what was very difficult times for our country. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must not forget that many of the issues, long waiting times, overcrowded hospitals, shortage of medications, and overworked staff, predated the pandemic, and it continues post-pandemic. I can understand my colleague, member for St. Joseph. It's a very, very difficult task being in a medical practitioner. You could have someone who pays no taxes, does not work, gets in an accident, and the bill is $500,000 because you're in ICU for a month. And that's an example how health could actually reach to a bottomless pit. The government should not use the COVID pandemic as a convenient excuse to mask or justify the many deficiencies that our healthcare workers and patients have to ensure pre-COVID. Mr. Deputy Speaker, some of the areas of concern that I hope the Minister of Finance would have raised in his statement are, as I said just now, is long waiting times and inadequate facilities. Now, all the accident and emergencies, all the district health facilities, all the health centers have been overwhelmed, oversubscribed by people because people find it difficult to put monies into their pocket. So as a practitioner, I have seen, like the rest of the population, that many people have resources to go to the public sector, and the waiting times will continue to increase. But don't think the waiting time is only for Trinidad and Tobago. When you go to first world countries for little things, sometimes you don't get an appointment at the same time. You wait for hours. So I am now looking at my colleague here from Chaguanas West, as you mentioned about a hospital. Maybe it's a good time that we need to look at a hospital for Chaguanas, because Chaguanas has the highest per capita rate of non-communicable disease, the diabetes, the hypertension, the cardiac disease, and according to Professor Narayana, the highest amount of diabetic foot amputations in the country. So we wait with abated breath that in a forthcoming budget, we could see a new Chaguanas hospital. And I shall continue. Medication shortages right now. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can tell you what is short right now. Gravol, everybody knows what Gravol is, dimenhydrinate intravenously. You can't get it IV. Alleviant Duo, that's for IBS, irritable bowel syndrome. Frialta, that's for chronic kidney disease. Endometrium, that's a menopausal woman. Clara, that's an oral contraceptive pill. I prevent nebulizer solution. Detrocytol is used for overactive bladder syndrome. Seroquel is used for hypomania and schizophrenia. Again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the entire world is going through a supply chain crisis. But I want to point out something that I've seen as a practitioner, and many members in this House may not realize it. It's a complete wastage of pharmaceuticals. Let's look at somebody who's older with chronic disease, non-communicable disease. They go to the private doctor, they have one set of medication. They go to one or two clinics, they have different sets of medication. They go to a specialist, they have one set of medication. And when you look, those you confused, the patients themselves confused. So the medication they would have actually gotten on a CDAP, it's just wasted. and the people who deserve it can't get it when they get. And I'm sure the member for St. Joseph will discuss that. One of our problems that we have in this country is expired drugs. So the ones that you have at home for your disease process might be expired because we don't put expiry dates. But here's a problem, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We do not have the science, the data behind the amount of expired drugs in the country, because that has to be dumped, and that would include injections and even vaccines. And this would account for tens of millions of dollars, which could go back into the health sector if they were not expired. There is something called suitcase traders. These are people who will bring counterfeit drugs. Yes, counterfeit drug is a very real thing in this country. They will come, the cost of the item might be $10 per unit. Member from Mayaro might know about that, but they will sell you it for $2, so you could make your profit. But it looks like, it smells like, it feels like, same color, but it's not that. That's why people, disease process changes, gets for the worse, and they may actually end up in hospital and die. I shall continue. Mr. Deputy Speaker, all these are basic symptoms of a dysfunctional healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, a lot of what has been said in the budget statement concerning the healthcare sector appeared to be focused on treating the symptoms and not the root causes. I want to talk about the government's health sector allocation in the budget 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2024, Trinidad and Tobago spent 3.3% of the country's GDP on the health sector. Based on the minister's statement for 2025, we are going to spend roughly the same 3% of the GDP again. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know this is a very difficult economic time for Trinidad and Tobago. You notice I keep repeating that. I know the government must find funds for other areas. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must be honest with the population and let them know Trinidad and Tobago is spending money on healthcare that is below the average global 5 to 10% of the GDP. So let's look at our neighbors. Let's look at Barbados, for instance. They spend between 6% to 7% of the GDP on healthcare. Barbados ranks higher than many of its regional counterparts, focusing on universal healthcare, access, and robust public health infrastructure. The Bahamas allocates approximately 6% of its GDP to healthcare, reflecting its commitment to improve healthcare services for its population. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will end this one by saying St. Lucia. St. Lucia also spends about 6% of GDP on health, with efforts to strengthen its public health system in recent years, 3.3%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would have really loved if Budget 2025 contained a roadmap for taking our health sector to a higher level, even if we cannot commit the funds at this time. We need to chart out a course which we can seek to make our health sector an important priority, which delivers world-class services. I must mention the Simonga report. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Simonga report, which was led by Professor Terence Simonga, actually, Professor and I were in the same class together in medical school in Jamaica, reviewed the parallel healthcare system response to COVID-19 in Trinidad and Tobago, was made public on March 2nd, 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this report provided an in-depth analysis of the healthcare system's strengths and challenges during the pandemic, addressing critical areas such as mortality rates, resource allocation, and operational efficiency. Some key observations, very shortly. One, shortages of medical personnel. There was an insufficient number of healthcare workers, particularly in critical care areas. This shortage significantly affected patient care. Two, deficiency in essential drugs. The report noted that some essential drugs were unavailable during the peak of the pandemic, making it difficult to manage severe cases of COVID-19 effectively, hence many people died. 3, systemic gaps. Issues in communication, coordination, and resource management were highlighted, showing the need for improved healthcare system management. 4, mortality and treatment outcomes. The report revealed concerns about the high mortality rate of critically ill COVID-19 patients in ICU, prompting calls for a review of treatment protocols. And finally, infrastructure issues. The healthcare system infrastructure was put under severe strain, with certain facilities lacking the necessary equipment or space to handle the influx of COVID-19 cases. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these findings urge the government to implement the committee's recommendation to better prepare for future health emergencies. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope that the Minister of Health can inform the public about which areas of the report, if any, have been implemented. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I cannot stress enough how critical this is. It is only a question of when, and not if, whether or not another pandemic will hit us. We must learn from COVID-19 pandemic in order to be prepared, better prepared next time. National COVID-19 Response Review. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I disagree with all those who believe that the COVID-19 vaccines were fake. All evidence shows that the COVID-19 vaccine saved lives. And I urge everyone to consult their doctors when they have medical questions and make informed medical decisions. I urge the public to not take medical advice based on internet or random messages on Facebook. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you will permit me, I have a full page here, which I'll just read some extracts from Monday, September 30th, 2024, Newsday, and the heading was Trinidadian Disease Expert Criticizes Opposition Leader, and the subheading was COVID-19 Vaccine Saved Millions of Lives. And if you will permit me, I will read. Infectious disease specialist Dr. Peter Chin Hong says other than not being vaccinated, the biggest threat to people in this phase of COVID-19 is misinformation, particularly when it comes from leaders of any sort in a community. It is a global problem, and the World Health Organization listed it as one of the top 10 threats to the world health right now. Ching Hong, a Trinidadian who is associated with Dean for Regional Campuses at the University of California, San Francisco, made a statement after reading about the opposition leader statement about hundreds of thousands of Trinidad and Tobago citizens were given fake vaccine at a UNC Cottage meeting in Chaguanas on September 9th. The health minister, member for St. Joseph, condemned the statement, saying that it implied that hard-working doctors like myself and nurses were complicit in a hoax. He said, for the record, the COVID-19 vaccine distributed in Trinidad and Tobago, Sinopharm, AstraZeneca, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson were all approved, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by the World Health Organization prior to their use, and follow our stated policy only to use WHO-approved vaccines. Our healthcare professionals administered 1,554,804 doses, and it is critical to note that of the 4,444 COVID-19 deaths, 3960 or 89.1% were unvaccinated persons. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was a vaccinator. I vaccinated persons in my community of Komoto, Manzana willingly, and those at various centers throughout Trinidad. Ching Hong repeated that the vaccine protected from serious disease. hospitalization, and death. It did not protect against being infected. He also stressed that the mRNA technology used to make the vaccines had been in use since early 1990s. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that's almost 30 years. But at this point, more than 13 billion people around the world have received the vaccine. So it's no longer new or inexperienced, and there has been no increased signal or negative impacts of the vaccine, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In fact, as I conclude, there have been multiple studies that show the vaccine saved millions of lives. So unless it's opposite day, the statement is not true, while my statement is backed by studies and science. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do believe that we need a comprehensive review of our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I do not mean we should go on a witch hunt and blame everyone for mistakes that were made. But we need a review because, as I said earlier, we need to be better prepared. The COVID-19 pandemic raised very serious issues. There were economic lockdowns, school closures, nationals were prevented from entering the country. It even affected persons who passed on burials and cremations. There were those who were advocating for vaccine passport. Mr. Deputy Speaker, all these issues pose serious legal and ethical concerns. And we need to discuss how we are going to handle these issues if the need arises again. We need to sit down, have honest discussions with no finger pointing, figure out what we got right and what we got wrong. That would benefit of the nation. Now I want Mr. Deputy to turn to non-communicable disease. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Finance spoke about infrastructure projects he intends to get done on the health sector and so on. I have no issue with that. Any attempt to improve the infrastructure of hospitals, I'm sold. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stress treating the symptom and not treating the disease. How patients can access care when they need it is one function, but the health sector needs to be more prevalent where persons will and be more looked at so that they will prevent it from ending up in the hospital. So we focus on primary health care. And the biggest health crisis we have here in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the explosion of non-communicable disease. I want to compliment the member for St. Joseph for launching the NCD hotline. That is a non-communicable disease hotline. It's 800-4, number 4, NCD, that's 4603. But, Honorable Minister, let us work together to manage numbers, and especially for our diabetic hypertensive, to take primary health care to the rural communities, which I'm part and parcel of, to embolden our primary care doctors, because many of my patients, Mr. Deputy, will come to me and they will say for months and years, their families and themselves will sit next to the doctor will not examine them. We need to train our doctors, examine your patients, see how the disease process is progressing, and see what complications are developing, because the state will have to spend more on dialysis, cataract, heart surgeries. So we need to do it differently, and we can only do that collectively. I want to talk also about another suggestion for the member of St. Joseph. And I think this would augur well, especially in rural communities. And my humble suggestion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to develop a new approach in rural communities. It's called a community health observer. Unlike a nurse, they will be living within their respective community where they will be working. Their role and function, maintain child abuse, monitor child abuse, and pick up potential for abuse. I had recently an aunt had to look after 2 little children, a 16-year-old girl who's dyslexic, who dropped out of school, and an 11-year-old girl who now is entering into secondary school. And you know, these children are developing fast. This child will take $16 to travel one way and $16 to travel back home. And you know, as a child develops in a rural community, men will be looking at that little child. And this is where the ministry that belongs to the Prime Minister, Child and Gender Affairs, we always have to watch out for those children. And persons like this, we could advocate for that. Teenage pregnancy, school dropouts, children who have not been immunized, especially in those little side tracks and traces where people now building up the little shacks and houses, observing children for malnutrition, single mothers who find it difficult to feed their infants and toddlers, domestic violence, drug and alcohol abuse, and much more, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The data that's collected from these community health observers could now go to the nearest health center, which they are affiliated with. And this now is disseminated to the district health visitors, the district nurses. They correlate this and just go back out to the community because we could do the science and we have to do things differently. And just to conclude with this part here, and I think it's very important, I know the member for St. Joseph would like this idea. The Private Hospital Act in our law books, the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, from the Ministry of Attorney General and Legal Affairs, Chapter 2903, subheading 17. The Health Minister, for the purposes of this Act and the regulations, appoint any medical practitioner not engaged in management of financial interests in a private hospital to be an inspector and shall furnish every inspector with a certificate of appointment. Have we engaged such a person so that we could determine the quality of care that's given out to our persons and to determine whether that institution is recognized? I thought I would throw that in. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, no, I'm not a lawyer. Mr. Deputy Speaker, non-communicable disease is rampant throughout Trinidad and Tobago. People are not looking after themselves. And you are supposed to look after. Your health is your wealth. The health sector cannot do it for you. And Trinidad and Tobago needs to look at the #1 cause of fatality in this country, like many other countries, is cardiac disease. And we have friends and families and community persons, younger and younger persons are getting heart attacks, stroke, cancers are the leading cause of death, accounting for approximately 60% of mortality in the nation. Cardiovascular disease alone contributes to 25% of all deaths, making it a major concern for our healthcare system. Diabetes, affecting nearly 15% of our adult population, has severe implications for quality of life and economic productivity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're in a religious time now, Navratri and Diwali, so, even your diabetics, you tell them, have your sweets sparingly or none at all, but they wouldn't listen. They say, I'll take an extra sugar tablet or extra insulin. And that continues beyond this festive season. Furthermore, Trinidad and Tobago ranks among the highest, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the Caribbean for hypertension. And do you know when you have hypertension, 1 in 4 persons with hypertension will get a stroke? Will get a stroke. The increasing prevalence of these conditions places immense pressure on our healthcare resources and underscores the urgent need for a robust, sustainable strategy focused on prevention, early detection, and management, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The financial and human toll of NCDs is a national crisis, and without targeted intervention, this burden will only grow. So while Trinidad and Tobago has developed a national strategic plan to combat NCDs through a preventive healthy initiative lifestyle, early detection, lifestyle promotion, the prevalence of risk factors such as poor diet, lack of exercise, and smoking remains high, collaborative efforts between the government, private sector, and communities are essentially to reduce these burdens. And I mentioned something, and we need to be cognizant of that. We give our children a lot of ultra-processed foods. And ultra-processed foods are industrial formulas based from oil, fat, sugar, starch, and protein. And we give our kids, and we ourselves consume it. In fact, they say as much as 60% of the food we consume are ultra-processed foods, and that causing the diabetes, the cardiac disease, and the cancers. Look at energy drinks, sugar and caffeine, cereals, hot dogs, vegan meat, chicken nuggets, potato chips, macaroni and cheese, pancakes, pizza, instant noodles, and I could go on and on. And you know what? For our children, they are delicious. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are killing our future generation. It will be remiss of me not to say a little bit about the CDAP medication. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but one of the things that I looked at is the donation of blood pressure apparatus. And in the CDAP, because we have so much diabetics in the country, people are afforded the opportunity to get a diabetic machine and free strips, especially those on insulin. So it comes a point in time, if we want to save costs at the hospital and cut down the costs from the health sector so that Minister of Finance will have some savings, is provide a blood pressure machine in the CDAP machine, just like a blood sugar machine. And one addition I will add, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's almost embarrassing to say we have an explosion of sexually transmitted infections in the country. And it may be a point in time that some antibiotics for these particular infections in consultation with the senior consultants that we may have to put onto this right now. Because a lot of cases are prevalent, which we could see in private practice and even in the public sector. I will go on now to another topic, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Reduction of binge drinking. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we live in a time where great strides have been made to reduce smoking, as well as to educate the population on the dangers of smoking. All well and good. However, I feel not enough is being done to warn of the dangers of binge drinking and the dangers that alcohol abuse has on our population. Regardless of how much money you have, you realize bars and restaurants every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they fill. And what is sad now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's the younger ones now are there drinking, and they're under 18, and they're still being given liquor to drink. So you imagine what will happen to their bodies in 5 to 10 years' time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, binge drinking plays a large role in exacerbating the dangers of non-communicable disease, and it needs to be addressed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Ms. Lyra Thompson-Hollingsworth, who is the coordinator of the National Alcohol Drug Abuse Prevention Program, reported that during the COVID-19 pandemic, Trinidad and Tobago saw an increase of heavy alcohol abuse. Ms. Thompson-Hollingsworth also lamented that despite the prevalence of binge drinking in Trinidad and Tobago, there is no alcohol policy model. According to NADA...
Member, yes, you have just about 2 minutes of your initial speaking time. You have an additional 10 minutes. You care to avail yourself?
I do.
Proceed.
Thank you. Unfortunately, according to NADA, Trinidad and Tobago, about 10% of men in Trinidad and Tobago suffer from alcohol abuse disorders. Mr. Deputy Speaker, unfortunately, many people believe that is a male problem. But according to the Group Alcohol Rehab Guide, alcoholism is an increasing problem for women as well. In general, women are more prone to develop alcoholism compared to men based on their body fat. They have more body fat and less water. The alcohol is the water in their body. And this is bad. There's an enzyme called alcohol dehydrogenase, which metabolizes the alcohol. And there's a less amount in the liver for women. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, one aspect of alcoholism that is rarely discussed is a serious issue of alcohol-related dementia. Mr. Deputy Speaker, alcohol-related dementia comes with a range of neurocognitive impairments, particularly affecting your memory, reason, and executive function. While this prevalence is difficult to pinpoint globally due to underdiagnosis and the stigma associated with alcoholism, estimates suggest that up to 10% of dementia cases in the Western populations may be linked to chronic alcohol abuse. And now, because my time is limited, I want to go to my constituency, the need to reach rural communities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier, I represent the constituency of Komoto Manzanilla, and it is a rural community. But, you know, there are a lot of people who said they don't see me, they don't see things done. But I will use the phrase in my last few minutes, I was there, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Komoto Manzanilla constituency has been actively engaged in various community support initiatives aimed at enhancing the quality of life for its residents, particularly the vulnerable and marginalized populations. Through these initiatives, we aim to address critical needs such as food insecurity, water supply, and emotional support for children and families. It is a rural community. Christmas hampers distribution, I will just list them out. December 20th, 100 food hampers and toys for the fishing pond area. And now ongoing food assistance, Komoto Manzanilla, December 2020. Visit to the Casa de Corazon Children Home, that is a Children Authority home, where I provide on a regular basis grocery items. It's a state-run, and sometimes they need assistance. We're always there. Imagine in August 2022, I have to hire a truck, borne water supply all the way from O2 Park in Chagaramas, just for them to get water. But I don't do anything. Feeding the Community Initiative in the Kumoto Tamana Electoral District, August 2022. Support for the Manzanilla residents after the big flood, December 2022. I delivered food hampers to residents on a daily basis, although the roads were impassable. Flood relief efforts, Riley Land Settlement, North Oropoch, time frame, December 2022. Hosting of medical clinics and diabetes fair. I will list them out. World Diabetes Day preparations, November 10th, 2021. World Diabetes Day Medical Fair, November 14, 2022. There were 275 people that day, Mr. Deputy. 275 people. I had cardiologists, kidney specialists, dietitians, ophthalmologists, and we had also a dietitian and a cook showing you about flour, cassava flour, breadfruit flour, green pig flour, which is gluten-free, good for diabetics and help you lose weight and your abdominal girth. Teach you about that afterwards. World Health Day Clinic, a free medical clinic, ongoing health clinics in the sub-office, the Komoto sub-office. We had one death, sadly, from dengue in fishing pond. Thereby and then, I went and did a free dengue medical clinic. I took the bloods. I paid for the bloods. That's why my colleague here next door from Napa will say, Doc, once you come in this profession, don't ever check your salary. You told me that? Yes. Right. And I have never checked my salary. Mr. Deputy Speaker, here's one for you. Partnership with Migrant and Refuge Ministries. On May 27, 2024, MP participated in Sangre Grande Migrants Refuge Ministry Program, providing free diagnostic testing, treatment, and medication. This initiative was organized by the St. Francis RC Church, and I still continue to support them. I shall continue. Let me look at some infrastructure works. Mr. Deputy Speaker, how much time I have again?
You end at 7:13. So you just have about 7 more minutes.
Thank you, thank you. Let's talk about some of the infrastructure projects. Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, infrastructure projects. The landslide repairs of Lampole number 196 of 198, Komoto Main Road, were initiated in response to a significant landslide that occurred near Coriel High School. Project works of piling and shoring started November 27, 2023. And that together with a retaining wall constructed starting on April 13, 2024. And those works are ongoing. How I get these things done? In opposition, because I talk nicely to my friends on the other side. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know I'm at the end of my tenure in Kumoto Manzanilla. Hear this one. If you were to see Kaiwell #1 bridge construction, I give credence and thanks to the Minister of Works and Transport. The Kaiwell 1 bridge construction project was initiated to address critical infrastructure issues affecting the North Approach Road and surrounding areas in Kaiwell and Fishing Pond. And it is phenomenal. If you go there, you will want a picnic there. My gosh, it was fantastic. Really, really good. The Plumita Main Road, which is ongoing now, is a basket retaining wall project where we have significant landslip. Plumita, that's your way to Beach. My friends, let's talk a little bit about the Komoto gas station piling and shoring. The Komoto gas station piling and shoring road repairs project was initiated to address critical infrastructure issues along the Komoto Main Road, particularly in the vicinity of Lampole number 141 adjacent to the Komoto gas station. In fact, the underground tanks was actually shifting. It was so bad. They put those piles down as much as 40 feet underground to stop that. It was like a major highway construction. How I get these things done? Because how I liaise with people, how I talk to people. And there are two things, and I will mention it. As mentioned by the Minister of Finance, it is nearing completion, proposed date March 2025. That is the Komoto to Waikotamana Highway, which actually is to be opened right behind my office. How that has been done, but I don't do anything. Now, November 2022 is when they had the bad floods in the Mazana stretch. My colleague from Mayaro, and we were there. That road was decimated, 5 kilometers. As another colleague would say, nobody lives there. But hear what? You're right. But hear what? If you had an emergency in Mayaro, Guayagüari, it will take you half an hour to go to your hospital, which is a new Sandy Grande Hospital campus. Thank you, member for St. Joseph. Thank you. That is pristine. And if I were to get sick, carry me there. So, I must thank the Minister of Works. That is pristine Manzana Road that's open up. Anybody use that stretch now is excellent. And I actually spoke to forward thinking the Minister of Tourism, and I asked him, I said, there's a wide expanse of beach. Why don't we use renewable energy, solar panels and wind power, and do a food hub there so that people come all over. When they had a staycation, they could come there and buy food with their family. And like everything else, I am also involved in all the celebrations. You know, the start of this year, I did not have an interfaith service, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You know what I had? I had the Hindus come on one day, they had a full Hindu service. The Islamic community had
Remember,
a full Islam.
2 more minutes.
Thank you. And the Christian, I had a revival, a Christian revival. So everybody had a full day of prayer and did not have a limit. And we give God thanks for what we get in this blessed country. I will conclude by saying, touch not my anointed. Do my prophets no harm. Psalm 105:15. And my last concluding statement, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept up my faith. Almighty God is in charge of my destiny. I thank you.
I recognize the Minister of Digital Transformation. 45 minutes initially and an additional 10.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I first want to really express my thanks to you for recognizing me, one, and for allowing me to contribute in this house. I'm not here very often, but it's always good to be here. I want to join in the chorus of praise, and I use the word chorus as it has been emanating from this side of the bench from the beginning of the debate. But I want to join in the chorus of praise to the Honourable Member for Diego Martin Northeast, specifically the Minister of Finance, for his stellar, and I'm sure he will not disparage me for using the word marathon, presentation of the government's estimates and expenditure for fiscal 2025. And the theme is quite apt, steadfast and resolute, forming pathways to prosperity. The journey that he took, and I did use the word marathon, it may have been long, it may have been epic, but it was necessary. I think we have to understand the current circumstances in which we are and the path, that we must take if we want to continue on this quest for prosperity and sustainable development. So, if you just look back at the past 9 years and what we've been facing, a number of significant setbacks, a number of them not of our own making. These challenges have come. Think about it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we had to endure profound social and economic disruption. We had a global pandemic, and as the member just rightly spoke, I don't think that will be the last one we will have. We're working hard to mitigate the effects of climate change, which is evident everywhere, and you're seeing the direct impact of that all over the world. And of course, we've had to adapt and manage the consequences of external security and other challenges. Just think about how this has affected other parts, even in our own CARICOM and Caribbean areas. The fact that we've been able to successfully negotiate these and many of the other obstacles that we have is indeed a significant achievement. And I hope we're able to continue and endure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at the onset, I want to deal, and I'm going to concentrate the majority of what I'm going to talk about in the digital transformation space, because I recognize, one, there's still some misinformation and misnomer as to what is happening in that space. And two, even from some of the contributions from members opposite, they still don't get some of what it is we're trying to do. So I'm going to try to demystify some of that, as well as provide some education through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the population. Firstly, one of the first comments we got represented the size of the allocation to the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And there was an attempt to equate the size of the allocation with the priority that it has within the government space. I don't think that, I think if you were building buildings or roads, maybe that direct connection might have been established. But in this case, the two things are not necessarily aligned and congruent. More so, and I think more importantly, the allocation associated with the Ministry of Digital Transformation does not represent the government's spend or the government's allocation for transformation, for digital transformation, or for work in the ICT space. You'll have to go through almost all of the line items for all of the ministries independently if you wanted to create a single number for that. And if you just take a look at some of the ministries' allocations, you would see Ministry of Health, 25 million, the Ministry of Education, 31 million, Ministry of Finance, a certain amount, etc., etc. So you have to include and add all of that in if you're going to create a number that you could use as it relates to the allocation for digital transformation. And like I said, it is spread out across all of the public service allocations. Now, the commitment to digital transformation is clear, and it is important why we have to have that commitment. And this statement, I think, puts it quite succinctly. The commitment represents a consistent view by all of us, specifically on this side, that digital transformation and digital technology represent critical enablers for sustainable development across multiple sectors. We're not going to be able to do and get the efficiencies that we want
out of the way in which we have to continue to provide services to our citizens without having significant interventions of transformation and technology. Now I'm going to borrow a statement from member for San Fernando West. He coined it, I've borrowed it, I use it all the time, I continue to use it today. That transformation is built around 4 significant pillars. 4. And I'm sure you could say them as I say them myself. People, process, technology, and the law. So any transformation that we're doing, regardless of whether it's digital or otherwise, those components always ring true if you're dealing with it from a government perspective. But there are also some other aspects to this that involve things that must happen if we want it to take root the way we want. One of them is financial inclusion. Now, financial inclusion is something that I guess everyone has their own definition on it. But financial inclusion, social inclusion, digital inclusion would be 3 of the things that we must have if, in addition to those 4 pillars that I made, if you're going to be successful. The National Financial Inclusion Survey undertaken by the TTIFC highlighted some things that, to my mind, were disturbing, but they represent a reality. And just to highlight some of the things in it that would impact the way in which we go about our digital transformation. Let's start with the fact that 25% of the people that we have lack basic bank accounts. It's not a good place to start if you want to deal with having people be included in a digital future. 77% of MSMEs operate without business bank accounts or without digital payment options. Again, not a good platform to start on. And more important, 50% of the population finds mobile banking and financial information challenging to navigate. So you're already starting with significant disadvantages in some cases. And for us to be able to navigate that, we have to improve those situations. You add to that now social inclusion. Now, let me just put a definition around social inclusion. This is the process of improving the terms on which individuals and groups may take part in society, and it involves creating equal opportunities for all individuals, regardless of their backgrounds, identity, or circumstances. The last one is digital inclusion, which is the aspect of the inclusion rubric that is the most immediate and pressing interest of this particular ministry, the ministry that I lead. So we have to get this right, and we have to figure out how to do it. One of the most immediate tasks that we have before us while we're working on what we're doing is to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind. Now, what do I mean by that? When we do digital inclusion surveys and previously digital divide surveys, we were thinking about what happens to people when they are marginalized because they're unable to get or access the right technology to allow them to participate in the things of society. Well, if we proceed at too quickly a pace in this transformation that we're trying to do, we not only marginalize them, but we'll marginalize other people. We'll create a larger divide than we already have. And Madam Speaker, once we recognized that, we had to be able to adjust the rate in which we roll out our services in the digital space, the rate at which we introduce technology, the rate at which we prioritize digital services over previously analog services. So in this regard, and understanding the fact that broadband access is the key to all of this, I want to take the opportunity through you, Madam Speaker, to publicly acknowledge the work of the independent regulator, the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, for the excellent work that they've not only done this year, but the work they've been doing over the years, but particularly in addressing the things that came out from their own digital inclusion survey that was completed a year ago. Now, this survey identified a couple things. This is the good news, that as of March of this year, 93% of households, just over 392,000 households, have internet access. That's a great thing. That's a significant thing for any country. And the national mobile coverage was around 94%. Again, quite high for what we have. But yet, even with that, there are still communities that are underserved, and very few of them that are unserved. And these tend to be smaller communities in remote areas with significant topographical issues. We've been able to identify those within the survey, and things are being done. I'll speak a bit about that in a few seconds. But they've also identified that persons with disabilities, PWDs, that have special needs can also find it difficult to access effective technology. So we have to find ways to assist them as well. One of the things why I was complimenting the Telecommunications Authority is that they finance the cost of internet and so on for underserved communities through the Universal Service Fund. One of the projects that I think epitomizes that is a project that was launched from the Universal Service Project in the St. John's Parish of Tobago. And for those not familiar with the parishes in Tobago, we're talking about the Palatovale, Lansome, Bloody Bay area. And they have experienced significant challenges with internet. I mean, going back, I can't go as far back as when it started, but it has been there for a significant period of time. And what they were able to do, they used that initiative as a pilot, and they've been able to provide to the citizens of that area, and that whole area, high-speed internet at extremely affordable costs by partnering with a service provider. And what that has meant is that the take-up of digital services in that area has been greatly increased. It's a model that we can take and replicate throughout all of the underserved and unserved areas in Trinidad and Tobago. And while fiber was the medium that was used in this case, any of the new technologies that we have will work to get us to where we have, and that includes the use of LEOs, or low Earth orbit satellite solutions. Another thing that I want to compliment that on, of course, has to deal with the initiative that deals with the persons with disabilities, where it provides a subsidy, and in this case up to $600 as it stands now, towards the cost of a specific smartphone that is geared specifically for them. As of the beginning of September 2024, 1,441 persons had benefited from this facility, and that is since it was first introduced in 2021. And the plan is to expand this in 2025 to get to about 2,500 beneficiaries. I just returned from St. Kitts, Madam Speaker, and I happened to be on the plane with one of the significant advocates for, and in this case, the visually impaired, and the use of technology and how they work. It was fascinating to sit next to him on a flight from St. Kitts to Trinidad and Tobago and look at him operate everything that he needed to do using his phone with audible aids. It was tremendous to see, and he was in St. Kitts actually demonstrating and showing people how to do that. They do it here, and the Blind Welfare is doing significant work from that, so they also should be commended in doing this. This is an excellent initiative. The National Wi-Fi Initiative, this is something that we have going on in the ministry, and I think it is important that you understand that this deals with creation of access to Wi-Fi in public spaces. So it is funded in a couple ways, some from the Universal Service Fund and other, of course, from the PSIP, which the ministry has. For what we're really doing here is really creating spaces whereby you can take your devices, if you happen to be there while you're waiting to get services or you're trying to get a service, and have access to broadband. Just a snapshot of where this is available already. There are already 187 TT Wi-Fi sites located in various public facilities, public transport hubs, national libraries, public health institutions, public schools in some of the schools that don't have connectivity, but there are very few of those, high traffic government offices. 187 exist. We're adding another 84 sites to that network by the end of the fiscal year for which we're dealing with the allocations now. So you'll be well into the over 250 of those, and that will allow for people to be able to use them where they are as required. We have other digital initiatives that we're dealing with, specifically to deal with the quality and resilience of our infrastructure. A year ago, I would have lamented the fact that if we put significant standalone infrastructure in Tobago, it represented a risk because it was connected to Trinidad by only one undersea fiber. I can stand here today and tell you that has been rectified, not necessarily by the government, but the fact that it has been rectified does allow for significant advancement in the resilience of services that are occurring on the sister island of Tobago. So in June of 2024 is when this happened. There was an additional subsea cable that was built by Deep Blue Cable. It's a Digicel company that built this. But this brings another level of international connectivity to Trinidad and Tobago and between Trinidad and Tobago. Just for some details on it, it means the cable itself has a minimum life of 25 years with significant capacity in excess of 12 terabits. They're using 100 gigabit terminals now. So this means effectively that it is very difficult to isolate Trinidad from Tobago from an undersea cable perspective. This is significant as it relates to the resilience of what we're doing. You would have heard of a number of projects that are happening directly under the Ministry of Digital Transformation that are funded under the allocations that we currently have. One of them, significantly, is the establishment of a Tier 4 data center. Why are we doing that? Well, to be truthful, there are 5 Tier 3 data centers, certified Tier 3 data centers on island. Why would we need a 4th, and why does it need to be Tier 4? Well, there are significant reasons for that. One of them, of course, is the fact there's certain specific types of data that you want directly in control where you are sovereignly located in probably the best protected facility you can have on island. And as we improve and increase our digital footprint, having a facility like that works. 2, it also would be one of only 2 in the region. The other one sits in Curaçao. And pairing them together as part of the Data Center Alliance will allow for regional growth in that space and also for regional security to be increased. We're funding that through the service where we are. A number of the contracts associated with that have already been given out in the last fiscal. We're on the last leg of that now in the new fiscal, so expect that to come into service very soon. Another key and very important aspect of what we're doing that is funded, and you would have heard me mention this, I mentioned this in a number of our speeches, because one of the things that you'll find that is happening in the Ministry of Digital Transformation is that we're not introducing a lot of new projects or programs in this phase of where we are. We're really deep into the implementation of the things that we've already started in a long time ago. So in this phase of what we're doing, the primary thing is all on implementation and delivering to the people. The Community ICT Access, to me, has been one of our more successful projects. And what this really does is that it creates centers that, it's staffed by residents of local communities. They're located in underserved areas, and they are there to provide a service to the community that is very difficult to replicate without having a facility like that. How many of them we have open now? We have 17 of them open as we speak. 3 more will be open in the next couple of weeks. They're already ready. And we'll probably have another 10 open before the end of the calendar year. Now, these access centers are really important for the communities in which they serve. And if you happen to have one in your community, and I mean, they're all over the place, Carnage, Cayman, Bellevue. I know we opened one in Lisa's Gardens recently. I mean, we have a number of them spread out all over the country. But I wanted to be aware of what they do. So they provide internet access access to mobile devices, mentorship, guidance, training in digital technology and other things. They use them as homework centers. I've seen them used for a number of things. They consist of really a massive hall that has machines inside of it. And when I say machines, everything. Computers, printers, scanners, TVs, hearing devices, etc. But people. The most important part of that is the fact that it is staffed with people. And those people are there to help you. You could walk into that center without a phone, without a tablet, without a lab, without even knowledge of how to use ICT services, and you will be afforded the opportunity to do so. They provide access to government information and online services. It's a place to go to do things there. Access to online training and education, cybersecurity awareness training. We've partnered with the Adult Literacy Tutors Association to provide their training in those centers as well. We support other local civil society organizations. We have a number of online youth things going on there, girls in ICT, boys in ICT, youth ICT camps, camps for the elderly, a number of things happen in those cases. And I think this program is one that when we look back at it, will be one of the ones that we'll be most proud of because of its impact at a societal level. So we really have to continue to do that and look out for more of those coming in places that we have. Building the capacity, the ICT capacity of our people is a critical component of what we do. And again, this is all being funded under the same allocation that we have. But we do get generous donations from a number of societies that provide the content to us. So in his presentation, the Honorable Member for Diego Martinotti spoke to several learning and capacity building initiatives that either use digital technology or seeks to build the capacity to effectively utilize the technology at a national level. So it's not really surprising that a number of the documents that we use to guide how we process what we're doing, the roadmap to recovery, the community recovery program, etc., all of those documents provide a guidance as to how we do this because they represent government policy. Well, we're adding to that now. One of the things that I heard in the cut and thrust of the debate is that Trinidad and Tobago has no digital strategy in terms of how it's going about what it's doing. Let me set the record straight for that as it stands right now. The National Digital Transformation Strategy 2024 to 2027 for that 4-year period has already been approved by Cabinet and is being distributed now as we speak to a number of stakeholders, but more than that, it will be available to the general population and community. But it represents the blueprint as to what we are doing, what we have been doing, because the last ICT plan ended in 2022. This is a digital transformation plan. It's the first of its kind. It's a very comprehensive document if you want to understand the policy as to what we're doing in digital transformation. It's a document to get your hand on and be able to work in it. It was approved at the Cabinet a few weeks ago, but the thing about it is that it had significant consultation across Trinidad and Tobago with a number of people and agencies and functions and entities. And it truly is representative of what they would have liked to have seen in the strategy combined with what the strategy really should accomplish at a national level. It's a document that is actually quite, if you look at it, it's extremely pleasing on the eye. It doesn't look like a strategy. It actually looks more like a magazine. And the key thing about that is it was done internally using our own resources, our own experts from here in Trinidad and Tobago, building on all of that investment that has happened in our youth and in our academic pursuits by our people. This document, and I've had some reviews of it from some of my peers from the other islands, and it gets actually quite stark raving reviews. It is a document that I think everyone should get their hands on. So let it not be said that there is no strategy relative to how the digital transformation of Trinidad and Tobago is going ahead. There are some other initiatives that were outlined within the presentation of the budget dealing with numeracy and literacy and things that would impact or be impacted by our digital transformation trust. But I want to talk about the one that's happening internal within the Ministry of Digital Transformation, specifically We Learn TT. And We Learn TT is a partnership among government, academia, local and international partners, and they include YTEP, Coursera, the Linux Foundation, Cisco, Simply Learn, and of course the International Telecommunications Union, the ITU. Again, a lot of the content that we get there, apart from what we pay for, is donated to us. So you might find that when you go onto there, and I can tell you I've been on it, there's a tremendous amount of content that is available to the user at no cost to you. But if you go onto that platform, you can educate yourself in a number of ways. And it targets 3 specific groups of people. Group 1, all members of the national community. This is where people learn the basic foundational skills, how to use the internet, how to use devices, basic productivity software applications, etc., etc. It means that you can become a capable member of operating in a digital society. Group 2 seeks to build on people who already have professional meanings and able to operate. And those people get to upskill themselves and get into to meet the demands of the local labor market. Group 3 represents participants of the technical and business skills that need to create and manage ICT businesses in the local, regional, and international space. So this is for another group of an even higher set of people that can get themselves certified, they have access to mentorship and training and so on. And again, all of this is being done at no cost to you. So, Madam Speaker, Group 2 and Group 3 components of this have been deliberately designed with the needs of the micro and small and medium enterprise businesses in mind. That sector is really where we target with that, to get that group of people really into the digital age and operating in the way they should. I don't know if the numbers were presented in the budget because I wasn't here for all of it, but there are over 4,000 people that have benefited from the training that we have in that, and there are over 130 members of communities of persons with disabilities that have had access to this. The intent is to push those numbers closer to 10,000. All right? Let's talk a bit about financial inclusion, and I recognize that this has caused significant levels of consternation with some people. And I believe a lot of times it's because people listen to words and associate those words with what they think it is. I tend not to use words like smart when we're talking about communities. Everybody has their own idea about what a smart city is. Everybody has their own idea what a smart community is, etc. And that as well, smart man has its own connotations as well. The idea behind it is, I tend to use things that are a bit more localized and you can focus on it and understand what it is. So I'll talk a bit about what we're doing in ARIMA. Some of it has been spoken about. But it's not smart ARIMA, it's connected ARIMA. And if you say connected ARIMA, people get the idea of what that is. You say smart ARIMA and all of a sudden people go on into all kinds of places. I think the same thing has happened with cashless. People go on crazy with cashless. I just don't get it. There is normally another word associated with cashless. One of the ones that you hear the most is cashless transaction. A cashless transaction is not a cashless society. A cashless transaction is not a digital transformation change into moving the whole world into not using money anymore. A cashless transaction is simply a transaction that doesn't involve the way we traditionally use cash. I'm not paying you $5 for a pound of tomato. But transactions happen electronically all the time. If people want to adopt the jargon to use and are willing to accept my suggestion, use less cash now. When we're talking about society, etc., use less cash. It means that we're trying to get people to move towards forms of electronic use for moving around the things that they need to pay for goods, to get things, without having to walk around with loads of cash. And the benefits of that are obvious. One, it's a lot faster. Well, I don't know who would walk around a lot of money in their pocket. I certainly don't have a lot of money to walk around. But maybe that is where the smart man thing came from. Yes, it's quite possible. But, Madam Speaker, the idea is, I don't think in my lifetime, I don't think any country has been able to outlaw cash. They still use it. It still has its purpose. It's still there. But the idea is, as we increase, and if we can get those numbers as identified by the TTIFC to change, then the ability to participate in electronic movement of funds and the ability to pay for things using that and so on will make a significant difference in the way in which the efficiency of society runs, and of course in the way in which we can implement end-to-end solutions for electronic services. It is really important that we do that. So I just want to make it clear, cashless didn't mean that we're going to move all the cash out of the society, and it certainly doesn't mean that an objective of digital transformation is to move all the cash out of the society. All right, so we have that covered. While saying that, though, just under 2 weeks ago, the government of Trinidad and Tobago signed a technical license agreement with the National Payments Corporation of India, really NIPL, to develop real-time payments platform using India's Unified Payments Interface. I don't know how many of you have been to India. But if you go to India, you will find that that is the most pervasive mechanism used to pay for anything. I've been there and I've been around people from our own embassies and our own consulate working with people down there, and they use it for everything. With just the agency we've signed it, they do over 1.4, they have over 1.4 billion users in India. And the transaction rate, it's ridiculous in what they're doing. And so when I had made my initial trip to India to start setting this up, and that was back in 2023, I recognized recently that there was some level of criticism indicating that I had gone to India, probably on some joyride, went again on a further joyride and came back and nothing came out of it. Well, let me identify again. The signing of this is a significant thing. It's probably the largest one of these types of engagements that will happen within the Caribbean region, simply because of the size of us. But more so than that, there were also other parts and other MOUs that were signed that are now coming into implementation phase. And you'll hear a lot more about those as we move along. And the reason why India is able to do this is actually quite simple. India is a technology powerhouse. For many people who don't know that, India is a technology powerhouse as much as many of the other places that we know. Also, India built its technology in a particular way that it owns the intellectual property for it. So when India offers us something like DigiLocker, they say, well, yeah, sure, we've built it. We own the code for it. It's ours. You can use it. A lot the ministry has taken a lot of flack because they say we do things a bit too slowly. Now, let me deal with that, Madam Speaker, by saying we do things a bit too slowly. When I got this ministry to operate it, one of the things that I decided to do is that anything that we were going to do was going to be sustainable. And it was going to be sustainable at the best cost price point that we could. A number of the projects that we're building, and I'll speak specifically to the one that we're doing with Estonia, namely the interoperability network, also known as X-Roads. We could have done this in a number of ways. Other Caribbean countries have gone the way of going to Estonia, getting one of their companies who can do this, pay them, they come, they build it, they will operate it, manage it, and take care of it for you for as long as you have it. I decided not to do that. I decided to go to Estonia, get the help that we needed for them to come here and teach our people how to build it. So the way it's built, our X-Roads implementation is built and operated. It's built by our people under their guidance, operated by our people under their guidance when it was there. And of course, it's being developed now and rolled out by our people under our own guidance. You understand why the model is different. The resources operating it, doing it, developing it, and keeping it afloat, and building other things on top of it, all local. They're all our own people doing it. The cost model is different. We're doing the same thing with our identity programs. So a number of the programs that we have, and by the way, when we're done with this, strange enough, because we're using open source software, the IP at the end of the build is ours. We can share it with other Caribbean countries. We can share it with our own neighbors. We can do what we wish with it because we have the ability to do that. These things are already in testing and in pilot phase in a number of instances. The next thing you'll see coming in November is when we start rolling them out into actual applications. And the benefits for these things represent a tremendous leap forward in the efficiency and the way in which digital services are done. It is really, really important that we do that. One other thing that I want to mention, of course, is a social benefits wallet. Again, the Minister of Finance addressed it during his presentation. And what this really has to do is a way to deal with the distribution of non-cash items and benefits provided by ministries and divisions. It will reduce waste in a lot of cases, but basically any item that you can get that is not cash, that you want to claim from somewhere, you can get the benefit of having that by having this social benefits wallet. We're almost at the end of it. Testing is going on, and by November of this year, we should be in a position to speak a bit more about that. Madam Speaker, it would be almost impossible for me to go through a presentation of this type and not speak about cybersecurity. It would be impossible to do that and not speak about cybersecurity. I'll take a few minutes to deal with that. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has been and will forever be, once we have digital services, in the business of addressing the cybersecurity posture of Trinidad and Tobago. All of our services, everything we have. And the thing is, the more successful we are at the digitization, and the utilization of ICT in the business that we're in, is the more exposed we are. The attack surface increases all the time. We have been and continue to be involved in things that increases the cyber resilience of Trinidad and Tobago. Note the word I use, the cyber resilience. Because unfortunately, regardless of how well we do at this, the chance of a successful attack, there is always a chance that that can happen. Cyber resilience not only speaks to the fact that you're trying to remove and eliminate that as best as possible, but it also speaks to what happens when you're attacked. How do you make sure that your services remain online? How do you make sure that you minimize its impact? How do you make sure that even if you're attacked, services continue to run? And we're doing a lot of things in the interest of that. I mean, you have to deal with that from a policy perspective, from a real and implemented perspective. You have to deal with it from a strategic perspective. You have to deal with it from a health perspective. So we're working on the cybersecurity policy that's there. We're upgrading the CCERT. I know the CCERT came in for a number of things, but the CCERT doesn't operate in isolation. And one of the things that you're going to realize is that the size of a CCERT is not necessarily a true measure of its capabilities, particularly in a collaborative and or partnership mode as it has been with a number of people. We're improving the public sector cyber resiliency and protecting critical national infrastructure. What do I mean by critical national infrastructure? Anything that can be interrupted that will disrupt the normal operations of society in any significant way. If you want to have understanding what that would mean, think about what it would be like if the Treasury were attacked. No one would be paid. You couldn't do a number of things. Think of what it would be like if the customs was attacked. You wouldn't be able to do very many things. And of course, we've seen what complexities can happen when one of our major service providers is attacked, as an example. And we have to be able to deal with that, right? Now, companies spend millions of dollars to protect themselves. Companies spend billions of dollars to protect themselves. The government of Trinidad and Tobago has to be measured in how it approaches this, but we have to ensure that what we do secures your data, secures all of your information, and allows for things to continue to operate, but puts you in the best protected posture that we have. So with that in mind, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, Madam Speaker, primary cybersecurity objectives for 2025 include, and this is the fiscal we talk about, includes fortifying the nation's security and governance network, the cybersecurity network that is, bolstering response capabilities across ministries and within ministries as well, and all of the other associated departments and agencies, establishing resilient protection for critical infrastructure, as I mentioned. That has to be the priority because attacking smaller things really doesn't have the same impact. And of course, all of this is being done to reduce our susceptibility to being attacked. The Caribbean region seems to be a favorite place now for cyber attacks. A number of these large companies, and when I say companies, I'm talking about these dark actors who operate. They have aligned themselves like companies, and they operate and attack you with a fearless resilience that is unparalleled in anything I've ever seen. So what have we done to build on what we're going to do for 2025? We've conducted comprehensive governance scorecard risk assessments on 21 ministries and 11 divisions under the Tobago House of Assembly. We did all that already in 2024. We've delivered mini cybersecurity workshop series with the Government ICT Leadership and Advisory Council, the GLAC. We've partnered with CARICOM Impacts to conduct cyber drill exercises and so on and leaders within the public sector. Cybersecurity Awareness Month is happening now. That's already been launched this month of October. We've engaged with workshop and continued working groups dealing with a number of things as it relates to our international partners helping us, and those will include, of course, Estonia, United States, etc., and other CARICOM partners that we have. You would be aware, some of you would be because it's public knowledge now, there was a fairly recent and successful attack in Barbados on their revenue authority, and they're working through how they're going to get those things done now. So hopefully we'll be able to manage through and prevent a number of that from happening. Every time I do this presentation, I give a report as to where we are with the number of digital services that we have in Trinidad and Tobago. We started at 89, we got to just over 100. Today, I can happily report that we are 250, and they continue to increase all the time. These e-services do a number of things for where we are, right? And so I just want to break them down in a little bit for you, because there was heavy weather made of TT BizLink, and every time somebody criticizes that particular entity, it worries me. TT BizLink has one of the best portals recognized by international institutions in the world, the whole world. When that portal was launched, I was at the launch. And when that portal was launched, within hours of it being turned on, in excess of 70 countries had already accessed it. If any one of us, and that includes any one of you, wishes to find out anything about trade in Trinidad and Tobago, you can go to that site. You can find out the cost, what we export, what we import, where we import it from, what's the price we pay for it, what would be a good business to do if you wanted to get into export. Everything that you want is in there, and it's updated in real time. The reason why I say it, I cringe when people criticize it, you know what it has to do with? While I was there, that solution was built by a company out of Singapore called Crimson Logic. But while I was there, I was lucky enough to meet 4 young engineers who had done a significant amount of that work. There were 4 recent graduates from UWI. They were working for Crimson Logic right here in Trinidad and Tobago, built that solution, and are building similar solutions for other countries from right here in Trinidad and Tobago. This is it should be one of our greatest achievements. It seems nobody wants to say anything about it that is good, but that's all right. We know where we are. Speaking of the 250 e-services also, 112 of them, or 44% of them, are limited to information and downloadable forms. So it's easy. That part of it is easy. But 43 of them have heavy transactional capabilities and online submissions, bookings, etc., And 58 of the 22% of them fully online, which means you can start the transaction online and complete it online. This maturity index continues to trend in the right direction at all times, and that is because we're getting better at this, the technology is improving, and people's ability to understand and trust and use it is also improving. I want to touch on one of the last of the initiatives that are under direct control of the ministry, and that is the interoperability network. It's being built, as I said, with help with us from Estonia, and it really revolutionizes the way in which things work. It concerns me that cold water was poured on the fact that ministries have to exchange information. I don't know how you expect this to work. Ministries must exchange information in the pursuit of services. The complaints that we get today about how things work is, boy, you're going into the ministry, they take the information, they have to go to our next ministry to check it, and they come back, you have to come back to this ministry. It is the standard thing that you hear. Yet when we propose a secure, robust, resilient network that is internationally acclaimed to do exactly, to eliminate that moving of things all over the place and to do it electronically for validations and verification, cold water is poured on that saying, hey, the government wants to find out all your business. You're not trying to find out anything. What we're trying to do is to create ways that allows for things to become more efficient. Imagine you walk into somewhere and you take with it your birth paper pin, and then somebody has to write that down to a file and send it down to the registrar's office for them to check to see if it really exists, and then to come back to tell you that it's there. And the networks that we've built does that in under 1 second for any validation and verification.
Minister, you have 2 minutes left of original speaking time. You're entitled to 10 additional minutes to wind up your presentation if you wish.
Thank you very much. So you have that. And when you get that level of efficiency, They're not exchanging any information. All they're doing is validating that this is something that actually exists and sends a reply that says this is what it is. Why should that be something that people will not support? Why would it be something that should not have global and universal support? So that when you go to offices to get your services, they can be done quite easily. Madam Speaker, I want to talk a bit about Developers Hub. And Developers Hub fits into a space, I think it is one of our most successful programs. It has won international awards, at least 2 it has won already. And it is interesting that it has done that because it only consists of us tapping into what is obviously the greatest resource we have in Trinidad and Tobago people. We decided that the way in which we are going to improve the ICT contribution to GDP is by finding and utilizing the creativity of our own people in the digital space. So we sought out initially to find out, I wonder how large this developers community is in Trinidad and Tobago. We expected 400. We're well in excess of 1,200 and growing strong today. That represents enough of a mass to be able to do what we ultimately want to have happen. And you know what that is? That this morphs into the Trinidad and Tobago Software Development Export Company, an independent company. It does what it was. There are people who participate currently in that program who have developed their skills as developers without cost to them because of the amount of training that's available once you register as a developer in the hub. There are a number of people who are already building solutions for private companies because of the exposure of our Developers Hub Challenge series, which was aired on TTT and has been widely popular. That series allowed for businesses and other people up and down the Caribbean and internationally to see the skill and the proficiency of the people that we have here and recognize that they're second to none anywhere in the world and can build the type of applications that we need to keep going forward and forward. I'll speak more about that when I speak in the other place. Lastly, I want to talk about the way in which the ministry has been impacting all of these other ministries that have been speaking about their digital transformation activities. We built something called the DDU, the Digital Delivery Unit. And what that does is that it embeds in other ministries, divisions, and agencies, experts from my ministry, mainly the Ministry of Digital Transformation, to help them to understand what they're doing, to help us understand what they're doing, and to make sure that they remain aligned in their own digital efforts with what the actual program is that is guided by the Ministry of Digital Transformation. It has been a wildly successful program. It continues to help in a number of ministries, divisions, and agencies that gives them the ability to stay in alignment with what we're doing while at the same time pursuing the things that they need to do. The key to that is the Ministry of Digital Transformation is not digitalizing the entirety of Trinidad and Tobago by itself. All of the ministries, divisions, and agencies still retain levels of control and actually have significant amounts of work to do. But with the members of the DDU there to guide them and keep them on the straight and narrow, we're not having people running off in 50 different directions trying to get to the same place. It is absolutely important that we understand that. So in closing, Madam Speaker, just one thing I guess I want everybody to understand. The Ministry of Digital Transformation was formed 2 years ago. We continue to make significant strides and to add value to Trinidad and Tobago the way it is. We are in full implementation mode. We're not adding anything new to what we're doing now. It's all about rolling it out and embedding it in the society, so we'll continue to do that from now throughout all the way through 2025 as we do this. And of course, there are other things I could speak about relative to what we're doing, but suffice it to say, digital transformation is well funded. Digital transformation is well on its way to implementation and making things simpler. I know people talk about the fact that you're still making up paper forms coming into Trinidad and Tobago. You'll be surprised to see how far we are. And I know the Minister of Finance gave a date for that. I will not contradict any. He gave a time frame. I'm not going to contradict that, but I guarantee we'll finish it before when he says. I guarantee you that we'll finish it before he says. You know what's interesting about that? The way in which we're doing this is that there's no cost to Trinidad and Tobago, and you think it's because we're cheap. It's not that. It's because Caribbean Impacts, of which we are a member, has built the same system for almost all of the other Caribbean islands as we speak. And all we are doing is accessing that rather than paying millions of dollars to some company we don't know about to build the same thing for us. The same thing is in use in Barbados, in St. Lucia, etc. This speaks to the way in which this government is trying to reduce its expenditure and still get the best technology available with the correct supervision and understanding what we're doing. Madam Speaker, with those few words, I thank you for acknowledging me and having me in the House to give some level of minimal statement as to where we are with digital transformation, and I look forward to doing the same in the other place. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, that is Wednesday, tomorrow, the 9th day of October, 2024 at 10 a.m., where debate will resume.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Wednesday, October 9th, 2024 at 10 a.m. All in favour say aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Wednesday, October 9th, 2024 at 10 a.m.